No, don't overdo it, man.
I guess I'll just start. Everything is fine with the timer and everything, right?
Yeah, looks good.
Alright, cool. And 3, 2, 1, and I'll go. And this game has the beautiful option of skipping many, many cutscenes. Not all the cutscenes though, unfortunately. So, we do have to watch some of them. But, for the most part, we just get to run through everything. And not have to watch all the story.
This way, hurry.
Yes, I am indeed playing on PS4. I cannot get it to work on my PC. At all. It is, I've tried all the troubleshooting stuff that I could find in the Steam forums, and I just cannot get it to work.
Yeah, the PC port of Zestiria has a little bit of trouble with little details on PC specs, so there are still issues around. Most got fixed, but there are rare cases where it actually can't work.
Cobwebs everywhere. I bet
Yep.
no one has set foot in here for some time.
And you may notice that I am playing with the English voiceover, because I prefer the English voiceover. Frankly.
Walking and get your swordie.
So I hope you like the English voices in this game. Because you'll be hearing it. For 6 or so hours. 6 to 7 hours. This is a nice little fight where you just get to mash the circle button, because you have no arts yet. And the thing will die. But basically that was a Hellion, and can only be defeated by the power of purification. Which, of course, we do not have, because we're just a boy and his friend. Ready to save the world, in true JRPG style. Right, we touch that save point for later, because you have to teleport back here at the very end. So we go up here, climbing the ruins, exploring the ruins because that's what Saray and Nicleo enjoy. We find
Yeah, they're big fans of ruins.
yeah, almost as much as Rain.
Yeah, maybe less actually. After I see Rain, I
Oh
would
yeah,
say
they like him less than Rain, I would say. Rain is
Yeah.
ready to
agree.
do things to ruins,
Well, we definitely can't make
whereas
it from here.
Saray and Nicleo just
There
like
should be a
ruins.
connecting point somewhere. Let's go back and see what we can find.
The choice for the voices is kind of like split. Some do like the NA versions, others do like the Japanese. I prefer the Japanese, so it's split.
Yeah, I typically actually alternate between them on runs, but overall I prefer the English ones, just because of the one art that I will be using a lot of later, that I don't like the Japanese voiceover for, particularly. But well, voices are always a choice in games like this,
I don't want to have to remind
so
you. Keep your eyes on the girl. Okay. But
I picked the
there may
English
be better
ones.
circumstances. You really don't have a skeptical bone in your body.
Plus it means people can get bits of the story without having to read subtitles. I say bits because we skip every cutscene, but we can.
So, is the celestial?
Yeah, there are numerous situations where you have no control over the actual controls, like going into a menu or interact with NPCs, because you're kind of like locked in an interactive scene where you can still run or have to follow an NPC
Yes.
to certain places.
Looks like someone's enjoying himself.
Yep.
This is my village.
And those parts get long. Very, very long.
Oh yeah. Okay, we just got the confirmation. The Abyss run got divided into 12 parts.
You mean 4,800 parts? You will notice I grab all the herbs that are in my path as I go through the game for stat boosts, as well as the fact that they restore your HP and SC fully, although you can't use them outside of battle. So they can be very good backup heals before boss fights and such. But mostly we just use the offensive ones for extra offensive stats, because this game can get a little hard. AKA, I will die, probably. I think I've done a deathless run once. Ever.
There is a question for you. What
Yep.
do you think of this game compared to others in terms of overall changes in the Tales of series?
Compared to what? So, again?
To the other Tales games
Oh, the other
in
Tales games?
terms of overall changes.
I really like most of the changes in this game.
Gosh,
Like,
I hope we didn't worry him.
the game
Oh,
feels very free for as long as you're in combat, as long as you can deal with awkward camera controls and such. The story is nice and refreshing. As somebody who often plays games with ridiculously dark stories that are just there to make you feel sad, or other emotions, and some of the mechanics are kind of abusable in this game, and you'll be seeing plenty of that, but overall the game is pretty good, and it's a nice. I like the Grace's combat system, for example, so I very much enjoy this one because it feels somewhat similar. But that's not to say I don't like the other Tales games. I love all the Tales games pretty much. I just wish people wouldn't give this game so much hate. Basically, I love this game. Ah, Prickleboars, we love you. And by love, I mean hate.
Oh yeah.
They are entirely dictated on RNG, because sometimes they will just run in all different directions, and you will get to chase them down in the fight. I'm gonna grab that life bottle for safety, because having one is very useful later sometimes. When is Grace's F run? When I can beat Kurt. I've still got chat open right now. As soon as it gets bad, I will close it. Since I have ILC, so I figured I'd have it open. Yeah, Zestiria's soundtrack is actually pretty good. I would agree with that. Although there's parts of it which are still good tracks, but don't really fit the area they're in my opinion. But they're still very good tracks, so I don't mind as much. Ah, oh, that's a shame. They got split from each other. Die Prickleboars, thank you. I need to grab this. Alright, here I'm going to grab a snack called Ice Pop. It increases your attack by 8% for one battle. Very useful for going fast, basically, because it makes you do more damage. Can I show bad ending after the run is over? That depends on how well the run goes, I suppose. But I do have a save on one of my profiles on this PS4 that can go quickly to bad ending if I have the time. Also, these Prickleboars trolled me just a little bit. I didn't get many AoE attacks from them at all. Made me kind of sad. Alright, chat friends, let's not argue over which is best or worst, or etc. It's okay to speak about which is your favourite, and what you like and what you dislike, and those types of things. But there's no point in arguing which is best or worst. It's entirely subjective. So let's be friends. Let's be friends in the chat. Happy place.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, the opinion differs obviously from person to person. Some people like Zestiria OST, others prefer Symphonia, Legendia, and so on.
Ready?
Yes, Alicia, I'm ready.
I also personally like the Zestiria OST very much.
Yep.
Wish about the world below.
I have only wise words to speak for fun. Only wise words.
Hey, Graham.
I see.
Alright, here we go tell Gramps that Alicia is ready to leave, and that she'll go away in the morning. So that our village will once again be safe from the humans. Because it is a village of Seraphim, and we are the only human here. Because we were picked up as a child. And sort of adopted by Gramps. Now I need to menu. Right, first thing we do is we change the titles on our two characters to give A attack bonuses instead of attack bonuses for a few reasons. The first one being that basically each title will give you a different amount of hidden points on every level up that go towards learning arts. And the A attack ones will go significantly more into learning spells than your other titles will. The second reason we use A attack titles is because, well, A attack is, for the most part, the more important stat in the game. The most important stat in the game, in fact. Considering spells are very good. And the last reason is that, and this isn't super well known, but is known, and that's that it somewhat changes the AI. Nice stun. Straight away on the net. Yeah, it changes the AI somewhat, so if you have an A attack title set on the AI, you will have them cast spells more often than other titles. This is an air fight's going really well. I'm actually quite surprised. I got a very nice early stun, and then Mikleo didn't give him super armor a bunch of times.
Yeah, definitely nice fight.
Yeah. I'm still a bit behind on my PB, but my PB's beginning of the game was very, very good. I got very good Prickleboar luck, so I don't expect to come close to that very often.
Yeah, the Prickleboars are kind of like the first. I don't want to say it's a gate, but it kind of like gives you a measure about how good your run starts and whatnot.
Yeah.
Because the positioning rolls can be very awful or pretty good, and also Alicia a little bit depending on her AI, how she goes in.
I actually missed one thing in my menu. I forgot to turn snack preparation on so that we get more snacks over the game. Because that's pretty important. Since we need
So
a certain amount of them for certain fights. Not many.
yeah, snacks are very important in the speedrun, definitely.
Yeah, we don't
So
need
what's
many,
your
but
favorite character to control in Zestiria, Fel?
my favorite character to control is probably...
After we get through the forest, we should reach the lake. Then we just have to head down the slope.
that's a hard one. Probably...
How do you know all
Probably
this?
Saray, to be honest.
Complicated.
Favorite to
I've been
control.
collecting information for this very day.
He's got a nice, like, variety of arts to use, and he's, got... His combos actually combo pretty reliably on most enemies, whereas certain other characters excel against certain enemy sizes and such. Like, against large enemies, Rose is very good because of a certain broken arts he has that hits very many times for large damage ratios. So we leave the forest and we touch this save point. That is the most important save point to touch in the game, because
Absolutely.
it takes forever to get back here later, if you do not. And by forever, I mean forever. I missed it once, and I lost 5 minutes on this split. Don't know how. I think I might have forgotten the one outside Lady Lake as well, so I had to leave, like, and go a very, very long way, rather than just being able to teleport onto this map. But, it was unfortunate to say the least. Now we get nice little encounter RNG. The enemies, whilst you're going down this hill, can be wolves, and they can be snakes. You want to see snakes, because wolves will see you from a mile away, and they will chase you down, and they will get into an encounter with you. Every time, without fail. Whereas snakes, they have basically no eyes, and they're slow even if they do see you. So I got pretty good RNG here, fortunately. They were both snakes, so they just didn't see me. They couldn't catch me, caught me even if they had seen me, so that's nice. Always good to get decent RNG at the beginning of the
Yeah,
game.
you got good RNG there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's actually been a while since I've seen particularly bad RNG there. Even in all my practice runs and stuff. Which is very nice to see. I'll take good RNG over bad RNG any day.
No, there's no way to manipulate the RNG for spawns. The only thing you can try is, if you know there is a sequence coming up, is running into the sequence before the enemy gets you. And in like 90% of the cases, the enemies will be switched out after the sequence.
Yeah.
So if you see a wolf, try to get into the sequence, and there's a high chance that you get a snake afterwards, so you kind of like dodge it like that. Other than that, nope.
Yeah. And other than praying to the RNG, there's a few other tricks you can use to escape encounters. I'll be trying to demonstrate those as I get there. But there's, as far as I can think of, 2 other tricks that you can use to evade encounters whilst you're running through the fields. I'll grab this herb here real quick. But I'll go over those when I get to them, when I get to places where they're usable. Since for the beginning, they don't really help you much, just based on the fact that you run very slow. Because there's Windmaster talismans that we'll get from bosses later that will make us go faster. Up to what people would probably consider the normal speed.
Someone is mentioning with the keyboard the holding forward and left, for example. This is a common glitch still in the game, where when you control with the movement with the keyboard and you hold 2 directional buttons for moving around at the same time, you have actually a higher movement speed. This is not able to do with a controller, so this is keyboard only. And Fel and as well myself and most other people are only playing with controllers, so yeah, as long as you don't play with a keyboard, it won't work.
Yeah. And I can't get my PC copy running, so I can't even use it if I wanted to. Right, I eat a snack there for this fight, because this fight can take a pretty long time if you get bad RNG. But yeah, I eat the food there. It makes this fight a little less frustrating. I also turned on a couple battle actions, most notably auto sidestep, which I will be abusing a lot during the game, to get BG without having much chance of missing the sidestep. Because whilst I can dodge almost every boss's attacks, I'm not 100% consistent with it always, because it is actually fairly difficult sometimes to dodge enemies' attacks. You don't get many invuln frames in this game when you dodge, compared to, for example, Grace's. Not that that makes the game much harder. I'd still say Grace is the harder game, but dodging can be difficult. So I just turn on the auto steps to alleviate that a little bit. That's a pretty decent Lunaire fight, didn't troll me at all. didn't stun me. So then we go around here, around to the back entrance of the sanctuary. Because we were chasing the dog, and we got stopped by Lunaire. But we get stopped by these guards from going into the sanctuary, because it's only for staff. But from earlier, we have this royal knife from Alicia that we can show to the guard as proof of our right to pass, because we're terrible people. We take other people's things as our own. So we get into the sanctuary. We see all these people celebrating some festival I don't remember exactly anymore, because it was a long time ago that I played the story. Aha, people talking about the camera. See, the camera, there's a couple of things you can do to get around the camera. That is, if you free run, the camera will pan out and then pan back in, and that will help a little bit with it occasionally. Or you can put another character on manual, which I say it helps with the camera, it can make it even worse sometimes. But basically what that does is, it zooms the camera out massively. And that can help a lot with the camera. But only if you're used to having it that far away, which nobody is.
So we get introduced now to Layla, which is also a seraph.
These slimes.
She's also called the Lady of the Lake in Lady Lake because of her blessing, and the sword that Sori actually holds in his hand is her medium weapon. Every seraph has a weapon or type of object that kind of like gives the power over to the user that kind of like gets allowed to use their power. And this is the only time you can actually use that sword. You will never see it again. And she is the pun queen, absolutely.
And she's crazy.
Crazy about armadillos.
Thank you, sir. But I'm
Indeed.
actually stepping out for a bit.
Oh, really? Well, then I'll get it ready for when you come back. Don't worry about the bill.
This is one of those times when the game will not let you
Really?
do anything.
Thank you so much.
You can see it by the controller above my head when I try and input things. I just want to get out the door, and these guys are speaking to me, and they're like, no, you can't go out the door. Now here, we have this convenient thing where when you have to wait for an NPC to walk to somewhere, you can just kind of position yourself in front of them, and they'll push you. Sometimes.
Yeah, doing the slide.
It can be annoying, but it's nice to be able to just take your hands off the controller whilst the NPC pushes you to where you need to go.
I was about to say, these are kind of like one of the rare cases where you kind of like have a little bit of downtime to put down the controller and set your mind or grab a drink or whatever.
There's longer ones later, but for the most part,
Because the thing is,
I'll
you
just
can't
get
do
pushed.
anything in this scene currently. Even going to the door, trying to open the door, it won't work. You have to wait until Layla is through it. So yeah.
Yep. After these cutscenes, I'm just gonna go over here real quick, go a bit out of the way, grab this herb, which is a little out of the way, but it's actually a useful statistic, which is focus, which increases all of your damage, all of your defense, and your SC regeneration by a little bit. So it's worth going a tiny bit out of your way to grab it. For the most part, I'll only go out of my way to grab offensive herbs, just because they make it faster. Whereas I will grab defensive ones if they're just sort of in the path anyway. To scroll that down, there we go back to the inn, we get our free food.
So one thing that you also saw, he took up a discovery point, and also before. Discovery points give you additional AP? Was it AP?
Yeah, it's AP.
AP, yeah. And the thing is, AP is used for battle actions, and especially in the beginning, very important because you can kind of like set up some battle actions, battle commands that allows you to automatically dodge skills, attacks and whatnot. And you can make use of that to kind of like get a little bit of SC back or get out of harm's way, obviously.
Yeah.
So, especially in the beginning of the game, getting some extra AP from monuments, discovery points is quite important. And you don't have to do it later on.
I got base shop RNG. I got all 3 items I needed, which is the amber sword, amber earrings, and the amber circlet. The shop
Nice.
items are random, you are correct. I buy all of the offensive upgrades that I can buy that we do not grab from chests later, which is the sword, the earrings, and the circlet. I got all 3, which is pretty fortunate. My last run, I got none of them. Or my last practice run, I got none of them, more accurately. And it was a sad time, because it speeds up the very early parts of the game by a little bit. It's not the end of the world if you don't get the items that you want from the shop, just because they don't increase your stats enough to make a fight winnable or unwinnable. But they just increase your stats enough to make the fight take a combo or 2 less, which cuts down a fair amount of time, especially early on when you'll be doing fairly long fights because you don't have many options for killing things yet. I also am going to equip the amber staff that we got in a chest earlier for Nicleo, and the A attack title for Lila, because, oh, I forgot one thing. I'm gonna forget these all, aren't I? Snack preparation on Lila, because the more people making snacks the better, because we need as many of the offensive ones as we can possibly get. But yeah, we equip that weapon on Nicleo for later, so that we can, so that we don't have to do the menu after we get him back, because he's, spoilers, going to leave very shortly. Here is a Turtles. He wants to sell us a map. That's a waste of 100 gals. We're gonna not have the map. We don't want the map.
Sounds worth looking into.
This is one of the examples of cutscenes that are faster to mash through than to open the skip menu, because they're very short. So I just mash it and get through the cutscene real fast. Now we go down here. You see this slime eating people, and that's not cool. So we're gonna beat him up. Nice armored attack game. Alright, hopefully Lila will apply a power hit very quickly on all of these combos that she's doing.
So you're actually controlling Zoe.
Yeah.
See it? Okay.
Controlling Lila doesn't actually make it any faster,
Actually,
in my opinion anyway.
personally, I control Layla, but this is also a common theme in Zestiria. Zestiria speedruns are never the same, because you can actually do a speedrun to your own kind of like settings and set up the equipment, skills and whatnot to your preferences, which is actually a very good thing. I've seen different tactics from different players, so that's kind of like one thing about the Zestiria speedrun, which personally makes it a very fun thing to watch, to see the different strategies.
Yeah, there's multiple strategies that all sort of have acceptable speeds to them. Some are, of course, slightly faster, but a lot more risky. Others are, you will pretty much win the fight first time every time, but they can take upwards of like 5 minutes later on, whereas the faster strat might take a minute or 2. But yeah, all the runners, or all the like Western runners at least, sort of use their own strategies for the fights, because there is things that work better and worse for certain people. I pretty much just go ham on everything. and do stuff as fast as possible.
Yeah,
Because
you're
I like
the
efficiency.
reckless one.
I just rely on my spacing and spamming items to survive more than avoiding attacks and such than being at range. But yeah, there's multiple strategies that are all approximately the same speed as each other, which is nice.
Yeah, that one is actually pretty tricky. That lantern. Positioning in Tales of Zestiria is kind of very precise if you talk to NPCs or interact with objects. So you have to make sure that you're really in the right position, else you lose 2 seconds because of the animation that actually failed.
Yep. Here is a fight against many slimes that you can't win to begin with. So I'm just going to sit here and block until Lila says words. And then I'm going to make use of a nice little thing involving auto steps to yeah, basically when they start speaking you can start filling up your BG gauge, which you can see next to my character portraits. And what you need to do in this fight is get to 1 BG so that you can do this thing that Lila is about to explain in this cutscene that you can't skip. Because cutscenes in fights are mostly unskippable. There's a couple which you can skip. Unfortunately, they are rare. So yeah, you see this little cutscene where Lila tells Sorey her true name, except she doesn't. She just kind of speaks it into his head, so you don't see it. But yeah, auto step is very nice for in this fight for auto sidestep for charging your BG gauge very quickly, since dodging 8 or so enemies at the same time is very difficult. Whereas dodging 8 enemies at the same time with auto sidesteps is very nice. Because, well, you just stand there and it'll dodge for you. So yeah, now we literally do the fusion dance. And this is all matters. Or can we? And we're broken now. And we destroy everything in our way with regards to these slimes. And there's one left over, of course. Damn. I've done that in 2 combos before, but it's hard. You have to get good positioning on the enemies. But it wasn't too bad.
That looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Now there's an enemy here that always snipes me. Here it is. Don't snipe me. Yeah, he always snipes me when I get to these torches over here. So I'm hoping he's gonna just disappear. Nope, of course not.
Oh,
I cannot. Like
yeah,
this enemy,
this also...
I've tried multiple paths to escape him, but he will always see you if he's a centipede, and he will always catch you. And it's just really irritating to escape.
Yeah, if an enemy gets aggro on you at that point, it gets you. No chance for avoiding it.
It would be fine if you didn't have to light the torches, but you have to stop to light the torches, so they'll catch you if you
yeah.
No matter what, if they see you. So yeah, on the way out of our aqueduct, we are going to tag this save point on the way out, because you get 3 chances to do it before you actually need to use it. But the earlier the better for me, because I will forget otherwise. There's a little cutscene over by that star on the minimap that we're going to avoid by running along the wall, because we don't like cutscenes. Cutscenes take forever. Now we're going to finally return the knife to Alicia, that we basically stole at the beginning of the game. Used and abused to get into the sanctuary and the ruins that we're not supposed to be at. Even if it doesn't matter, because it gave us something that we need later. It's actually nice that I got all the equipment I needed, since now I don't have to think about going to the shop later, because I do check it again later after the shop refreshes, which happens after 3 battles, if I don't get all the equipment I need. But since I got all 3, I won't be doing that. I'll just continue
We'll do everything
and not think about the shop at all.
You were investigating
Gonna
the
get in
ruins,
front of
correct?
Alicia here.
Well, yes,
There we
that's
go.
true.
Just gonna push up the stairs real quick. because she has incredibly powerful legs, apparently, and just push us about without even slowing down. Nope.
This is the last one, unknown. We already did most of the Tales games, not all.
She's gone already.
There is a link in chat, or can be thrown into chat by a mod, where you find all VODs.
It would have been nice if we could speedrun all the Tales games, but unfortunately there's only so much time there is in a weekend, and there's only so many runners for each Tales game as well.
Yeah, the runners are more the problem.
It's similar to how it would have been nice to be able to do them in release order, but that just wasn't possible. People just weren't available at certain times, so we settled for having Fantasia at the beginning and Zestiria at the end instead. Which is still nice. I mean, we still have some semblance of release order, I guess. Right, now Alicia becomes our squire. She is bad in combat, I'm not gonna lie. She's probably one of the most useful AIs, other than spellcasting Seraphs, just because her attacks do have a lot of hits done on them. Especially the one where she pushes forward and then pulls the spear back. I think it's Serpent Snare. But it's very useful. It holds enemies in place for a very long amount of time, so you can combo off of it very easily. But she does literally no damage, and she'll die really quickly. As you'll see later. Many, many times. But the more party members the better, regardless. So, for now anyway. No, we're just gonna run to the Galahad ruins, pick up some holy water that we can use as something to restore the blessing to the area of Lady Lake to purge the malevolence. No, it's a wolf.
Yeah,
Don't see me.
I was about to say,
Don't see
where
me.
comes the first one?
Ah, god damn it. It's seen me. Disappear. Nope. Right. Alright, yeah, go on. Do the tutorial. The worst part about getting into these fights early is that basically these tutorials are actually very nice later if you can preserve as many. Oh my god, another one of these series. If you can preserve the tutorials as long as you can, they're very useful. Because what tutorials do is they fully restore all of your HP and your SC and your BG. So later on you can sort of abuse that if you still have tutorials left. But I think since I've lost 2 already, then I won't have any at the point where I kind of like to abuse them the most, which is a shame. But, well, it's not the end of the world. You can always build BG other ways, but after all. But yeah, that's a shame. It means you also have to sit through the tutorial whilst you before you can escape. Right, that right there is a mutant wolf, and he will destroy you if you get into a fight with him at these levels. 100%.
Definitely.
He will just one-shot you, and it'll make your life sad. So we stay the hell away. Let me just grab this herb, and we run away. We go to the ruins.
No,
It
you
took
actually
me-
don't use them at the story required fight, but kind of like afterwards, where you can like, for example, Dragon Newt. If you fight Dragon Newt, and use all your BG, go into a fight afterwards, get your BG back. So you, in that sense, we try to use the tutorials, because we don't have to find a way to get a better strat on a fight without BG and whatnot.
Yeah.
We just don't have to worry about it.
The longer you can go without using up all of your tutorials, the better. But there's certain areas that are almost guaranteed to get you. At least once or twice. Just because enemies will outrun you and they'll be invisible. They won't disappear if you walk along walls and stuff like that. And well, it's just sadness. You can dodge some of those enemies with a certain trick, but it's difficult to say the least. But yeah, the place I like to have a tutorial left over is, as Itoshira was saying, after a fight against a boss called Dragonute, where if you get into a tour, basically the fight after that, I use a Mystic Art on to finish. If I have the BG, and having a tutorial there means I can guarantee if I just get into any random encounter, that I can have the BG for the fight as I want to, since you need max BG. Well, not max, but 3, which would be max at the time. You need 3 BG to use a Mystic Art, but you can one-shot the fight as soon as you get a stun. And now,
Fire fusion is
we get
not
this
as
beautiful
promised.
fight of sadness, where
Oh, yeah.
we hope for RNG. Yes, I got. Oh my god, I didn't get the banish. Are you serious? But basically, we drop all of our BG in the first part of this fight because it restores afterwards anyway. And I'm just gonna sit here and banish as much as I can before I start actually going up and fighting them, because the more hits for that you can get, the better. Because you do pretty much no damage to these. They resist fire, and the game doesn't let you de-armatize to Saray. You have to fight it in Fire Armatus, which is somewhat irritating, considering they say there's no other way. And it's like, well, you could kind of just have not armatized, and it would have been fine. But, alright, yeah, I have to actually armatize. For some reason my brain thought it put me into it automatically. But now Micleo comes back, and we got this bow in the dungeon earlier, so we armatized with Micleo this time. And this is the first part of the game that disappointed me a tiny little bit, because I thought all the Armatuses were going to look like an actually fusion between all of the characters that are used in the fusion, but it just kind of looks like the Fire Armatus, but with blue, and with a bow instead. But that's okay. It's only a little nice thingy. You can control Alicia at that part, but Alicia does literally no damage. She's pretty much only there for hit stun, not gonna lie. So yeah, we kill those things, because they die pretty quickly to Water Armatus. Even if they take forever to kill Fire Armatus. First person shooter.
You got some good
Can I
banish
please?
off, definitely.
Yeah.
It's sometimes very annoying to hold them in one line, and more than often one breaks out and goes to the side or so and starts attacking you. But this one fight was actually very good.
Yeah, I wasted a little more BG than I probably should have, but, well, it doesn't matter. It's only, I still have enough for the next few fights, even without getting into any tutorial fights, so it should be fine. But, it can just be nice to, have a bit more BG. Alright. Scroll down my notes whilst I, hit this cutscene. There we go.
Oh, great, sir. Well, that's one way to ask a favor.
Oh, so you take him first, okay.
Oh yeah, now I have to search for the Seraph, right?
As well.
Am I fully healed? No, am I? Oh yeah, I am. Okay. I guess the events at Galahad ruins fully heal you. That's nice. I never actually paid that much attention to it. Now we're gonna go fight one of the more trolly bosses of the game.
Oh yes.
Uh,
I remember my first time I did my first playthrough on hard. Wow. It took me half an hour because of his healing.
yeah. And I'm going to
Roboros can really troll you.
yeah, I'm going to check battle actions again to see if I have quick banish, which I do, which is nice. So I'm going to turn off auto sidestep for this one fight. Have quick banish instead in case I do get a stun, although the chances of getting a stun is relatively low in this boss from my experience. But if you do get the stun, it's nice to be able to just instantly banish him and do a nice chunk of damage. But just gonna grab a couple of things on the way to the boss. Snack and a herb. And and just continue along the next plot trigger, since running along plot triggers is pretty much how the game will work. And here is the first place I can demonstrate one of the tricks to making enemies not get encounters on you. I'll aggro this bird onto me. Basically, when an enemy like a bird is chasing you, and you run along a wall, they will disappear before contacting you. Don't know why it happens, but it's nice nonetheless. It makes it significantly easier to avoid some random encounters. Unfortunately, it only works on certain enemy types, like it won't work on wolves, it won't work on a bunch of other types, but, well, I ain't gonna complain. Right, I'm gonna use all of my offensive herbs on Saray here, because this fight is a troll. I'm gonna eat a snack. I don't have many right now, so I'm just gonna eat a defensive one. I like to eat an offensive one here because it can heal, so killing it faster is nice. But sometimes you just don't have that option. So just do that. I'm gonna do a quick combo here before I armatize, because it can extend the little bar under the damage counter, as you can see. That lets your power hit last longer, although I didn't get a power hit for ages anyway, because my AI decided to give him super armor. I love you, AI. You're the best. Oh well, at least they're comboing him with me now. Basically, for this fight, what you want to do is you want to keep up the buff that Burning Echo gives you, because it increases your damage a little bit. Not by massive amounts, but you don't actually lose any damage for using Burning Echo as long as it contacts the enemy. So I just do it whenever I can. I'm going to tell the AI to back off now because it's going to start healing soon. And the thing I want the AI to do the least is to give it super armor during its heal. Which basically, you can give an enemy super armor if you try and attack it too soon after you drop a combo. It'll have super armor until you stop attacking it. Which means you can't do any damage to it and you can't stagger it at all. That attack it just used there, Ouroboros, it looks very much like the Rising Coil attack, but it heals it instead of attacking you. You can tell if it's going to use it basically if you back off a tiny bit and it moves forward at you, then you know it's going to attack you. But if it just sits there and uses an ability, if it just sits there and uses an ability, you know it's going to heal instead of attacking you. But yeah, it didn't troll me much. I managed to stop all of its heals, which was convenient, but I didn't get the stun, which is unfortunate, so I didn't get to banish him. But yeah,
you got
that was a pretty good fight.
there, man.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Fight, definitely.
So now that we have a Seraph to become the Lord of the Land for Lady Lake, now that we've basically stolen Lila for our own purposes, we can go back to Lady Lake, and as it says in the top right, we can have Father Bruno bless the holy water that we got from the ruins, and hopefully dispel all of the malevolence that has accumulated in Lady Lake, because people are terrible people.
Now there's coming the question up I was actually waiting for. Tales of Zestiria just got released in the western parts. The game itself is actually nearly a year old, and Japanese runners already routed this like over half a year ago. So the route is actually pretty long existent and just got more or less transferred over and adapted to it. Still not perfected in our opinion, but
Yeah, it's not
getting
optimal.
pretty close. There are just little tiny bits where improvement is able to find out about.
Yeah, it's by no means optimal just yet. I'm going to touch the save point so I can teleport back to it later. in the sanctuary. And now we're just gonna go to the palace, since we're basically being rough-housed into going there. Because they told us to go, and you don't disobey a royal family when you're in their country. It's a bad plan. It's just terrible plan. This part of the game is a little irritating. There's lots of waiting, but well, it's okay. It's not enough to make it a bad game in my opinion. I still very much enjoy these parts of the game.
How much would RNG, especially shop RNG, influence your run?
Shop RNG influences the run a tiny little bit here and there. Just on making things a little faster or slower though. We never rely on getting a certain piece of equipment from the shop at a certain time. We just kind of, if we can get it, that's nice, and if we don't, it just slows you down a tiny bit in some fights. But yeah, there's a few shops during the run where it's nice to get certain things so that you can use them later for their skills or their stats or what have you. But for the most part, it doesn't actually affect the run that much. It just makes you go a tiny bit slower if you don't get the items that are ideal. Which you won't. Shop RNG is not kind in this game.
Obviously.
It will make it look like it's going to give you the things you want it to, and then it won't. And then it won't at all. I'm very surprised I got all 3 of the things at the beginning of the game, but that's probably the least important shop, to be honest. So.
Do you actually have a name for the god that pushes you through the corridor?
Nope.
Nope? Okay.
Nope. And since we didn't get any PX camera angles during Zoya, we'll pay homage to him with camera angles on Saray. just for mittens. Steve. Alright, sounds good, Omega.
That's my name. That's my name for him.
Alright,
Obviously,
sounds
it's
good.
Steve.
Steve.
For me, it's always Steve.
I bet it's not even a dude. I bet she just has a flat chest.
Oh man.
Alright, we're finally here. We're done with all the waiting. We can go through here and have a dinner with these obviously very nice high-class gentlemen who are not going to try and muscle us into certain things at all. Just kidding, they're trying to get us under their thumb. And we're just gonna kill a bunch of soldiers who try and stop us from leaving. So I'm gonna do another quick combo here. Nice, I got the attack buff off of Tiger Blade. Basically every attack in this game has a sub-effect to it that will sometimes proc. Tiger Blades, which is Saray's second stage up plus circle combo, will occasionally increase your attack. And it can make you kill these things significantly faster once you armatize. As you just saw, it was a pretty quick fight. So yeah, I run in and do a quick combo with Saray before I kill them all. And it makes it a little bit faster. I start most fights with a little combo for the first half of the run.
Yeah, swarm battles are a little theme of this game. There are a couple of that.
You follow these assassins to a secret passageway that Alicia didn't even know about, so it's pretty secret. The most annoying thing about that secret door is that after you interact with the pot that acts as the switch, if you start moving immediately after interacting with it, the door will shut on your face. it's not a very nice door. It will actually just
Yeah,
not let
it's
you
my
go through.
favorite one.
So you have to interact with the switch and then wait for a little bit for the door to fully open so you can get through. It took me a while to figure out why it was closing in my face, but I'm pretty sure it will just shut in your face if you start moving too early. I'll turn auto sidestep back on here, and equip the headgear we just got for Alicia, because it increases her ability to combo for a little bit more, which is mostly what we're using the AI for at this point, because it's nice to have the AI combo for you just a little bit, so you can keep your combo going longer. There's a lot of reliance on that in the early. Well, not reliance, but your damage relies a little bit on it early on in the game, because fights can take a long time. Now here I'm going to set Shatterfang and Heavenly Torrent, because, as I said, I do short combos at the beginning of most fights, and Shatterfang is the better of the Heavenly Torrent. And if you don't set any, you'll simply use a random one. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no stat boosting food except 2 A attack ones, and I need to hold on to those for as long as I can. So, as I said, as usual, just go do a little combo on the boss, armortize, and go ham on her face. Maintain Burning Echo, and then just hit her as much time as possible. Accidentally pressed down on the stick instead of up somehow. Accidentally gave it super armor as well, but luckily she didn't kill anyone. They were all too busy taking care of the ads. Many bosses will either have or summon ads in this game. Now there's one trick you can use, it starts being useful in this fight in my opinion, where if you start doing a combo and you notice you're giving the boss super armor or something, you can cut your combo short by casting a spell and then cancelling it into guard. It has a more complicated application later, but for now I'll just use it to interrupt my combos when I accidentally give the boss super armor or whatever. Because it lets you get back into your next combo significantly faster. Alicia's dead. Surprise. Alright, killed it. Nice, I lost literally 0.0
actually got a little
seconds.
bit lucky there.
Yeah, I did. Right, this torch is the worst thing ever. It will, if you forget it, you have to come back and get it. And it's quite a ways away
I
from the
missed
door.
it the first time.
Same. Like, you'll just...
A special note to Echidna, the cast she was doing, which luckily, gladly, got interrupted by Alicia 2 times.
Yeah.
If everyone gets hit by it, it is an insta-kill at this point.
Whoops.
So this is the first time already in the game that you can get insta-killed in a split of a second.
One of many. Although, to be fair, I would have interrupted the second one. Because I started casting Burning Echo quickly enough. The first one, though, I wouldn't have interrupted. I am glad Alicia got it off, because she was very close to casting it. But I wasn't close enough to run up and Burning Echo in her face. But basically, as an Armatus, in Armatus form rather, you can't interrupt spells except with spells. Because your Circle Arts, which is normally Martial Arts, changes to Hidden Arts, which do not interrupt spells at all. So you either rely on your AI to stop spells, or you have to run up in their face and cast a spell, which has consequences to say the least. AKA, you have to run up in their face and cast a spell before. And Burning Echo is not exactly a long-range spell. But yeah, I got a little lucky.
Yeah, definitely. Was still good. I mean, Alicia died, okay, that can happen, but it's not actually that important. It's very important that Cleo and Sori, as well as Layla, are alive.
Everyone except Alicia is important to stay alive for now.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alicia, you just do no damage. And, well, as I'm sure everybody knows, you leave soon. So, like, all of the fights you do with Alicia in your party are not particularly difficult. So you don't particularly need her to get all the levels she can. But later on you are going to require certain arts for Cleo and Lila. And a couple other characters as well. But we haven't got yet. But Yeah, so they want all the XP they can get. If they die on 2 or 3 fights early on or 1 fight later, you can just end up not having the XP you need to learn the art for the fight that you need it. And random encounters in this game do not give you much EXP at all, unless you fight many of them. For the amount of time they take, they just give you so little EXP. So if you don't have all the spells you need, oh my god, that stone almost trolled me. That was fortunate. You'll see it in a sec.
No one has.
Yeah, so we get here and the bridge is still not fixed.
Yes.
We go over here and we speak to Alicia, and to say that we're gonna go explore the mountain because we're cool bros like that.
I'd like
And she's just like, yeah, see ya, peace. So she leaves the party for now. And we're just Saray plus 1 Seraph. Because a Seraph requires a human to sort of pair with it in battle. So you can only have a second Seraph in your party if you have a second human. So for now, we'll always have one person on standby. We're gonna start examining monuments here so that we can get enough AP for all the battle actions we want for future fights.
And get ready for a very awesome character theme.
Right, now for this bit here, you just kind of hope Mikleo goes and kills himself, because this fight is timed for if you die, or if one of your characters dies. But you don't want Saray to die because you have to do a fight immediately afterwards. So you set Mikleo to go charge, and you hope he dies quickly, and he did not, so I just had to wait for the fight to time out instead, which is a shame. But, well, it's okay. As long as Saray doesn't die, you're actually fine. And now we fight Javid 1, who is the only easy Javid fight. And he got stunned, so he's free. Nice.
Oh, nice.
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 Stop dodging Javid. There we go. That's the fastest I've ever done Javid because I got the instant stun. That was very, very tasty. Very, very tasty indeed.
No,
I'm gonna
that
grab
was
this
a
up.
really nice stunt, definitely.
Based stun RNG. You'll be seeing more of that later, folks. Lots more of it. It was the best Javid fight I've ever had in my life, though. And that's why Quick Banish is so useful. I did 1000 damage to him pretty much instantly, which is convenient. Although I am down 1 BG than what I normally have here, but that shouldn't be an issue to get back.
Obviously, Omega, we are.
Right, screw it, I guess.
killing
Actually, no.
Eisen.
I couldn't kill that. Well, I couldn't banish that stun, unfortunately. I got another stun this assassin. But, I didn't have the time to banish. Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, the fight's quick enough anyway. The fight is quickly enough. Yes. It's almost what I said. Now, you'll notice I run past a few, like, plot stars on the minimap in this area. The thing about this game is that quote-unquote plot stars don't always tell you things you have to do. They will always highlight the thing you have to do, but very frequently the game will just be like, we'll list all these things that you quote-unquote have to do for the story, but you don't actually have to do all of them at all. So we run past most of them.
Explaining the stun mechanic. Well, the stun mechanic is a little bit hard to explain, actually.
I can have a go at it. Where
Alright,
basically,
nice.
on stun, basically each attack that has an added effect of stun has a value on it. And that value will climb based on how frequently you attack things with the stun art. And after it hits a certain value, there is a chance that an attack will stun. It's also somewhat randomized how much or how high the value is, I'm pretty sure. But basically when you get a stun, it allows you to use Quick Banish, which lets you do a Banish Blast instantly. And it also has a damage multiplier to it. It's a pretty high damage multiplier as well. Such that you can one-shot a few bosses here and there if you get a very opportune stun into a incredibly powerful attack. But yeah, you have to build up a gauge, and then it's a chance, and the gauge can be somewhat random. There's a lot of RNG involved. It's quite sadness. I've seen runs where I just don't get a stun, like at all, on any of the fights where you don't rely on them. It just makes you sad sometimes. But oh well. Oh yeah, we run away from the spooky dragon because he's spooky. I don't want to die. Alright, now we get Edna.
Yeah, additional note to the stuns with status ailments, debuffs, burn, and so on. You can also increase the chance of a stun.
Oh yeah.
That comes also into effect.
There's some titles that increase your stun chance as well. And there's some skills that increase your damage multiplier and how long your stun can last, but we don't really get many of those. Just a couple here and there. But basically if you want to be particularly efficient in this game casually, you will sort of rely on stuns. And you will stun something and you will banish and then you will Mystic Art and it'll take most of its life. But relying entirely on stuns when you get one shot by bosses isn't very reliable. This is Spooky Assassin. We're gonna run from her too. I wish she had stopped comboing me, so I could grind usage on Shatterfang for later, but if she wants to combo me, that's fine too, I guess. It's not like I'm gonna die in the time it takes to escape anyway, so... Here's another bird.
This fight can be very complicated, because she is pretty good.
Yeah, that's like a winnable fight that we run from, but it just takes long, and it's actually fairly difficult. Whereas the Eisen one, not really winnable, not gonna lie. It's probably a winnable, haven't tried.
Nope. Nope. It's impossible.
He has super armor, he'll pretty much one-shot you no matter— oh, I accidentally said yes to building the bridge.
That's not the problem. Even if you get him down to like 1 HP, he will turn into question mark HP and you can't kill him.
Ah, I see. Fair enough. See, I would know that if I had a decent New Game Plus file, but nope, takes too long. My New Game Plus file gets to Eisen with about 2k HP and I still get one shot, so... yeah. Nice. Soft serve ice cream. That, by the way, is the most important snack that we can get from the snack preparation. Basically increases A or art attack by 8% for the next battle, and we will be casting spells a lot later. And even the battles where we don't cast spells, because we don't have very good spells yet, we use mostly hidden arts, which use both your art attack and your default attack. I didn't do the menu. Oh well, it's fine, I can do it in this battle. I did half of the menu, just not the other half. But basically, we fight these dogs. They're spooky. But before the fight, I want to equip the A attack title on Edna for later. And for now, just in case you level up, and do a quick combo. And now, we'll be using Earth Armatus for a while. You'll see me using a trick that's effectively an infinite, for as long as you have SC. Why did that dog have to go all the way over there? But basically, Edna's default weapon gives her an extra combo stage. So what you can do is you can use the default combo and then spell cancel by casting a spell with your fourth combo stage, guarding. And that action is so fast that you can then get your next attack off before the hit stun from your third combo stage attack wears off. which basically means it's an infinite for as long as you have the SC to continue the combo. The SC won't last the entire combo, but yeah. Staff, earrings.
About the assassin fight, the only thing you get when you win this fight is gold, and you don't get any experience, so it's more or less pretty pointless in the speedrun. Also, on the current level, it actually takes quite a while to kill her, and you're better off just running away.
I got a decent shop there. I got a couple of the items that will increase my damage.
Nice.
I'm missing one of them, but, well, it doesn't really matter. It's only the staff. And we also grab a few apple gels and a few life bottles, because we'll be losing a lot of health to every boss now. If they swing at us and we take the hit in the face and it is a bad attack, we'll just die. So we need life bottles as backup strat, and we need apple gels just to top us off so that we don't have to use life bottles as much because they're cheaper. Yeah, the only way to lose that fight is with Rose is if you armatize and die, because she can't see Seraphs.
Yeah.
So she'll just sit there, which is convenient. Now we go see this mini dragon,
Don't tell me you're gonna.
and we get chased by the mini dragon and spooky music happens. And then we go straight back out and it's disappeared. And now here is a part where we weren't sure which way was faster for a while, because you can do these two events in any order you want. But I'm pretty sure, well, we're pretty sure, I guess,
Shall I help you?
that doing this book's quest first is faster, because there's less backtracking, and it allows you to get, and one of the chests that you want to grab before going to do the other event is on the way, or is pretty much on the way to doing this event anyway, which is this chest over here, which contains a shabby spear for Alicia, which will make her do a tiny bit of damage. So yeah, we do this first.
Which is actually very different in NG+. In NG+, you're doing it the other way around. You go to the museum first and then do the book quest, because you don't need to get anything here.
Yeah. But we have to... There's a few things we have to do in this town. That is that book's quest, and we have to burn all of these floating heads of darkness. And then we have to go to the last star, which is the museum, and deal with the malevolence in there as well. And once you've done all those three things, the story will continue. The entrance to this museum is really annoying, because there's a herb on the right and a save point on the left. And we want to touch both of those things, or grab one of those things and touch the other. But there's no way to get to them before the cutscene trigger, so you just have to sort of backtrack a tiny bit to get them. It's a shame that we have to backtrack a little after the cutscene trigger, but you just can't get to those things at all before you hit the cutscene trigger. Now this dungeon is a little irritating sometimes. Things will pop down on you, and enemies can be hard to avoid. And if you panic, you can get into a dangerous encounter, which is effectively when you encounter more than one group of enemies at a time, and they take like 3 or 4 times as long to flee from. So it takes a long time if you get into a dangerous encounter. But basically, you just want to not get in any encounters. That's the ideal. But there's a room.
Dangerous encounter in this game are very, very dangerous, actually.
Yeah. I mean, things will kill you super fast if they get the chance in this game. With the levels we played the game at. This game is very rarely nice, even in casual playthrough with like one-shotting you and stuff. So when you're low level as well, it doesn't help matters at all. This is the room that catches me most often, but I'm fine, I got through it. And this room can be a struggle as well. even though we only come in here to get a chest. It's a pretty important chest though. It has a hairband in it, which increases our DPS by quite a bit, because that's for Edna, and we'll be using our Paralysis a lot. But fortunately, I got through here without any encounters, because there's no more encounters for the rest. So
yeah, nice. That room can actually be very annoying.
yeah. I don't want to ever see Saray X Wall in a speedrun, ever, in this place.
No.
That would
No.
be quite saddening. Right, now I have to do a menu. Because I need to equip some stuff that I grabbed from chests. Sword, boots, hairband, spear, set clip, and then firings to Saray and Edna. And I need to eat if I have spares. Which I don't really. I wish I could stop getting these butter cookies. They're getting a little irritating. I'm gonna quick save here just in case. I'm pretty sure nothing can be done to make it impossible to do this fight from within the fight, because you can access menus and stuff, but better safe than sorry. I'm gonna quick save fairly frequently anyway, just because I don't want to lose a run to like a soft lock that I've never seen before or something like that. That would be a sad time. I'm gonna run up, interrupting my combo, but I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm gonna armatize. And we're gonna do this infinite for as long as we can. I'm gonna hope we get stun. I'm also going to micromanage Lila to cast the heal spell on me, which increases your SC and gives you an A attack buff, and of course heals you. It can be useful for extending the infinite for a bit longer because it restores your SC, and it increases your damage because you get the A attack buff. This fight's going pretty well so far. Alicia's almost dead, but we don't really care. I'm pretty sure the buff is almost worn off, so I'm going to do it again. He got knocked down, so the combo's probably going to drop. Yep. Lila died. That's unfortunate. So we'll have to revive her, because we need the XP. And she died again. And I died. Cool. That's the best. Thanks, game. Oh well. We'll just try again.
Oh man.
And so begins trolling.
Yeah, he hits pretty hard, definitely. His
Oh,
attacks, don't underestimate
Yep.
them.
This is the part of the game where you kind of just die if you are unfortunate. And I didn't get a stun, it was kind of sadness. And then I got 2 stuns pretty much
Too
instantly.
early, yeah.
This time. So here's where you start seeing that stuns mean a fair amount as well. Or can mean a fair amount. Because it does give you a lot of damage if you get a stun. Especially against this guy. Alright, cool. Yeah, we're just gonna do the infinite until he dies. And hopefully he'll actually die this time without killing everyone. There we go. I still only lost 40 seconds. Even though I died. But yeah. That's attack. Nobody likes that fight. He has very
Yeah,
large
nice,
reaching
well
attacks. They're pretty quick as well. He's not a particularly difficult boss, just because you have the Paralysis Infinite for him, I guess. But he can kill you, for sure, as you just saw. This is a chest I actually do grab. It's got soft serve ice cream in it, which is nice.
I finished preparing the gel.
And we grab a herb. That fight mostly went better, not gonna lie, because I got that stun, or the second stun at the beginning. The first one didn't do anything, because I wasn't in Armatus. The second stun though got me like 1500 extra damage, which need to examine this. Got me about 1500 extra damage, which made it happen a lot faster. Made the fight go a lot faster. Now we get a harder fight. Although, it's generally not that hard to survive as like the player, but you kind of need to have your AI alive, except Alicia, at the end of the fight, so that you get the EXP. That can be a struggle, because there's an attack that will kind of just destroy you, instantly. And it's unblockable, so you have to dodge. And the AI can't dodge for anything, which you will see many times. They'll occasionally dodge, out of luck, but never ever rely on them dodging. Ever. You're just gonna get disappointed.
Yeah, this is probably one of the fights. At least I saw many players, also myself a little bit, on my first playthrough, at a big time of struggle with it. Because the Drake can be really tough. At this point of the game he has a quite huge amount of HP. And also his resistances and weaknesses are, well, not favorable.
Luckily we can proc a weakness with Paralysis, else this fight would take forever.
Yeah.
Which is winged, I believe, on our second attack. Lila tanked that entire fire breath to the face, which is just awesome. Thanks, game. Come on, stop flying so high, please. Thank you. One of the more annoying things about this fight is that it can be a little bit difficult to tell whether you've stunned him when you have. Because he's so high up that you just don't see the stars, typically. You kind of have to rely on seeing either the little flash that happens when you stun an enemy, or the bigger damage numbers. And one of those things will tell you that you got stun. Wow, that still had super armor. Cool beans. One of the more annoying things about status effects in this game is that it stops you healing. But at this point in the game we have absolutely no way of curing status effects. So... Oh, and he's dead. But yeah, we have no way of curing status effects, so we just get to deal with it and wait for it to wear off. Which is unfortunate, to say the least. But that fight didn't go too badly.
No, you still got it in a good time.
Yeah, we didn't see Whirlwind at all. But some more bosses use it later, and they'll probably use it, so... You'll see it later, don't worry. They'll probably one-shot someone. Probably won't one-shot me though, because I'll just auto-sidestep it, but... Well... If I mess up, that would be a shame. Right, here... I'm gonna do cheese risotto, because the marble curry bun is not going to help in the next fight. If somebody dies and gets revived by it, chances are they're just going to get instantly killed again. Whereas the cheese risotto can actually save someone who is on low health, and it goes off at like a really opportune time. It doesn't particularly matter, but it can help a little more, and it heals the entire party for a high amount of health, which is nice as well. Now we're gonna go pay these mercenaries to guard the town. Fun fact, you get 6,000 Gald from the fight against Drake, and the game doesn't let you spend Gald on anything except the inn after the fight. I don't think anything at the inn that you can have access to this early costs more than... Oh, oops, I've got to do something. Costs more than 3,500 Gald, which is the most you can... or which is the most you can spend of that 6,000 Gald to still have 2,500 to give to him. Here we're gonna grab... Oh my god, I got 3 skills on my sword. That's... terrible luck. Basically we're gonna grab a few Normin here onto our weapons to make Soraya a little more powerful by triggering the G-Union skill, which is effectively when you get a vertical line of skills. If you get the entire first line, you get all stats plus 20, which is a lot at this point in the game. So we're just gonna grab a few Normin, and put them on our Soraya equipment. Normally, the Calcite Sword has 2 skills, but if it has 3, I have to think about where I put my Norm in. It's just because we only get 1 slot if you get 3 skills in that sword, rather than the usual 2 slots, because it always has 2 skills on it. So I put Resist on a ring instead of the sword, like I normally would, just because it had the extra skill. But we only need one more.
About the,
Yep, go ahead.
talking about the difficulty of the game, you have to kind of like put it into 2 perspectives. The first one is, are you experienced with action type JRPGs? Because you can kind of like very easily adapt to the game. The second thing about Zestiria and difficulty is, Zestiria on general is not that difficult, but it is very punishing when you do mistakes, and especially in the speedrun, it's very harsh. Because slightest mistakes can actually wipe you instantly. So it depends kind of like on these 2 points to measure the difficulty of the game.
Yeah. Basically, if you give certain bosses super armor by attacking too soon after dropping a combo, they will kill you super quickly, and there's going to be nothing you can do about it because you gave them super armor, so you couldn't do any damage or stagger. Most of the skill involved in speedrunning is either not making mistakes at all, or either not making mistakes at all, or recovering from making those mistakes, or both. I try my best to not make any mistakes, but basically if I accidentally give a boss super armor, I will play incredibly safe until the situation has calmed down. I'll play a little less safe at the beginning of the game, just because the chance of things one-shotting you is significantly lower. Although if you get comboed like I did against attack, it can turn a lot worse, a lot quickly, or very quickly. But, well, that's just something you get to deal with. It's a lot about damage control. If you make a mistake, you're not allowed to panic. If you panic, you'll just die, and you'll have to start the fight again. Or in a random encounter, if you panic, you'll just die, and you can't retry random encounters. Right, need to do a bit of a menu here. Need to equip the Thorny Vest. Now, as you see, he's got an entire vertical line of skills, and that gives him a significant boost to his stats. Now, what else is the menu I need to do? I think that's it, actually.
About the
Sorry,
save
the menus
point,
are
you're
sometimes
wondering,
hard to
we
remember.
need to do a lot of backtracking and kind of like slight
That's the one.
skips at certain points to shorten the travel way. So it's mostly used for traveling faster and save up a couple of seconds or even a couple of minutes.
Or even 5 minutes. In a few cases.
Yeah, for example.
Alright, this is the plant boss. This thing can destroy you very quickly if you let it. Because its ads all have a thing called power link. Basically that means they are very powerful. Far more powerful than they're supposed to be. And basically we're gonna use our side plus circle combo starter, because it has a very large AoE, and it will stagger the ads. Ads, by the way, since that term might not be known to everyone, is effectively small enemies that accompany bosses. Whether it summons them or begins with them. Oh nice, that was a good stun. Or good timing for a stun. I managed to one-shot it, pretty much. Yeah, enemies that accompany bosses, whether they get summoned or whether they are there from the beginning. But yeah, Power Link can make things do immense amounts of damage. Yeah, that was a really well timed stun.
Wow, that was a very nice stun, definitely. You want to kill this boss very fast because he has this 360 no-scope attack, which hurts a lot, and also pretty other range attacks to kind of like reach out to other characters, and he likes to go for the AI a lot. especially when he gets to low HP. So
Yeah.
that was a very nice stun, absolutely.
Okay, now something here I'm trying this as a new thing. I tried it once in practice and it probably helped, I'm not entirely sure though. But basically, this instay that's compulsory for the story, I'm gonna try eating veggie sticks. Because there's a fight that can paralyze you soon. Well, 2 fights that can paralyze you soon. And it's very nice to be able to break paralysis since you don't have any paralysis escaping items at that point in the game. So instead of taking the Marble Carry Bon and reviving if somebody dies, I'm going to take the veggie sticks, and if I get paralyzed, it'll help me out. And it lasts for 12 battles, so it lasts a pretty long amount of time. So it's very likely that you're gonna have it still by the time you get to the fight, because the fight is a fair amount away. It's like 4 or 5 fights away from here. Now we go. We get to go back and forth like 4 times here between the big tree and the entrance / inn. But basically, when we approach the bridge this time, we see this guy on a horse who's injured, and he says, "Oh God, they're attacking! Save us!" So the mercenaries all gather up over there, but we're gonna ignore that for now. We're gonna go speak to the old guy over here, who has this little purple star above his head, which effectively indicates that it is an Irus gem side quest. And I call it a side quest, but every single one of these Irus gem side quests is required for the main story. So we do this now, since we're here. So you speak to him, and you return the library key from earlier to him, because he wasn't around. He was the guy we spoke to earlier at the bridge. On the other side of the bridge, that is. And then we grab this Irus gem, the Irvin Historia. And it's got a really awkward hitbox for interacting. really awkward.
Oh yes. You will see them a lot, and giving you a heads up, that's why we need to backtrack later on, like 1 hour.
Yep, there's like an hour of side questing. Quote unquote side questing, since it's required. Alright, now we go over here to talk to Lucas and his mercenary band. And we say, "Please go be safe." And they're like, "Yo, but we're cool people, and we're the best." And then we're like, "Okay, you can come then." There's a group of people over there after these cutscenes, and we're just gonna completely ignore them, turn around, touch the save point, and run to the battle so that we can kill some people. And along here, we are going to discover some squirrels. Squirrels! Yay! I do that for the AP, but also because squirrels are the best. You'll notice I run along the wall pretty much all the time throughout the entire run when I get or when I can. That's to avoid some encounters, try and get enemies to disappear on walls and such. But yeah, it's very useful. People talking about pure romance in this game. The only true pairing in this game is Saray and Mikleo.
Oh wow.
That is the only ship in the entire game as well. Every other Tales game had a ship that you can ride. And this game's only ship is Saray and Mikleo. And we basically tell that general that we don't give a fuck and we're just gonna go help Lucas. Even though he's basically got us by our throat by threatening Alicia. And this wolf is gonna troll me and make me get into... Oh nice, it disappeared. See, sometimes wolves do disappear. But you can't consistently get them to disappear, they just sometimes do. There's another wolf there. It's gonna encounter me. Oh my god. Leave me alone. Yeah. Damn it, rip tutorial. I think I have 2 tutorials left. Can you just escape game? Thank you. Oh yeah, I need a menu here. Real quick, we're gonna equip something called Chain Blast. which you will see in action very shortly. And auto guard, just because auto front step isn't that useful right now until we get another skill to combine with it. And now we're going to body a bunch of soldiers, because that's what we do.
The combat is more related to Grace's F with some adjustments.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually the shortest explanation you can give.
You're for the most part more free than in Grace's F, because you don't have to wait for your CC gauge to go up by one each, like one by one. Whereas in Zestiria they made the AC gauge, for example, go up all in one go, and in this game they gave you a pretty large SC bar, but an actual combo limit for each combo that you can increase with skills. Also, these soldiers are spawning in very convenient places. Although they stopped that now. Of course I jinxed it as soon as I speak about it. But they're nice and clumped together for me, and then this guy runs away.
The caster
Cool.
curse.
I'm just gonna body these fools, because they got in our way.
Yeah, you got a good one.
Yeah, it was a pretty good fight. And then darkness things happen, and it goes all evil, and people attack each other and stuff. And this wolf just came out of nowhere! God! Ugh! Are you for real?
Are
Wow, you actually have to wait for it to go
too?
Look at wolves, man.
Yeah. Enemies beelining you is just great.
I've never had a wolf just randomly charge at me as soon as the cutscene is over. So, we're a true marathon now, because that's never happened to me before. But yeah, we go up here, we see the general, he's being an arsehole still. Oh, he's being a general, I guess. An elitist. Then we go that this way. Inverted colours. And then we go back the other way again, because the game loves making going back and forth. And this fight is a very interesting fight in terms of speedrun strats, because it doesn't use Armatus. There is very few fights in the game where we just don't use Armatus when we have the choice. Instead, what we do, we put our AI on defensive, and I accidentally switched Edna in because I'm the best. Now I accidentally switched Mikleo in because I'm the best. Basically, the idea is that Lila is just going to heal us the entire fight. And we'll use this thing called Chain Blast, which you can only use on your third combo stage. To get an incredibly damaging combo on him, as you can see. We just drop our entire BG bar because we get a refill later. We use our auto back steps to charge up a bit more BG. But basically Lila keeps on healing us. And that gives us the A attack buff, and it lets us do more damage with our Shatterfangs. Right, can you hit me please? Thank you. And now we use the Mystic Art because they unlocked. We want to use the Mystic Art whilst we have the power combo going, because it lets the Mystic Art do more damage. And then we dump a couple more BG into the fight before finishing it. I'm surprised he isn't dead yet, to be honest, but it's fine. I hate that attack. It's like impossible to escape. Can you not? Right, dodge it. I'm surprised he didn't die. Not gonna lie. Alright, he's dead. That took a lot longer after the Mystic Art to happen than I imagined. Yeah, basically you have to use a Mystic Art there in the fight. So we just do it with a power combo to get the 75% extra damage. So that the fight lasts a little less time. But for some reason it still took me more than 2 Chain Blasts to kill him. Still, I didn't die, so it's okay. We'll get a BG reset later anyway, I think. Now we see Kitty Beard for like half a second before I skip the cutscenes. Then we end up here, pretty much knocked out. And we get the Rose Piggyback time, where you get to walk painfully slow. We touch the save point for teleporting to later, because we have to go through that cave behind us, eventually.
Yeah, the piggyback stimulator. Oh man. So we got just now saved by this woman, which calls herself Rose. And the kitty beard you saw is actually a very important character in this game. So we will see him a couple of times. And the PX camera angle.
I have to do PX camera angles, man. He wasn't in the race. I have to pay tribute. Does this cutscene normally
Go
take
for
this
it,
long to
man.
proc? Jesus. Is it forever? Oh, well, I have to do it whilst I can, because later on you run very fast. So it can be hard to avoid enemies if you do random camera angles. I know you did the PX camera for like 5 seconds, and then you gave up. God, Eclipse. Such a casual.
You gonna try the fast slide?
No.
Okay. I mean, it's hard to pull off, but at this point you can actually manage it if you really time it right to make the slide we saw earlier in the game with the soldier and Layla, for example. To get in front of her, and she pushes you like nearly the whole way. You have to do little movements, but you can actually manage it. But it's very, very tricky. I can
Once
like
she
pull it off like
stops-
every 5 times or
Once
so.
she stops, she actually just runs through you though. Because I have gotten it a couple times before and she just clips through you. You can actually also run so far ahead of her if you're good at movement that when she stops, you've already gone past her trigger for okay, Soraya's following me, and she'll sit there until you turn back and get back within the trigger. Because you went too far ahead. And it can't be because of any like move speed bonuses, because you don't get any of those during those times. Right here, we're gonna touch these switches and examine this door before we go sleep. We can't access the last switch just yet, but that'll open up soon enough. Skip some more cutscenes. Get some long load times.
Hey, that's
Now we meet Dezel, who has a cool hat, and we try and flee the assassins.
Oh,
But we get stopped by our Seraph friends, because they're our friends, I guess. And they don't want us to... They want us to relax. You don't need to speak to any of those people. They have nothing useful to say. You just go over here and press the last switch. And you grab this out here. And now the door is able to open. What you have to be careful of here is that sometimes you'll accidentally speak to Mikleo instead of opening the door. And that's not a fun time. Because he speaks for a while. Of course you can skip it,
not
but
sensing much malevolence.
you have to skip
all
it.
the better. This ought to be a fine
Skipping a cutscene you don't want to is long. And then Rose traps you in this room by accident,
It's no-
because she's a professional ruins explorer. And you have to examine all 4 corners. Well, not all 4 corners, but all 4 edges, I guess. And there's nothing we can do. So we commune, and we wonder what we should do.
Smile. I do hope she's all right.
So I speak
Just have to trust her and
to
keep-
these in whatever order I feel like at the time,
What was that?
and whatever the hitbox dictates
Whoa!
that I should speak to at the time, I guess. But basically when you speak to Lila, you get snakes drop on your head,
Get ready
and you get to kill them. So I'm gonna do a little combo, and then armatize and body the fools. Of course, maintaining Burning Echo for as long as I can, as before, because it does a little more damage.
Wait, what the hell are you doing? You mean those dust clouds? I don't get what you're saying.
And we just get to kill like a bunch of snakes here, and I wish they'd stop interrupting me. These are the first enemies that I was talking about that can paralyze you, and it's irritating when they do, because basically paralysis just stops you with a chance. It just stops your action when you try and do it, and you just sometimes don't act because of it, and it's very irritating.
Yeah, you definitely wanna make sure that you don't get unblocked hits from them.
Or use the veggie sticks, because they'll cure one instance of paralysis in this fight, and chances are you're not going to get hit more than. Can you spin the snake in a way? Chances are you're not going to hit by more than one.
Move currently. If you refer to what was it called?
I don't know what the wall is called. What either? Oh well, I know one of the walls. I know the seraphic art wall, but I don't know the hidden art wall. I just know the pillar and Tower of Blood. Right, and here you have to press the switches in a certain order. I've memorized this order now, because I used to forget it all the time. So I grinded it in my brain, and now it's there. So just press the switches in a certain order. You can find out what the order is, because when you step on the switch, it'll give you a good sound if that's the switch you were supposed to press. It's always the same order, conveniently. In this fight, you can't win it. For now. So I'm just gonna sit here and defend. And dodge when he does unblockables. And when he casts like that, I'm going to interrupt him with a martial art.
Do we die here? Let's not die here.
I know, but
And that's the first phase of the fight. You just get to sit there for a bit. And this is the second phase of the fight. You just get to sit there for a bit again.
Charge in like that. Hold out just a bit longer.
I know. I'm just buying time.
And I mean, you can do damage, but I don't think it sticks. And if it does, you'll only do like 100 damage in a combo. And it's just not worth risking dying. Because this thing can actually kill you pretty quickly. And you're just not going to do any damage to him for now.
Yeah, Dragon Newt is a very dangerous fight, actually.
Luckily you get a few useful tools to help you deal with him. Yeah, the main thing is make sure you interrupt his arts. Or his spellcasting. As long as you don't get hit by spells, you won't die. But this is just a timed thing. I only actually finished the combo because usage will go up, and it actually increases or decreases the SC cost based on how many ranks of usage you have, which it goes up in stages of half stars, and each half star gives you I believe a 5% reduction to how much SC it costs to use the art. And this combination of arts is the one that I'm going to be using the most in the game with Suri. So I just use the same combo over and over. And then you get this cutscene. And this is where the fight actually starts. And a couple people join, which is Rose and Dezel, so we're going to do menus for them first. Namely, we're going to switch them to Art Attack titles. And then we're going to run up. I'm going to do a real quick combo. Of course I get a stun, so I can't use it whilst I'm inamatized. But damn it. And we're just going to combo him for a bit. And this fight, you just kind of have to... You can't cheese it at all, you just kind of get to hit him for a bit. And you hope he doesn't kill you. It can be a little easier if you, or a little safer if you tell your AI to just back off. But, it's significantly slower. What I did just there was I used the armatized heal, because basically every armatization has a different heal, ability. It costs 1 BG. And Wind and Earths are the most useful ones, because they actually damage enemies in a huge AoE, as well as the actual heal being AoE. And it actually does a pretty significant amount of damage for this point in the game. So it's actually worth using for the damage if you have the spare BG. Which right now I do, so I'm going to use it again. It does about 700 to him, so it's definitely worthwhile. But yeah, you just get to hit him for a bit until he dies. And you hope your AI doesn't die. And Lila's getting stuck there. Based AI. That Binding Breath can paralyze you, and it will make you sad if it does. And it one-shots just about anyone. Please don't die. Okay, good. Right. Now I'm actually going to tell the AI to back off, because he's almost dead. And I don't want to, I don't want to lose too many life bottles. And of course the AI just sits there in his attack. One thing you do have to do with manual healing in this game is that if your AI is lower health than you, it will automatically target them. So, and very frequently your AI will be too far away for the hitbox on the attack to connect. So you can, by holding the spellcast button that you're using and pressing left and right on the left stick, you can change target to yourself or any other party member who is in range. Now this part of the dungeon is really irritating. It's very hard to avoid all the battles here. Because they come out of nowhere, and there's some undead and some wolves that you can't outrun. And they don't disappear on walls, and a bunch of other stuff. And they can come out of nowhere like that. Almost got me. Or lichens, rather, not wolves. There's no wolves in here. Actually, no, there is. Huh, let's see that. Hopefully. Okay, I got to the cutscene in time.
Wow.
I don't know where that guy came from. I really don't at all. He just appeared. And he didn't notice me or anything. Now, there's a bunch of stuff that can be really... Oh god, this is bad.
Actually... oh yeah, you go
oh,
first.
that's terrible. No, continue. I just, had unfortunate things happen.
Oh boy.
In the sadness room. Basically, that room is... There's a bunch of useful stuff we can grab in there. We ignore it all. Just because it's so impossible to, avoid the encounters in there. All we do is we grab the gem. We grab the gem, and then we touch the switch, because those things are required. But, yeah, it's very, very difficult to avoid the encounters in this room.
Oh yeah, the dangerous encounter. You now see why it's so dangerous. First off, enemies get a higher level. Like, I think 50% increase. And also the escape time gets like tripled or so.
Yeah.
And
Takes significantly longer to escape.
It's very dangerous run where you are constantly on a lower level.
Oh, sorry.
Also, one thing to note about enemies' behavior in the overworld is actually that they can't access stairs in certain rooms or certain areas of a room, which can be good, which can be but also bad. Like if you have to go through certain areas and an enemy is blocking like the doorway or so, you have no other choice just to fight it.
Dangerous Encounter is actually very useful, Eclipse, but not in a speedrun. It actually increases, or the drop rate for equipment in this game increases for every enemy that you kill. So a Dangerous Encounter that puts you up against like 15 enemies will increase your equipment drop rate by a significant amount by the end. Except, of course, the first, or I say of course, except the first enemy you kill. The first enemy you kill has a significantly increased drop rate on equipment, no matter whether it's a Dangerous Encounter or not. But I just wish they didn't make the escape timer go up so long. Not to mention there's way better ways to farm equipment in this game, because you can just use golems, which will always drop an equipment, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that though. to be completely honest.
I'm also not so sure.
I never saw them
but
not drop
yeah,
equipment,
could be.
so... And I had a full inventory, and the more equipment you have in your inventory, the less chance you have to get a drop in this game, which is also a bit of a annoying mechanic for farming, because it suggests that you should do short bursts of farming rather than... and then clear out your inventory, rather than just being able to grind for a while and hope you get everything. We're going to touch this save point for a side quest later. But I'm out of tutorials, unfortunately, but I do have enough BG on Saray to use Mystic Art in the fight. So it wasn't too bad, because I did get to the Dragon Ute fight before running out of tutorials, which is nice and convenient. But it'd be nice to have one after the next fight as well, just because it would be nice, because we're going to waste all of our BG on the fight where we use our Mystic Art. So it'd be nice to be able to get a refill off of a random encounter, but nope, it's fine. Itoshira's volume is a little low. Okay, I will turn him up as soon as I get a chance. It's just a little hard to find a chance. Since I'm busy going fast. I did try and test the audio balance, but I guess he's a little quieter now or something.
Yeah, I have a very high voice when I'm speaking English,
Yeah.
so I try to tune it down a little bit, so maybe that's kind of like the case currently.
Right, I get a bit of an opportunity here. I'll turn it up a little, and hopefully that will be enough. But basically what we do here is we run to the save point on the far west of the town, because, and you'll see why later, and I'll explain when we do what we do with it. But since we can't progress with the story until this cutscene is over anyway, we just run over here and grab the save point. But I'll point it out when I get to why we do that later. And we touch this save point as well. Oh, yeah, let me discover that. What are we running here? And then this guy, who we duped earlier, will ask us who on earth we are. And this is a 1v1. So basically what I want to do is get a stun. As soon as possible. The sooner the better. Can you just get stunned? Nope. Stun, please. Stun, please. I normally get the stun before Lion's Howl, so this is pretty bad luck right now. Please just get stunned. Please just get stunned.
Oh wow.
What on earth is this luck? I get hit by Tornado Drive. Thank you! God. Probably wasn't even worth the Mystic Art at this point. But that will one-shot him if you do that. I've had first hit stuns and I've had fights where I've killed the entire fight and not gotten the stun, so yeah, RNG. Pray to it. God damn it. That was
the problem
irritating.
with the Sergei fight is the lower Sergei goes in his HP, the more aggressive he will actually play, and also his combo prolongs by a couple of hits, so
Yeah, he goes pretty ham on
the
you.
last 25% HP of him are actually a case where you can get killed by him.
Yeah, and basically I'll show you very shortly why we touch that save point, and that is on the west hand side. We teleport from this save point to the other one, to the one on the west, and this allows us to save about 2 or 3 minutes earlier, because you see those two people over there with the exclamation mark on the minimap. They are an unavoidable cutscene no matter what you do, if you run down that road. And later on, there is a place you have to go to, and if you get into that cutscene, they will speak to you, and you will have to speak to every NPC in that area before you can continue. through the area. And so basically teleporting from the middle save point to the one on the west completely skips that cutscene trigger, and you never have to speak to those people in the area that you go to later. So it saves about 2 to 3 minutes maybe. And it doesn't... the funniest part about that, Suki, is that I didn't spend the time to explain it, because I had to stand there anyway to wait for my AI NPCs, or like Rose and Mikleo and those guys, to stop speaking. Because for as long as they're speaking, you can't proc Windstep off of eavesdropping on NPCs. So I didn't save any time. I didn't lose any time by explaining that at all. Which is nice. I had to waste the time anyway.
You're not getting the save point?
What save point?
Up at the forest?
Nope. I'll do that later.
Oh,
when I have double Windstep.
Okay.
Because double Windstep saves time on that.
Yeah, can actually be true.
And like
Yeah,
I would,
mean. There are so many different tactics and strategies you can go for.
I would go there if there was any equipment worth grabbing, but there's not in the forest. So, like, I go do the ruins before like the Japanese runner Braster's route, which you can find on YouTube. I go to the ruins far earlier than he does to grab a couple pieces of equipment for a hard boss fight. I missed my stop. Basically, we have to run all the way over here to this tree, this happiness tree, which has a chest under it, which has a very, very important piece of equipment, the spiked shoes. I will explain why when I go into the menu to equip them later, because I've got lots of cutscenes to... I've got like 10 minutes of running around in cutscenes before I equip them, which is awesome.
Yeah, the spike shoes are worth doing the detour up to that tree.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely worth it.
They increase your damage by around 15% for as long as you're in Armatus, because they not only give you attack and focus, which are both offensive stats, but they also give you an Earth attack plus 10% skill, and all of your attacks in Earth Armatus are Earth. And you use Earth Armatus for another hour or so, maybe 50 minutes. So all of our attacks will be Earth for a while yet. If anyone's curious as to why I bring up the little story part in the top right so frequently when I'm just running around, it's mostly to remind myself what part of the story I'm at and what trigger I have to go to next. Because, for example, here, it's very easy to forget that you have to go to the Knight's Tower to talk to Sergei before you can enter the Sanctuary, which is on the other side of the next map. And that's, yeah, forgetting that means you have to walk all the way to the Sanctuary, remember that you forgot it, go all the way to the Knight's Tower. So, yeah, it's very nice to not forget that. We go that way, even though it takes longer, because we get Windstep stacks, and I'll explain Windstepping a tiny little bit, since it's actually a little more complicated than it might seem. Basically, when you eavesdrop an NPC, or when you win a fight, unfortunately escaping does not work for this. You get a little speed boost for a period of time. And basically, not only do you get a little speed boost for a period of time, but there's a hidden stack value on it that I believe goes up to 5. And basically, each stack will give you an increasing amount of move speed. So you want to maintain a high amount of stacks as much as possible for as long as you can eavesdrop on NPCs for now. And then later, when we make Windstep last a longer amount of time, we will even go out of our way to fight occasional random encounters that we can kill quickly to make it refresh and to increase our stacks. so that we can run faster, and outrun enemies being the most important part. Like, running fast is nice, of course, or running faster is nice, of course, but the more important fact is that it will let you outrun enemies that you're not supposed to be able to.
He's the de facto leader of a powerful country. He's probably got more layers than you think.
All I know with the stacks is that after you get to like 3 or 4, you get such minimal gains off of any more stacks if they exist, that, like, after you get 3 stacks it's like, okay, I'm going fast enough now. At that point you can outrun most enemies as well.
The architecture definitely dates it to the height of the era of Asgard.
Glad to see you're impressed, but don't let
There is other ways to increase your move speed though, such as wind talismans that you can get from story bosses. You get up to 3
What is going on?
for a 30% move speed increase total, 10% each. And then there's a Lord of the Land boon, which happens after sacrificing like a lot of grade worth of items to a Lord of the Land, which will make you run super fast, but it takes
We disappeared?
a couple hours of just selling and
It's called the Spectral
sacrificing and buying and all that stuff. Takes a very long time, so we don't do it.
Yeah, on your first playthrough, getting the Lord of the Land to, I think it was 11, level 11 or level 13.
Yeah.
You have to do some work. So in the speedrun we won't get it.
Yeah, like in New Game Plus it can make you a lot faster if you just go out of your way to activate it really quick.
A hell
Just because it
lot
makes you
faster,
run,
yeah.
it makes you run like super fast. And here we speak to
the thing
Sergei.
is, with the buff from the Lord of the Lands, you actually only need 2 or 3 stacks to get maximum amount of speed. There is a cap on the speed, so
Yeah.
with the buff from the Lord of the Lands and a couple of wind step stacks, like I think it was 2 or 3, you are instantly on max speed. This fight is awesome. If you ever need a training dummy, here's your chance. You can do this all day long.
Or you can just use Lion's Howl.
Or you can just finish it right away. Yeah. But this is one of the 2 occasions where you have a training dummy. So, gonna like make a save file and you have a good training dummy because Sega is going at you. So you can try defending, dodging, art counters and whatnot.
I actually agree with Pandan here. I think training dummies in Tales games would be a great idea. Like, actually, just being able to go to somewhere and it being like a training room. Oh yeah, you
Why
don't
would
have
I
to.
use Sergei as a training dummy? Because he's good?
To trick the guard into thinking we're not here somehow.
The only issue with using Sergei as a training dummy is that he's a little heavier than many enemies in the game,
Yeah.
so some of your combos won't quite combo.
We made it.
Think we lost the cardinal with that?
Right, now we're past that cutscene, we can teleport over here to go to the caverns.
Around here, right?
I always get turned around after doing that teleport, because this place looks the same in all directions.
I also have the same problem. I get completely lost in where I have to turn.
Yeah.
Always.
So we just run around these plains a little. We avoid the enemies. Because random encounter's bad, okay? I would press the R1 button to the volume of the music, but I can barely hear the music, so... Since I'm playing this on the TV, and I don't want the game sound to come through my mic, because that would be terrible in terms of audio quality. So it's kind of low. I can barely hear attack effects though, because I use sound effects for... I use sound effects to make sure I time my combos correctly later. See, the game volume seems low right now, but the tracks in this game are audio balanced absolutely terribly.
Yes, I agree.
Some of the dungeons tracks are
You
super
sound pretty
loud.
confident. Is it just a hunch?
So I went to the loudest one I could think of, and I balanced the sound around that dungeon so that people didn't get their ears blasted out by the game. So for all these like calm areas that just have nice ambient music, you're not gonna hear it as well. But when we get there, you will not get your eardrums blown to smithereens.
Also, a common issue with Tales games or action RPG games is, depending on some fight, you have very heavy special effects, sound effects, and if they stack up due to like triple or quadra casting and so on, it gets also hella loud in fights.
Alright. Now we eat. I'm gonna eat a soft serve ice cream because I've had pretty good RNG. I've got 7 of them. So I've got more than enough spares. Because I need 2 for the very last fights of the game to hold on to. I like to have some for some fights as well. And this is an annoying fight, frankly. It can sort of make you incredibly sad very quickly if you don't know what you're doing, especially in speedrun. Not to mention, if you have someone dead at the end, you will miss out on arts. Pretty much 100%. Arts that you need, that is. If it was just missing out on arts for like arts that you don't mind about, so this is a nice combo. Nice. Thanks, Rose. It was useful. If it was just missing out on arts that you don't actually need, it would be fine. Wow, I don't believe it didn't get interrupted by that spell. Makes me sad. Oh well. I'm out of SC, so I actually have to cut my combo short here. Right. I tried to use Whirlwind. I interrupted it.
Oh, nice. Whirlwind is a very dangerous attack, definitely.
Very dangerous is an understatement.
Oh, nice follow-up with the stun.
Please get this off in time. Thank God. Basically, the most annoying part about this game, and reviving people, is that if you're too slow with reviving a Seraph, the game will auto-switch them out. And they count as dead until the Seraph auto-recovers, which happens over time. No, actually I shouldn't do that. Yeah, I thought that happened. So if you're too slow with it, you will not have the opportunity to revive them anymore. And that could be the worst, since you then have no way to revive. I guess you don't really need Rose alive, but it can be useful for later. Just because all the levels you can get on Rose are useful later, because we use her at the very end. But, well, not at the very end. Like for the second half, we use Rose. It's about 50-50 how much we use Rose and Sorry, and that's it. Dead. That's a pretty good fight overall, other than the few deaths to the fire breath. But yeah. Yes, the game does indeed lock you out of the menu whilst a Seraph is switching, which is annoying for microing people to use spells, considering there's no, like, you can't use right stick shortcuts to get people to use spells in this game. You can only go into the menu manually and get them to cast. The swapping mechanic when they're dead is fine, but they didn't let you disable it, was the issue. So, all they needed to do was let you disable it, or let you use a life bottle on a standby Seraph. But I can understand for story reasons why they wouldn't let you use a bottle on a Seraph that's technically inside Saray.
Oh yeah, you're going to the Ida cave, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy. So, directly a heads up. That save point just now, if you are not sure, go and save if you're trying the speedrun, especially on the first one. Because this cave is normally visited later on in the game, and the enemies are hella strong, especially many casters. You can die in an instant here. I had that experience on my first run, and it wasn't a pleasant one.
God damn it. There I demonstrated for a little bit the other technique you can do to avoid encounters, which is zigzagging. It works on any enemy that sort of teleports a bit. It's actually very tight. You have to get the timing for it down. Unfortunately, I got it going for a little bit and then dropped it, so they caught me anyway. But oh well. I'm not gonna hang around and kill them because it's a dangerous encounter. Normally, if you get into an encounter with undead and it's not a dangerous encounter, you just kill them and get them out of the way. But well, that was a dangerous encounter, so I didn't bother. Yeah. I didn't even get a chance to zigzag that time. But yeah, this time I'll kill them because it's just one group of enemies. I don't believe that. Side circle missed absolutely everything. The only problem with fighting these is that it can ruin your BG count, and it can be a struggle later to get it back up for the more important fights. I'm not entirely sure why the zigzag works, but it does. That said, you do have to have like a bare minimum movement speed to be able to do it in the first place. For example, at the very beginning of the game, when you don't have any of the move speed enhancing talismans from story bosses, you can't zigzag wolves at that point. You're just not fast enough. And they'll just catch you anyway. It does actually work on wolves because they run in mini charges rather than homing in on you particularly well. Wolves, boars, and undead, and butterflies. But butterflies you'll see it on butterflies a lot later because they become very scary enemies.
Oh yeah. Butterflies can be also very scary.
Right, now we grab the dragon tail. That gives Nick Cleo a 15% damage boost to dragons as a skill, which will come in very handy later, because one of the worst fights in the game is against the dragon that we use Micleo on, because it's resistant, well not resistant, resistant to earth. And there we grab Featherlight Steps, which is probably one of the best sets of boots in the game for a long time, just on how much focus it gives you. It gives you a very, very large amount of focus. And in case you weren't aware, we don't actually have the side quest to complete in this cave just yet. We're literally just coming here to grab a couple treasures and touch this save point so that we can teleport here later. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We grabbed this chest now rather than earlier because it costs Gald to teleport, and it's based on how much Gald you have. So if you grab that 4,000 chest before teleporting back to that save point, you'll spend a bit of it. It's not significant, particularly, the amount you spend, but if you end up like one life bottle shorter than, or like a few Gald short of a life bottle, oh, this tree is gonna, trees please. If you end up a few Gald short of a life bottle, then you'll think, damn, why didn't I just grab it the second time? It doesn't cost any extra time to grab it after teleporting.
Here, Micleo. I made this for you.
Now we get to Gododin, everyone's favourite town. Of absolutely nothing happens, pretty much. It's kind of quiet. I say nothing happens. I guess E-Grain exists here, but...
I mean, it is actually a beautiful town, but some scenes in here are like, yes.
Alright, here I'm going to stock up on items for an incredibly difficult fight that's coming up fairly shortly. But I will be using many of those items on. Many of those items on.
A destroyed entrance, huh?
And you'll see why the fight is obnoxious. It's not actually that difficult. It's just super obnoxious.
What mighty power!
Uh,
Oh.
not only will you see, but I will also explain. Because, that fight. I'm saving a lot of time here on my PB, because, that's the wrong serif. Oh well, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. Even though this boss got stunned, I'm not gonna Banish Blast him because I want all the BG I can get, because I'm very low. I actually have 0 with Saray right now. So I am gonna have to get into a random counter at some point. But yeah, I didn't banish off of it because I need to save the BG. I had one in Armatized form, and that combines both Human and Sarah. So it splits it in half for each. For the record, I saved 1 minute and 10 seconds on that split, just because of not getting into many encounters in the cave. Last time I think I got in, or in my PB, I think I got in 5 encounters in that cave. Which was unfortunate. Although one of them this time was a dangerous encounter.
Well, let's hope you get a good wolf RNG here.
And now we do something. This is where my route differs very significantly from the Japanese runner, Raster's, where before going to Igraine, I teleport here, and I run along this fence to go to the Gaferis ruins. Just to grab, because we can touch a save point there, since we have to go there later anyway. And we also grab a couple chests to make the fight at the end of the fire trial less trolly, because
Oh, okay.
the 2 items in question, although one of them only one of them really helps for the fight. We get the glacial earrings, and we get the garish pink garish pink shirt, as it's been pointing out to me. But it is not, in fact, a K and is a H. So it's garish pink shirt, not skirt. The glacial earrings increase your water damage by 10%, which increases your damage by about 8% to the boss, just because you already have a few percentage multipliers, and they stack up additively. For example,
Yeah,
you already
I totally understand grabbing some stuff more before that next boss fight, because that's one of the hardest ones in
pretty
the game.
much. But getting through here isn't particularly difficult without getting into any encounters. Nothing can chase you down, and about the only thing that control you is that a tree can sit in your way. But very rarely do enemies spawn in the middle of a corridor, such that you can't like get around them at all. And then it's even rarer that it's a tree. And god, trees. Ugh. Sit in the middle. You'll see plenty of trees later, and they will block me, 100%.
The problem with trees is the hitboxes of enemies is actually as big as their sprite is. So bigger
And then some.
enemies will have a greater hitbox, and you can actually easily run into a 3 in the root of that. That's actually, well, a couple of centimeters away, but the hitbox is still that big. So yeah.
And here we see, since I actually got one of the slowest overworld enemies in the game, the lumbering skeleton type, which just sort of walk at you menacingly, and then you just run past, and they're like, oh, we can't chase you, we can't just walk, please come back, and then we're just like, no. But the reason I don't actually come here any sooner is because you need the earth field action to get through this place. And we don't have it until we go to Godonin for the first time. And beat up the Tiger Man. That we just beat up. I used to also grab a couple of gal chests, so that I could buy more items later. But I use less items now, so I don't particularly need it. And now we just teleport back to Igraine. There's one precaution I take before entering Igraine, and that is to switch both Mikleo and Lila out of the party. I'm also actually I am gonna leave Lila in the party just because she has absolutely no BG. But I'm going to do something that might seem a little weird, and that is put her on manual. Basically, the AI is terrible at surviving, and the AI is terrible at dodging. I'm going to get into a random encounter, and I'm going to use the random encounter to charge my BG a little bit. Basically, by putting her on manual, she will make use of my auto steps, because she won't be pressing any buttons, or moving. And that will allow me to charge my BG a little faster. I always forget this door requires one of these pedestal puzzles. I don't forget any of the other doors need one, but this one, for some reason, always strikes me. Oh, thank you, Wolf. Nah, F you. Oh well, I had to get an encounter anyway.
Problem at the entrance that I go left first instead of right.
Ah. Yeah, that one's worse.
That happens to me a lot.
Yeah, basically, I had to get into encounter anyway, so this isn't so bad that I got into encounter with wolves, but I would have rather not. Yeah, basically if you die, you lose half your BG. Lila got a lot of BG out of that fight, so I'm actually just going to switch her out. I'm going to put it back on auto. And I'll just get BG for Saray now, if I get an opportunity. I'm not going to deliberately get into a fight though, because you only need one. You only need one BG. And then any extra is just makes the fight a little shorter and a little easier. Yeah, the thing is, if you change the strategies to tell the AI... Oh, before I say that, these cutscenes are unskippable. Why on earth are they unskippable? You can't move during them.
Yeah.
It's just like a little cutscene. Why couldn't they have just made it skippable, you know? Oh well. But yeah. Do I grab these? I don't remember. I think I do, right? Nope. It's another room that's very similar to this one. Say what?
In this chest, yeah, grabbing the firing.
Yeah, I don't actually grab
you
it
were just
normally.
asking, so yeah, to get the firing. Also, another chest later on in the dungeon for an armor.
Yeah, I don't actually grab the firing normally, just because I have 2 firings already. There we go, it disappeared. And that's how you can zigzag wolves. They eventually just disappear if they feel like they can't get you. I assume it's to stop them running into walls if they can't get to you, or something like that, endlessly. But yeah, that is zigzagging. I finally executed it properly. They just disappear. But yeah, because I already have 2 firings, but there's another room that looks very similar to that one, where I do grab both chests, which is this one. Because these chests are far more useful. There's a wolf there, it's gonna make me sad if it sees me. Luckily, for the most part, I remember most of these puzzles now. It took me a while. But
yeah,
it really did.
Also, to realize, oh wait. It's like this how it works.
Right, during this cutscene, I'm gonna scroll my notes down a little. Because I need to open the menu that I have to do at the end of this dungeon. There we go. Since I can't skip the cutscene anyway, may as well just scroll down my notes. So I've only been in 1 encounter so far, which is pretty good considering I had to get into at least 1 encounter anyway, just for the BG. My PB did get an encounterless E-grain because I had the BG. Ah, damn. Of course I jinxed it. Why did I jinx it, man? I was speaking like it was already over. Oh well,
man.
More BG isn't gonna hurt me. But yeah, I do very much like the fact that they, whether accidentally or not, coded in ways to avoid enemies, considering they can kind of just chase you down in this game. Are you kidding me? Go away, wolves! Don't want any of you! Oh my god.
Oh, bad wolves. Oh dear.
I jinxed it, dude. I freaking jinxed it. Why did I do that? I'm actually gonna quick save because that almost kind of killed me. It wasn't gonna kill me because I have quick steps and auto guard and stuff like that, but it was close. And this is why I switch out Lilia. Oh my god, another one! And it's dangerous. Are you kidding? I have to use a BG. Ugh, come on, man. Yeah, this is why I switch out
So it's roast boar, pretty much.
Lila and Mikleo, where if they die, they lose half of their BG. So, so if they die, you lose BG that you kind of want for the fight, because both Lila and Mikleo will be there at some point. Although, of course, they can auto-switch in if your fight takes too long, because you get a dangerous encounter like this one. Thanks, game. Now Lila has no BG anymore. Saray still has some, which is fine. But... bleeding wolves,
Yeah,
man.
the wolf theme in the fire trial is a horrid one.
I don't
No
actually
fun
mind
at
it
all.
auto-changing. The thing is, Omega, because it switches to Lila first. And she is the one that it doesn't matter as much that she has BG. The one that matters more is Mikleo, because he is the one he is the controller. He is the character you actually armatize with for the fight. And you only really need Saray BG, but Mikleo BG will make the fight significantly easier because Banish Blasts are useful.
Yeah, Mikleo is very important for the salamander fight.
Which is why we get the Dragon Tail in the Eda Cave and stuff like that. Yeah. I do about 20% extra damage here, just grabbing the Dragon Tail and the other thing that I got, Glacial Earrings. Right. Equip Saray, Lindware Boots, which are these, as well as Glacial Earrings, of course. Mikleo wants one of the Fire Rings. And Dazzle's Torso Piece. The other Burning Dash. I'll have this and this. And this. Now I change my battle actions a little as well. So I grab Auto Front Step and Push Full Guard. And then I eat. I'm gonna eat some things that I'm not going to use for the beneficial effects. I'm just doing it to get my HP back up. And I'll eat for A attack for the actual fight, and then I'm going to use some herbs. I use all physical attack power ones on Saray. I use all A attack ones on Rose. I use all focus on Rose. And I hold on to all of the others. For healing before boss fights later. I'm going to quick save. Real quick, just in case I forgot something important. And now we get to the most irritating boss fight in the game. In the speedrun.
Yeah.
It's pretty irritating normally.
Yeah,
Oh,
when
I forgot
explain
to...
this one, you concentrate on the fight, because this
Yeah.
fight has a special mechanic which comes up in a couple of other fights, and that is actually the iron armor or super armor mechanic when you have over 70% HP. Salamander can't be staggered, interrupted or whatever until he gets below 70% HP, which is actually the biggest problem of him, because getting him below that point takes like 30 seconds at least, and in that time he can
Takes 2
actually
minutes.
kill you. beside that, he also has like ads, and this fight can really stress you if you get unlucky with AI behavior, with enemy behavior and whatnot.
And you will get unlucky. You just will.
Yeah,
You'll notice I don't
yes.
revive the AI at all for the super armor phase, because they will die instantly and they're useless because I can't stagger him. Also, these ads are being trolls right now.
Yeah, the ads mostly focus on the one with the highest HP, Salamander. His AI is focused on the character with the lowest HP value. Not max HP, current HP. So they kind of like always split up.
For the record, I control Rose for that first part because Salamander will always be going for Rose there. And that allows me to keep her alive one extra time. And of course I didn't get the banish in the game. What? How did that not let me? Ah, that's not lit off. Damn. It's fine. Basically, luckily, most of his attack, or none of his attacks are hidden arts. So, you can either armor through his martial arts with hidden arts, which is what the circle button on Armatization is, and you can just back off if he casts a spell. All of his spells for the super armor phase, it's always going to be Pyrogenic Ring. Once his super armor wears off, he can use other spells as well, but we don't really worry about that phase. That phase isn't an issue. Yeah, as you can see, I'm trying to snipe him with as many Banish Blasts as I can. Just because it does more damage. And I'll be using a lot of items. But I will just be armoring through his attacks. And doing as much damage as I can to get him out of super armor phase. Because that's the only part of the fight that is a struggle. I mean, he can troll you a little after that, but it's nowhere near as bad. Okay, he's run out of super armor, so I'll start reviving people. If they die with no BG now. The lucky thing you don't have to worry about in this fight is EXP, because at the end of the fight, everyone will get revived.
Yeah.
Which is really, really convenient. I'm very glad they did that.
Oh, yes.
Because it means you don't have to waste items reviving people at the very end, so they get EXP. Thanks, game.
So after the super armor phase, interrupting him is quite easy, so you can actually a little bit combo him. And if you're AI with Rose and for my part Dazzle, for example, if they are in a good mood, you can actually combo him like nearly all the time in a nearly endless combo with all three characters.
Alright, I'm actually gonna revive now. This is looking like a good spot. Of course he uses Fire Breath. Oh well, I guess I'll just leave Rose dead. Screw it. She's not gonna do anything useful. You can time your attacks, just like I did on that one Saint's Arrow just there, so that it just hits him out of his attack, just as he gets to the target. But, well, it's not worth going out of your way to do, just if you get a good opportunity. And of course, if you cast a spell, you'll just give him a reduced casting time. Oh yeah, it's unblockable, I forgot. But this fight is not enjoyable, particularly, because you just have to brute force your way through the first phase, and it's very just irritating. Luckily he doesn't do that much damage to Sarai, so you can just kinda go ham on his super armor and he'll eventually die. Or his super armor will eventually die. This is the other spell he can use, the Burning Strike. It's actually somewhat of a threat, I guess. Doesn't do that much damage, but it actually does damage. Pyrogenic Ring does very little. to you at this point. Also, it's very annoying how slowdown happens when you hit into someone who's spellcasting, based on how many hits you get. And all of Water Armatus's hits are many, many hits. And you just missed a call at him with Fire Armatus and the fight's over. Hurrah!
Incredible.
Yeah, that fight is again a tutorial, full BG for everyone. Everyone gets revived. And enjoying our first Amortization Mystic Art.
And that is the most annoying fight of the game. Oh yeah, you have to teleport to the goblin. I brain farted a little bit there. I was like, wait, where am I supposed to go now? I was trying to go to Vindrago too early. Yeah, the fight takes pretty much 5 minutes. Like, you can't really get it much lower than that. Not at these levels. And without dying. You can go super ham on his face. And probably kill him in about 3.5 minutes. But you'll die. Most of the time if you try and do that. So, I don't even attempt it. I'm actually gonna stay at the inn. Because I died very, very many times. Just kidding, not gonna stay at the inn.
If you go full ham, you also need like the full help of the AI to get him below 4 minutes, because you need every little damage you can get, and that on a constant basis actually. So yeah, make it safe, getting as soon as possible under 70% HP, and then just melt him down little by little.
If he wasn't resistant to Earth, after you kill his super armor, you could combo him with Earth, but it's just not worth trying. I have tried it. You do about the same amount. You do about the same amount of damage, but well, if you're doing the same amount of damage in Earth Armatus, then it's just going to take you longer than with Water Armatus, because you have range with Water Armatus. Yeah, just because the range. The only reason we use Earth Armatus in all the fights that we do is because it does so much more damage, and because we can infinite.
You're going Earth first, right?
Yeah, I do Earth first. The thing is, Earth isn't that close to Wind, and it's actually closer to teleport to the save point outside Gaferis Ruins. Most of the reason we do Earth first is because, one, we want to check the shop at Ifrit's Hunting Ground, and two, it really doesn't matter which order you do them in, I guess, but in Earth you do get a useful piece of armor, whereas in Water you get literally nothing of use for Earth Trial. Literally nothing. So, it doesn't really matter which order you do them, as long as you check the shop at Ifrit's Hunting Grounds. Because that is the one shop that we will be visiting until we get the item we want from it, which is a Feldspar dagger. Because that's very important for the late game. Very important indeed. Luckily we have pretty much the entire game to try and get one. After we can go to Ifrit's. Hey, there's one thing we can get in the Water Trial, and there's the Animalia Norman, which gives you Beast plus 10% damage, but it's only worth going for if you have... I didn't grab the tablet. For some reason they make you examine twice there. One for the gem and one for the tablet.
So, question to the chat.
Beautiful
How often
icons.
you got lost in this place? Because I'm honest with you, I got lost like 2 or 3 times at least.
God damn it, that guy came out of nowhere. The nice thing about doing the fire trial and then going here is that it automatically makes your party, as far as Seraphs go, Lila and Nicleo, which is the ones you want to have out here. Because in the boss you're going to use Edna and Dezel. So it's handy to use their, or to hold onto their BG for as long as possible. It doesn't matter if Rose armatizes with whoever is out, though. As long as she doesn't die in the fight, which will make the next Seraph come out. It doesn't matter if she squanders all of Nicleo's BG either, or her own. She won't be used in the fight. She will probably die very quickly, and she will stay dead for the entire fight, because she only makes the fight more annoying. She can do a little more damage, but... Well, she can help you do a little more damage, but it's just not worth risking giving Medusa super armor, considering she can... She's pretty much the first boss that will one-shot your entire party if positioning is bad. Although granted, she doesn't really one-shot you with damage, she just one-shots you with a gimmick. Based Petrify. That you can't cure with anything. I got lost in this place only because I was trying to get to all the treasures first and I went the right way the first time. Every time.
Oh
it
man.
made me sad.
Yeah, for some odd reason I was running around and always ending up in the same place. I was like, where do I have to go? I was completely confused.
Yeah.
Because every corridor just looked like the same and I was like, oh man, come on please, what?
I think the reason I got through this dungeon pretty easily, in terms of like, not doubling back on myself, is because I played Final Fantasy X to death. And that game pretty much forces you to use the minimap for movement. Whilst you will see, like, I will sometimes, very occasionally, be very late to react to enemies appearing in my way. Like with the Lizard Priest I got into a fight with earlier, the second encounter I got into here. And that's mostly because I'm looking at the minimap for directions, sometimes. So occasionally I'll react a little slow. It doesn't happen too often though. For the record, this is the dungeon where it's most useful that enemies will not follow you downstairs, or upstairs for that matter. Because there's a couple sets of stairs that are very close to enemy spawns, and you can't outrun werewolves and you can't zigzag them. So if one of those enemies appears, you just kind of have to beeline for the stairs and hope you get there in time. Alright, now we do a really long menu for the boss. That one doesn't matter, I wouldn't have escaped it anyway. I actually reacted slow to that one because I was scrolling my notes down to see the menu. But, oh well, doesn't matter. Right. Spiked shoes. Edna, Garish Mink skirt. And Travelite steps. And Nicleo's ring. Eat for A attack. I'm gonna have to use herbs to restore. There we go. And then, here's what we do with this. There's a little bit of AI manipulation you can do with this game. With spellcasting. On top of just telling them what to do in the strategy menu. And that is, you can disable all but 2 of their spells. It will make them cast spells most of the time, because they will try, their first course of action after casting a spell will be to try and cast the other spell that they have available. Yeah, it's a bit of AI manipulation. You do need to do a bit of strategy for it as well though, because you need to have engage at range. And I'm going to turn Rose's BG use off as well, because we don't want her to come back to life by armatizing. And we're going to turn everyone on focus attacks as well, just to make them use a little bit more of their SC. Quick save in case I've forgotten anything important. even though you can do most of the stuff in the menu anyway. Now this fight is a troll. It is just a troll. You just have to get very good at dealing with it.
Yeah, the problem with this fight is the HP scaling of bosses just skyrockets at this point.
Let me open the
And
menu
also
game.
the stats.
Of course she casts Grave on Javid straight away.
Oh man.
But basically, the strategy for this fight, as interesting as it is struggle. Because the strategy is wait for Dezel to cast a spell, and then combo off of it. That is pretty much the entire strategy. Because you can't stagger her at all with Earth Armatus. There's nothing you can do. Not a single one of your attacks can stagger this boss. So you just have to wait for Dezel to cast a spell, and you combo off of it. You can do a bit of damage, even without her being staggered, but you won't do much. Come on, Dezel. There we go. And this is the entire fight. And you just have to try and not to mess up too often, because if she gets Petrify off, you are dead. I manually dodge Grave whenever possible, just because it's very easy to dodge.
Yeah, this is the first time where you get introduced to Petrify, and Petrify is, besides Curse, the only status ailment you can't cure with items. Sorry. And either you kinda like let that character die by
Please, Dezel,
any
just cast a
possible
spell.
way, or you set him up with Dazzle, because all his titles now get immunity against Petrify.
In Armatization. I don't think it works in Seraph form.
Right?
Can you please cast spells, Dezel? Jesus. I don't know why the ads are not going on me either. They normally go on me pretty reliably. I'm just chasing Dezel down, interrupting his spells. It's getting very irritating. Oh, come on, are you serious? How did that Radiant Heat miss? Are you kidding? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I meant to use the heal. Oh my god, these ads are just chasing him down relentlessly. Alright, finally, it got on me. Jesus. That took forever. Come on, Dezel, where's the spells at? Where's the spells at? That one only just spawned, Dezel. Come on, how did it interrupt the spell? As you can see, this fight is, or can be, a little bit trolly. It can go very, very well. He can just cast spells the entire fight and you get very long combos and stuff like that. But other times you'll just sit here for days waiting for him to cast spells and won't do it. Normally he casts Radiant Heat often enough and gets it off to just hit the ads and Medusa at the same time. But he's just not casting Radiant Heat much at all. You'll notice me use the heal sometimes. It's not for healing, it's to damage the ads that are surrounding Dezel. Because they're getting annoying. I'd rather just waste the BG, kill the ad. And not have to deal with it. Oh my god. And sometimes he'll troll you and he'll just run up and do melee attacks. But there's just nothing you can do. You just have to hope he uses one of the wind ones, so that you can actually damage her. Alright, at least blocked it. This one I am using for healing, because I'm a little low. To be fair, this fight isn't going too badly, other than the whole Dezel not doing what he's supposed to do thing. And now she's going to start casting Petrify. So now I'm not even going to attack unless I'm getting a combo. because you won't stagger her. So if she gets Petrify off, basically if she gets Petrify off on you and then decides to go for Dazzle instead, rather than just killing you to cure you with Petrify, since death is one of very few ways to get out of Petrify. Okay, she should be dead. I'm not sure though. Yeah. Well, it went very slowly, but I didn't die, so it's okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
It's, that fight took me forever though. I want to look at the time. For the record, this fight is supposed to take around 240 to 250, and it took me 437. All because...
Well, you didn't die, man.
Yeah, at least I didn't die.
Right?
Like, for as long as I don't die, I really don't mind
Yeah.
what happens. Oh yeah, you
I
can't
mean,
travel between
Marathon
seconds.
luck nearly got everyone.
I can still feel a
Basically, we
to
just
a
have...
certain extent, and you are no exception to that.
Yeah. But yeah, you just have one more thing you need to do in this place. Unfortunately, we can't... Well, we can do it before the boss, but it's so far out of the way that it's just not worth doing it before the boss at all. And that is, there is a single chest that is worthwhile in this entire dungeon. And of
Oh,
course,
yes.
it is the most out of the way room that it can be. So we're gonna go grab that chest. It's a very, very useful item that will literally sit in our chest piece slot for the rest of the game. The entire rest of the game. We will never, ever swap it out.
I'll say.
It will always be equipped on someone.
Stronger, huh?
Don't say anything.
It's that tier of good.
It's obvious.
Alright, this Lycan, I'm gonna bait it over here. Or this werewolf, whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna try and avoid it. No, I can get to the door on time. Basically, if you open one of the doors, chances are things stop chasing you. They don't always for some reason, but most of the time they stop chasing you. So I tried to do that, didn't work. It decided to keep chasing me. No, it's not the right chest. God damn it. It's like the only room in the game where you pick the chest on the left instead of the one on the right. But it's the Kingly Waistcoat. It gives you sick nasty attack gains. We basically just went to the gym and popped a bunch of steroids as well. That's how much more damage we do. We don't use holy bottles because they only take effect on enemies that are lower level than you in this game. There is one spot where I use holy bottles. One. And that's because it is a backtrack. It's a pretty long backtrack, and we don't have double wind step at that point. So it's not worth killing the enemies. We just holy bottle, we run through.
That goes for both of us.
Yeah, for the most part, we are below the level of the enemies all the time.
Yeah.
So holy bottles in this speedrun are more or less useless.
It's only when we
That's
backtrack that we
definitely
are
one big disadvantage.
a higher level. I do actually somewhat prefer the way holy bottles in this game work, but at the same time I kind of wish they just worked like Zillia ones where enemies run away. That would be very convenient. And would pretty much
Well, I would
trivialize...
prefer they just ignore you.
all that, yeah. One or the other. As long as they
Because
just...
running away can also be
Yeah,
very
that control you
annoying,
just as
actually.
well.
Yeah, definitely.
They can sit in front of ladders and stuff. Head to the inn for dinner. Right. I always forget what to do in this part. Because this part is like 3 hours into the run. So, at the start of the run, I remember all that stuff because it's at the start and I've done it a billion times and had to reset. And the end of the run, I remember just because, like, it's the part I've done most often, pretty much all the time, if I've finished a run. But this part in the middle, especially like where cutscenes put you and what the next story trigger is, can be tricky sometimes to remember all of them and their orders. Right, obtain the remaining spiritual powers. So now we're going to teleport out of Pendrago to the entrance, and we're going to go see if the shop is going to be kind to me. Whilst we do want the Feldspar
Let's
dagger,
praise the RNG gods.
whilst we do want the Feldspar dagger on this trip, so we don't have to grab a chest.
But beyond that,
The thing I want more is the Animalia ring. Just because the only time it's worth buying that is on the first shot. And if you don't get it, it's not worth going to somewhere in the water trial either, just because you'll be equipping that ring if you do grab one. So you've got no other real slots to put it on, because most of our equipment will be changed by that point. The thing about rings is the stats on them is very rarely massively relevant to how much damage you deal. You can get like up to maybe like 20 or 30 of an attack stat or focus off of one of the higher tier ones, but it's mostly for skills because they can be equipped by anyone. And the element reduction against Salamander is nice, and otherwise the only ring we really use is fire rings for the 8 or 9 air attack they give you. I think it's 8 on level 0. Grab this chest, a bit galled. We'll probably need it at some point, especially with how many gels I used in on Salamander. For the record, it's actually really convenient that I didn't use many items in the fight with Medusa, because Dezel died, what, like twice? At all. One of them was at the very beginning. I just got to heal him with BG instead. Which is, yeah. So we've got lots of items. We're not going to have to stock up too many. Right. Please Feldspar Dagger. Please Animalia Ring. For the record, I've seen a shop here that was like, it had one piece of equipment in it before. I tweeted it. Okay. If you say so, game. Wait till you see the shop, Itoshira. Wait till you see the shop.
Let's see what we got.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, wow.
Are you actually kidding me?
Are you serious?
Is this real life?
Wow.
Is this even real life? Not a single item.
I had that one time at a shop that there were only consumables, and
Are you?
Wow.
I mean, it's not the end of the world, but
so yeah, now we can actually talk about relevance about the shop RNG because we got a very good example.
We got the best possible example.
Wow.
The worst I've gotten in any run, practice or not, is one item in any shop. Ever. So I have seen that happen before in casual. So I have seen it happen before, just not in a speedrun. I probably got a bit too loud there and woke my mother up or something, but
yes,
hopefully not.
Yeah, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, but this was just
because it is
wow. Of all runs
7 AM.
Days.
Goddamn, dude.
Oh, seriously.
All the times the RNG could troll me had to be today. This run.
I mean,
I hope
it's
that board
common
didn't
that
see
you
me.
don't get the item you actually need or want.
Yeah.
That's a very common theme.
But I'd at least like to see some items.
Exception of all. Oh man. Well.
God.
Well played, Fel. Well played.
I don't know if well played is the word, man.
I think
well played
from
game.
now on it is.
Oh well. I'll probably get a Feldspar Dagger eventually. As long as I get it in the run.
Yeah.
At all. I hope I get it.
Oh, the Minotaurus fight.
Right, King Waistcoat.
Just for the record, this is my favorite scene that's coming up. I love it.
I don't blame you. Let me crit the other Featherlight Steps on her. Which ones are better? Those ones. Okay, that's fine. And then we turn the BG use back on, just in case. And we'll eat spare food. I accidentally exited the menu. Defense will do. Right. Now we fight Minotaur. This boss can be a bit of a troll. And it's generally not too big of a deal though. And I didn't.
Yeah, Minotaurus is
Oops.
pure power.
Oh well, it's fine. As long as you only let him escape once, it's fine. I kind of forgot to do the Spectral Cloak. but it's fine. I know where he goes, because I've actually done this once before.
Yeah.
I didn't know
It's
this
actually
happened
not too
until
bad.
I messed it up in a speedrun. But yeah, the first time it doesn't matter because he just spawns over here, and you can just do it here instead. So it doesn't take any extra time because you have to come this way anyway. Other than the fact that you have to walk a little further with Spectral Cloak on, and since you can only walk with Spectral Cloak. Ah, damn, got out of the combo. Can you stop having super armor? Thank you. Yeah, we're just back to use our strategy of infinite him for as long as possible and hope for stuns. Straight back to that.
You actually got a stun there.
Did I? I don't think I did.
You had a stun.
I didn't see the numbers get bigger.
Yeah, he's also a problem to see the stun properly. The only thing where you can determine the stun is that the damage number gets a little bit bigger.
There's also a bit of a flash on when you actually do the hit that gets the stun. No, not ball call, please. Ah, you fucker. Oh, sorry about that. Piggyback. Damn. The thing about balls is they are resistant to Earth. So it's very hard for you as the player to take them out in Earth Armatus. You just kind of have to hope your AI deals with them for you. Or you have to hope the AI doesn't give them super armor in the first place. Since that's the only way they're going to get ball call off. Ugh, come on. This is a bit dicey. Yeah, because as you see, they're a strain word. That means that you won't stagger with that element. They just don't get staggered at all by Earth Elemental attacks, so they can interrupt you. Please, stun. I think the ball's dead. Not sure though. Please just stun. Of course not. I almost died. That was very, very close. No, okay, good. He didn't get off, did he? Good. I'm gonna manually armatize Rose here because I want her armatized right now. Not another ball.
Yeah, mostly the Minotaur is
Okay,
easy to get into a hitlock and also more or less stun him. The problem with the Minotaur is he's, as I said, pure power, and if he gets a hit on you that you take to the face unblocked, well, you are in for a treat.
Or stepped. You can quick step stuff too. Oh, 1800 damage to the face. Rip. Well, not rip, but almost. I'm just gonna turn the AI off here because I don't want to risk dying.
The body press is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, especially on Saray since you have the Kingly Waistcoat equipped here, so you're not getting any defense out of your chest piece, which is the place where you normally get your physical defense. Because the Kingly Waistcoat gives you 100 attack or so instead of defense as its primary stat. How's a third attack in that combo? Huh, can't see that. I feel like I've probably seen that. Just didn't remember. But yeah, I've turned the AI onto defensive for the rest of that fight, because I didn't want to risk dying again. Super armor is not a fun time. In that fight, because he can instantly turn around and kill you.
Yeah, nice. Nicely done.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slow fight, but we got there.
Yeah, better safe than sorry. I mean, I have often died, like, at the last 10% or so, because I forgot about his triple combo instead of the double hit he normally does at the beginning. He will gain an extra hit in his X-Wings, and it took me off guard, and I kinda like took that one.
Well, Earth staggers him as well, McLolan. The reason we don't use any other element at all, in fact, is Earth does a lot of damage. Even without the infinite, it's doing the most damage per hit. and it also has an infinite, so it's by far the best one early on. Very soon we'll actually be changing up our strategy for most of the game, because
Oh, yeah.
the damage of Earth sort of gets obsolete. But yeah, the only things that would be an issue is when the boss resists all of your elements, which you will see later, where we will revisit Earth Infinite, even though we use a different strategy for a very large period of time. And you will see us go back to it for nostalgia purposes, aka we actually need to use Earth on that fight, because it takes forever otherwise, and it's very risky otherwise as well.
Also, on another note, Earth Amortization has probably, I think, the most attacks with a stun value. Edna is kinda like a stun master.
Fire has more, but not until the final bosses in Speedrun, because it has default circle, which does stun, up circle, and side circle do stun for the second stage, and Tower of Blood, which is like the highest stun value attack in the game.
Yeah, later on it switches.
But you don't get Tower of Blood for forever. So yeah, Earth has the highest values until you get Tower of Blood on fire, and yeah, we won't use Tower of Blood just because it's obsoleted by superior strategies, even when we get Tower of Blood at the very end. But that's probably, if you played this casually and use Fire Armatus as your main one, you know that Tower of Blood is probably the most useful hidden art in the game. It does obscene amounts of damage, has a large AoE, combos into pretty much everything, and combos pretty much out of everything, and stuns. Like, it's very, very good. It's just so good. But that's
Can I
only...
just mention that that butterfly followed you a very
Oh, yeah,
long
yeah, I did.
time? Wow.
I did a little bit of zigzagging, it's probably hard to notice though. But basically, butterflies, when they disappear for a little bit, they move very quickly for as long as they're invisible. So for as long as you can see it on your screen, you don't have to zigzag at all. But it only moves in one direction for as long as it's invisible. It's like a boar charge. It will just move in one direction until it appears again. So you just have to zigzag whenever it disappears. It's a pretty easy zigzag to do compared to wolves. Oh yeah, this is the part where we use the holy ball.
Yeah, right. This is the only part where we actually can use the holy bottle.
Yeah, this entire cave and the entire area after it is all significantly lower level than us, because it's mostly backtracking.
Omega, the problem with wind is very tricky to handle, actually. That's kind of like the biggest problem. It can be very, very useful, but handling wind in, I would say, like, trying to combo with it, that's very hard.
Wind is a Dragon Slayer.
Yeah.
That's pretty much all it's for. It's just a Dragon Slayer. Because dragons have super armor, and wind has very good... The problem with Earth and its stuns is that even if you get a stun, you're only going to get one banish off. In pretty much every situation. Attacks are just too slow. Whereas with wind, it's incredibly easy to get 2 banishes off on a stun. And every dragon has permanent super armor for its entire life bar. So it's a Dragon Slayer. It has its niche uses, but yeah, I would agree that it's the worst. Its R2 heal is the best, though, of all of them. It heals for significantly more than the Earth one, and steals SC from any enemy it hits, and does a large amount of damage.
Yeah, in
But,
general, use wind is very low.
Other than that, I would agree
compared
with
to the
Omega
others.
that...
That's true.
Other than that, I would agree with Omega that water is fairly overrated, but I can see why people like it.
Yeah.
I find its DPS to be a little lacking compared to fire, and it of course doesn't hold a candle to Earth in the early game, because Earth is god tier.
Well, you got the luxury of the range with water, so
Yeah,
a little bit
that's
lower
pretty much what you
damage
have.
is obviously
Yeah.
the most part.
That's why I can understand why people like it. You get nice range and you get large AoE on your spells. Of course, once you
Yeah,
get the final spell for
definitely.
water, then it's far and away the best for like casual, just because you can loop it literally forever. Especially once you get Miklio's quote-unquote joke weapon, which comes with 40% cast time reduction on it by default, as its own skill, rather than needing to stack for it.
Yeah, also actually you have to agree that the Wind Mystic art is actually the most beautiful one. And
I like
also
FellVisage.
from the range, actually, it's a very huge
Yeah.
AoE.
Like, FellVisage is probably one of the least useful, only less useful than the Water Mystic art, which I still don't know the name of because it's so terrible. Its AoE is puny, whereas FellVisage's
Yeah.
AoE is disgustingly inconsistent. But
Oh yes.
like, it seems like sometimes it hits the entire arena, and then sometimes it just like hits single target, even though there's two enemies right next to each other. And then Earth and
Yeah,
Wind
absolutely.
Mystic Arts hit like everywhere, and then everywhere's mum as well. Because, yeah, range. And we are finally almost done with all the backtracking. Unfortunately, you can't teleport back here until you do all this backtracking. Because there's a cutscene
You used to live on this
that you're
riverbed,
up at a bridge,
then?
the bridge that's just ahead.
For man-eating monsters nowadays,
Um,
though. You didn't have to say that.
and once you hit that cutscene, you can teleport
Even he
anywhere
doesn't
in
recognize me anymore.
the Lady Lake region once more. I also have somewhat new strats for the Tiamat fight, which I'm interested to test out, because I came up with it when I saw Maelstrom accidentally Mystic Art Tiamat in Wind Armatus. But it might actually be
He did.
pretty valuable to do it, rather than using just banishes. But we'll see when I get there. I'm just gonna test it out. It won't kill me or anything, it'll just make the fight either a bit faster or a bit slower, depending on whether it's worthwhile. Yeah, as soon as you touch that cutscene with Alicia,
The entrance to the ruins
you can just
well hidden, right?
run up here,
We better be extra diligent in our
or you can just teleport up here even. Because we know exactly where the water trial is. Everybody knew where the water trial was well in advance, because you can see it on the map if you come up near this waterfall. When I got to Tintagel, and I saw the mural on my first playthrough, and I saw the symbol for the water trial, I'm like, wait, isn't that giant waterfall that had something behind it? And I tried getting back here, and it wouldn't let
Guess
me.
it's my time to shine, huh?
And I was like, oh.
You'll be fine.
Mm.
It doesn't technically hurt.
Technically,
Right. Now we get to do the water trial,
what are
which
these
was
things?
hell for me until I remembered that you could hold circle
That's because
to,
they are eyes.
walk.
I didn't realize arts like this were still alive.
Which, because I have very bad precision with my analog stick inputs for some reason. Which is weird,
Oh yes,
considering
the
I'm a
water
fighting game player.
trial.
Now, you'd think a fighting game player would be able to do precise inputs on an analog stick, considering I use it, because I don't have the money to afford an arcade stick. But nope, I'm terrible at stick movements. Literally the worst. I have to walk up to the eyes before I can do it. Especially when, or well, only when there's two tiles in a row that you have to go past though. Just because to get past one tile, you can cast water a mile away and you'll still. Oh wait, I need to go up and get this chest. Yeah, you can cast water a mile away and you'll still get over the tile. Whereas with two, you actually have to do it relatively close to the edge. Oh yeah, and we used a nice little frame save trick of swinging your sword to get rid of the water bubble, so that we can, one, reapply it, and here we'll see the best tiny frame save you'll ever see, and that is we open the door and then we swing our sword whilst the door is opening, which saves approximately 0.1 seconds every time you do it, which is a grand total of like twice. So it's like literally free world record if you do it. Frame saves.
Save the frames.
One thing that a lot of people don't know about this dungeon as well is that you don't have to open the chests. If you ignore all of the chests, you will just randomly gain all of the knowledge when you get into the fight.
Yeah, that's kind of like a little mystery on itself.
Like, Soraya just solves the puzzle in his head or something.
Probably. I mean, he's not dumb, let's be honest here.
He can be.
He can be. He can be. When it comes to runes, he's like, hey, brain out. That's it.
This is the worst room. It's like really easy to remember where the eyes are pointed, but you have to bubble 4 times, man. It's like they only made this room to annoy you. Not to mention the other part of this room is just as annoying, because it caught everyone on their first playthrough. Almost without fail. There we go, there's the second time we do it. Frames, colon, saved. Oh wait, maybe we do it 3 times. Yeah, we do it 3 times, because this one as well. Although this one's a little less, because the bubble can wear off before you get there if you time it well. So yeah, we do it 3 times. 0.3 seconds saved. I timed that, because I'm a no-lifer.
I think that went pretty well.
Well, that's actually a good thing that they don't deactivate, because we can abuse it after the fight.
If they deactivated, it would take forever to get out of this place.
Correction. You're a real piece of work.
Well, at least none of the enemies cockblock the doors for me. I've had that
you
pretty
got
frequently.
some good encounter dodges here,
Yeah.
definitely.
I've had enemies just be sat smack bang in front of the door before, because the elephants can take up 1,000,000 miles. And this is the last eye, and it caught, like, everyone. I haven't spoken to a person yet that it didn't catch. And they were like...
Probably 99% got caught here and sent back
It
directly.
made everyone super salty. And rightly so. Right, menu. There's not much menuing to do here, is there? Yeah, just Nick Leo. And, Lila. Yeah. Oh, and of course, eating food. Well, I have 10 art defense snacks. Why can't they be art attack ones?
Get anywhere in a place like this. A shepherd or his
Right, this fight is significantly easier than Minotaur. He can still kind of one-shot you.
Yes.
As soon as he decides to one-shot you, he can still kind of do it. And his attacks have really inconsistent hitboxes to them, but, well, the chance of him actually killing you is pretty low.
For the most part, if you stand directly in front of him between the swords, like,
Oh damn.
90% of his attacks just miss you.
Lila died and I didn't notice. Luckily this is at the beginning of the fight, so she'll revive before the fight is over, but... I don't know how she died though. Siri's been swinging at me the entire fight.
I think 1 or 2 times at my low level chaos run. But other than that, I just enjoyed it to smack him around.
There's a stun. I should have Mystic Arted him. Oh well. I didn't think I had the BG for it.
Yeah, you had.
But that's one of the other things that doing Earth first can do for you. Because you're using Earth in this fight, if you get a stun, you can just Mystic Art him in the face, and it will do a lot of damage to him. Like a lot of damage to him, but I didn't think of it. Wow, I didn't combo. Cool. Wow, how's he still? How did he still have super armor there? Oh, well, let's go Mystic Art him now. Swagger. That's Revolution, lads. He's pretty much dead.
Oh yeah, that last stun, nice.
I was hoping I would get another stun. It lets me show off Earth Revolution, which is one of the cooler ones.
One
Also,
little fun fact I
another
love to
cutscene you can't
do
skip.
is, yeah, you can skip this one as well, which is kind of like good because this is the first break after like 2 hours, where you kind of like settle down a little bit. But what I love about this fight is actually you can bring him down to 1 HP actually with a Mystic Art, and normally you get introduced to Miklio's power now and maybe use his Mystic Art. Well, just smack him with Edna one time.
Yep, it doesn't even
Just
put you
I
out of
love to do
Armatus.
it.
Like, the game doesn't even put you out of Armatus, so... Dude,
Yeah,
I saved 2 minutes
it
on this
doesn't
split.
force you.
I'm still like 9 minutes behind, but I saved 2 minutes on this split. How on earth did that happen?
Nice.
I must have gotten encounters here. Unless it was that Mystic Art, but I'm pretty sure I did that in my PB as well. Just because swagger.
It just looks wonderful, like water? Wait, bam.
Yeah, I know why
Done.
coding wise you can't skip,
Like everyone else has. With me?
but it doesn't make it any more bearable. And this is why we prefer that they don't deactivate after you're done here.
Oh yes.
Because we just win step onto that and it takes us out for us. We get to leave.
Off lately.
I think he's. I wish it were as simple as telling him to stop.
It feels weird not being able to have the stream open so I know where the stream is at in terms of delay. Because I normally do that with my streams, but
But she'll be fine.
I drop a few frames here and there because of it, so I'm not doing it for the marathon run.
And Maltrain's
Because it's less taxing to not have it open.
If we stay focused on our goal, I'm
Right,
sure we'll find
now where am I
Yeah,
going?
there were some frame drops, but overall,
Yeah, there was bound to be a few. My
stream
internet
looks
is
good.
not the best. Oh no, I haven't dropped any frames. There might have been some stagger, but I haven't actually dropped any frames. Which I'm quite surprised about, honestly. This is the first stream I've had in a while where I've actually dropped 0 frames a few hours in.
Your stupid wind stirs up my allergies.
I'm gonna go and take a little break.
Yep.
Be right back in a couple of minutes.
Sounds great. Enjoy. For now, we just... opinion on Javid 2. I hate Javid 2. Javid 2 is the worst. Javid 2 is just the worst, man. But yeah, for now, we just, we run along that wall. We touch the save point to the bridge for later. So that we can, go there as soon as we want to. Which will be way earlier than you might expect. Well, I say way earlier. It will be earlier than you might suspect. And then we just run to Western Gorge. Which is something I want to check before I go there. Whilst the enemies are still easier. Shops. Wow. There was one restock. I need a Feldspar dagger here. I don't need one, but it really helps to have one. Actually, I'm not sure if escaping even counts the shop counter, so I'm gonna kill it like this real quick. I should probably just use Rose here. Right, here we go. But yeah, I'm gonna do a few fights until I get one more shop refresh, and if I still don't get a Feldspar dagger, then I'm just gonna go do Javid without the Feldspar dagger. Yeah, you can't buy any shops with this, any items with this menu, but you can see what they have. Okay, I didn't get one. But I'm gonna do one more fight, because I think there's one more on the way. And I think it's stocking per fight right now. still, because I haven't gone there. I really want this Feldspar Dagger for this fight. I don't want to use Rose's Merchant skill because I want Nimble Feet to get as high rank as possible for later in the game, so that things notice me less. Alright, screw it. I'll just do it without. They restock for the first time on free fights, and then they gain more stock every fight, or sometimes on a fight, rather. Free fights is the baseline for when they start restocking, though, you are correct. But then there's I think a 50% chance that you get a restock on the first fight or something. But you can definitely get restocks other than every free fights. It's a shame that I didn't get the dagger, but I'll get it by the time I need it, so... I just really wish I had it for the next boss, because he's a troll. As much of a troll as Salamander, in fact.
Oh, I see. You are clothing on Javid.
I wanted to get the Feldspar Dagger in Westerbolt Gorge before Javid, but I did a couple fights to try and get the shop to restock, but still no dagger, so I'm just gonna go do it without. It's only like 10% damage, so it shouldn't be too bad. I generally don't have that much trouble with Javid 2 anymore, just because, well, my strategy, as inconsistent as it is surprisingly consistent. Considering my strategy is literally just go ham on his face. And hope he doesn't kill you.
Well, that appears to be the thing.
Yeah, like like you'd think it would be disgustingly inconsistent because going ham on his face would just get you killed, right? But you get rid of his super armor so quickly that it is actually a lot more consistent. Right, now I need to menu.
Yeah, the same
Now I need to menu a lot.
as for Salamander.
Fire, Burning Echo, Crown Fire, Water as backup. I do use Water as backup in this fight. If Wyla dies too many times, I just swap her out. And switch to Arrow Squall, because Arrow Squall is just as good. And I know how to do it, it's just slower in my opinion. What else do I need to equip? Dazzle with the Chapka. I need to eat. In this case, I'm also going to eat herbs, because F this fight. F for fudge, of course. I like fudge. Fudge is
Yeah,
best.
we are doing only Let's Play %. Any % is outdated.
Right, let's just eat an ice cream. I'm gonna quick save, because if I can't do it, in like 5 attempts, I'm just gonna go get a dagger. Until I can do it. Unless it takes like multiple attempts, then I'll just load a backup save. Because Javid, nobody likes him. This is one of the very few fights where you will see me not start the fight with a combo. For as long as I'm controlling Saray. I will simply dodge twice instead to get combo stages. Because your combo stages stick. I don't have BG. That was a terrible decision. I should have built at least one BG before doing the fight. Yeah, I'm gonna do 2 quick steps, and then I'm gonna not Crown Fire him because he interrupted me. Cool. Thanks, Javid. Yeah, basically the plan here is press the Crown Fire button until you kill his super armor. If he runs up to you, be sad that he ran up to you, because he's probably going to interrupt your spellcast if you don't guard. We put the AI on defensive so that they can heal me with items whenever I need it. It's very useful to be good at spell cancelling into guard in this fight, because it gives you a nice added measure of safety. Alright, there's his super armor. Well, that's the hard part out of the way. Now we can just cheese him like this. This is what we'll be doing for most of the fights from now on. Or something along these lines. I did it too early, god damn it. Ground fire loops. Of course, he doesn't want to sit in the loop and keeps fucking. Oh, my bad. And he keeps moving in tiny amounts. God, I have to. Yeah, he keeps trolling me a little, but luckily the super armor phase was not too bad, so we're fine. Oh god, I let it go too early. Oh god. Oh god, no, leave me alone. Okay, I'm safe. Whew. Yeah, basically if you do it too early, you will give him super armor. And super armor, Javid too, when he's low on health, can literally just walk up to you and kill you for free. Even through block. Alright, cool. Got stunned. He's dead. Right, I didn't die on Javid too. Cool.
Nice.
Now we just have to do the next super hard boss.
And that's done at the end. Wow.
Because they do 2 really hard bosses in a row. Isn't lore percent when you voice act everything yourself, Kappa?
Is there actually also voice acting? I don't know.
No, I'm kidding. It'd be fun.
Oh, okay.
Lore percent. Where you have to voice act everything yourself.
Including voice acting.
You have to have someone different for every voice actor in the game. Yes, Dullahan is in fact the worst. And he is the first boss that will...
yes.
Whilst we have been speaking about one-shots, they haven't quite been true one-shots just yet. Where they've been sort of... they'll combo us to death in one combo. Dullahan is where one-shots start happening. He will poke you and you will die. He will swing his sword, or his lance, and you will die. He'll shoot the little ball at you, you'll die. No matter whether you're in Armatus or not, it will one-shot you. If he charges at you, dead. He is literally the highest damage boss in the context of how much health you have in the speedrun setting. Like, here's the one that will kill you the most often. Unless you're Maelstrom.
I have to 100% agree on that one, absolutely. I felt it myself. I don't know how many times his run attack just killed the entire party because they were perfectly lined up.
Yep.
And he just ran through, killed everyone in one sweep just like that.
Yep. That's pretty much what happens, man.
Really holy.
Also, for all the people who complain about how difficult it is to know where you're going in Guinevere, once you've done it twice, you will remember it. 100%.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of things that just simply aren't required. There's like 4 or 5 spinny mist things you actually need to... well, maybe 6 that you need to actually touch to complete Guinevere. Yeah, it's brutal. Dullahan is the most brutal. For reference, I made a strat, like a theory strat, that I did get to work once, that involved an incredibly high RNG, inconsistent setup, that involved, at speedrun levels, getting a max power combo, having your AI combo into one of your Banish Blasts, getting your Banish Blast to stun, and then doing Mystic Art, and then Banish Blasting again, and that one-shot him, and I got an 18-second fight. But that was in practice, and it's not possible to, I am in the right place, right? The right part, rather.
Yeah, it looks good so far.
Central level. Okay, I know where I'm going. Yeah, you don't need to do any spinning
I
missions on this
mostly
floor.
get lost at the 8th level.
I was not thinking very much because I was explaining the most inconsistent speedrun strat you'll ever see in your life. It's one of those things you would probably go for if you were doing like segmented, or like a TAS. But I've gotten it to work twice in 150 practices. And no, it won't happen this run because I'm not going for it. I don't think I even have the BG. Yeah, I definitely don't have the BG. And, because you need, what, like, 7 BG for it? And, yeah. Not only do you require 7 BG, you need RNG out of, like, everywhere. You need to be literally RNG. Luckily, I can autopilot most of this trial. That last floor was the only one that I kind of forgot for a second. That's because there's a bunch of spinny mist things, and you don't have to turn any of them. So it's like, oh, okay. The upper floors, I know all of them off by heart. But it's the only floor that gets me is the one where you don't actually have to turn any of the spinny mist things, even though there's like 3 or 4 of them on the floor. They just all lead to useless pieces of treasure. Or, well, useless in a speedrun setting. Because they don't have consistent skills on them that are useful. Whereas the Void Spheres do, because they give you Undead plus 10%. Or it might be plus 12%. I'm not sure if Undead is the one that gets 12. I feel like that's Fiend, though.
I think it was 10.
Yeah. I think Fiend is the one that gives you 12, and then Dragon gives you 15.
Yep.
And then this one, you tag the northwest one. And there's one more. So I'm glad that I haven't been seeing many harpies that are trying to troll me, or like big wind dragons. Because sometimes they can just...
are very annoying.
Yeah, like, you can make the harpies disappear on the walls, but it's finicky. The demons are too slow to catch up to you, as are the were-tigers. But the dragons are also too slow, but they are huge, and they will chase you to the ends of the earth. So, until you take an elevator or something. They can also just kind of sit in the middle, and you have very little gap to actually get through. It's over here, right? Yeah. Right, we're almost done with Guinevere. Also, I still have my Holy Bowl. I actually need to get rid of that at some point. Because later on I'm going to be needing to kill things for Winstep. Right, now we equip
Yeah, but
stuff.
it also shows that we are underleveled because we have the Holy Bottle activated, but enemies are still around.
Yeah. And then Dazzle, we need Kingly Waistcoat. Yo. Well, I think I'd rather have them the other way around. Yeah. And eat. I'm actually gonna eat for defense here, just because this fight can kill you, and that can actually make you barely survive, if you're lucky. And if he does the right attack. There's some attacks you're just not surviving no matter what you do. Like the charge, which by the way you can't auto-step either. You just have to block. And then you can let go of block if you recognize it's an attack you can quick step. This is the fight where I honestly want the Feldspar dagger more, but because I could switch to Rose, but it's fine. It's all the same at the end of the day. Using Saray isn't much worse, as long as you don't have the Feldspar dagger. Until we get one other weapon. I always forget that you don't have to get to the middle of that part, because it feels like the cutscene should trigger on the middle. You have to walk all the way over here to this person who wants to commit suicide. This is another fight where I don't run up and combo him. I just sort of armortize straight away. I need to get my I need to get started on him as soon as possible. This is a fairly risky strat that I'm doing right now with using Crown Flyers, because if you use Crown Flyer and he interrupts you, you're dead. Oh god, super armor, no, please. Alright, when I give him super armor, I generally tell the AI to back off for a bit before going on his face again. Just so I don't die, basically. Because dying is very, very easy in this fight. I need to get her to heal me, because the combo is probably going to drop. Yeah, I thought so. Luckily it got burned for a pretty long time just then, so it lasted a really long time. Oh, and it lasted a really long time. So, and of course he called back up. This is a bit of a problem. Not really though, because you have Crown Fire at this point. But it means you have to switch to a Crown Fire strategy, which you typically don't want to do in this fight that much. Because as you can see, he can kind of just slap you once and you're dead. But it's like the only way you can stop him calling more backup, whilst also taking care of the ads if they get close enough. How did that not get auto-dodged? Come on. I need to heal again now. If I told the AI to back off. Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm going to tell the AI to back off for the rest of the fight until the until the ads are all gone, so that they are available to heal me. Because I'm actually very close to killing him, because the beginning of the fight went very well. So yeah, I'm just going to have them turned off, put them on the fence, and the game's going to fatigue me. Of course it is. So I can't heal anymore until I get rid of it. Thanks, game. I probably shouldn't be doing this combo, because it's a little less damage than doing this combo. But you get a little more stun. There's also this combo, which is significantly riskier because it has a slower startup, but it does 150 more damage. That's just as far as Crown Fire combos go anyway. Anyway, I'm just going to kill him now, because I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm just going to do this. I got him! I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's dead. Luckily I got the ad as well. Save 2 minutes again, but I wasted all my BG, so I have to charge my BG before I can do the next stuff.
Nice Mystic Art at the end.
Yeah, I noticed I had the BG for it, so I figured I'd just end it rather than giving him a chance to one-shot me.
Did you use the Panacea bottle, or was it the Elixir?
I used the Panacea bottle. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't quite sure. I didn't
To be
saw
fair,
it directly.
Even if I had used an elixir, it wouldn't have been the end of the world. It just would have made the... It just would have meant I can't do the 4th stage of the final fight as quickly, because I do grab the 2nd elixir as well in my route.
Oh, okay, actually, okay.
Alright, so here is where it's probably going to change a bit from what you guys used to do, or from what you guys all did on your casual playthrough, and what you've seen in almost anyone else's speedrun of this game. It will have been this route if you watched Maelstrom as well, because he is using my notes. But basically, I am going to go this way now, which, as you might know, is spooky, because this place, we're not supposed to come here just yet. It's not a sequence break per se, because you're allowed to go here. And it's not exactly a new route, because I've always done this. Well, not always, but I've done this for a long time now. But this is a place you're not... Very few people come to this place this early, because it can kill you super quickly, and because you probably thought it wasn't available. The thing is, the what are they called? The domains? Yeah. Heldolf's domain disappears in this area, and him as well disappears in this area once you complete all 4 trials, which lets you go to Logren. You're not really supposed to go to Logren until you do the next series of story events, where lots and lots of story things happen, but I won't spoil, just because they are like some of the biggest events in the story, even though it is a speedrun, so I don't care that much about spoiling. But what this does is it lets us get a bunch of super powerful equipment, including a weapon for Rose that gives her 140 plus ult attack, which will make her destroy everything ever for a tiny little while.
Are you doing the hive?
Say what?
Are you doing the hive event?
Yes. Yeah, I'm killing the elephant.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Since you can choose him ground fire.
Because there's very important information about buying stuff from Logren. When you first arrive at Logren and you check the shops, they have expensive prices, like literally very, very expensive prices, up going above the 100k mark. And you need to do a side quest, or actually a mandatory quest first, to lower the prices. So before you buy anything in Logren, do the Hive side quest first to get the lot of the land, and after that you can buy more or less safely to not waste all your money.
One of the things about this place is in the speedrun is that we don't buy that much equipment from you don't buy that much equipment from Logren. You buy it if it's got good skills on it, but for the most part the stat boosts alone are not worth the gal, because you can only generally buy 2 or 3 items for a pretty long period of the game, until you're at the very end where bosses start dropping all the gal in the world. But there is a bunch of chests that are incredibly good for you to pick up. And God, I'm getting pretty bad luck with these enemy spawns. What I want to do here is kill any lichens, as well as the flower scorpion things. And I believe also there's one other enemy type. I can't remember it off the top of my head right now, for some reason. I forgot I have no BG, so I'm gonna have to build a little before I flee. But yeah, these things die pretty quickly to crown fire, and it charges your wind step. Oh god, camera, please. Let's look at this guy, because also of course they all go for Lila. Of course they all go for Lila, and he uses all my steps on Lila. And I don't get any BJ on Saray, who is the important one. So I just have to flee. God.
That guy was giving you the stare.
Yeah, man. I know, right? Dude, I got a nice camera angle there. This is like one of those games where I wish I could take pictures like in Smash and stuff like that. On pause screen. Just take a picture of this massive werewolf. Oh well, I needed that BG for later anyway. Because I will be doing this kill enemies for wind step strat a little throughout this entire sort of area. So I don't believe that missed. I just want some BG, man. Come on. Come on, scorpions. There we go. One more. I'm not actually going to kill these ones for BG though, because it'll be a waste of the BG, or for wind step. Because this part at this part it'll be a waste of the BG, because I'm almost at Logren anyway. Where I will get wind step pretty much for free. And by pretty much for free I mean exactly for free, because I'll use it for I use it for brain, come on. I get it off eavesdropping, of course. My focus appears to be slipping just a little bit. If only the share button had been enabled. Too true. Right. And we've arrived in low grade. I'm saving time on this split somehow, because I split as soon as I touched the save point. Huh. Considering I got into encounters where I had to charge my BG, I'm quite surprised at that. Maybe I got into bad encounters before or something. Oh well, I'm not complaining. So yeah, we're just gonna run around, build our win step a little. Just for the next few areas. It's pretty important to get through the wetlands area, because that place will kill you if you let your guard down. At all. It will actually just make you sad. So yeah, we have to come here first because you have to speak to the Irus gem NPC there to start, or to make the elephant appear. And the elephant is part of the reason why we're here. It'll give us a fair amount of EXP, which isn't the main reason we do it. We do it because it's needed to progress the story, and we can do it here, and because it reduces the price of the stuff in the shop. But yeah, this is an example of how much you can destroy these things with Crown Fire. Considering these enemies are very high level for where I am. There we go. 11-second fight. That's how you charge your win step in this area. You kill plant scorpions, you kill lichens, and I think you can kill elephants in about 25 seconds as well, but they are a little slower, although it's easier to get all of them with one, or with your crown fires. Of course they gave one of them super armor. Yeah, you just pretty much wipe the floor with these scorpion things. They're probably the best things to encounter here. We're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this side quest here just yet, because that one is extremely time consuming if you do it right now.
Oh yeah, let me do that.
So we're just gonna tag the save point so we can teleport there later. But we will do this one over here. As a note, this is one of the highest attack enemies in the entire game. So our precaution is effectively to cheese him. Where basically he takes a very long time to actually act after he lands on the floor. From being lifted into the air by crown fire. So what we can do is we can get just a little bit of damage at a time. I forgot to equip the boots. I'm supposed to have equipped here. It's not bad. It's not too bad though. I equipped him eventually. This guy will one-shot you if he touches you. No matter who he touches, no matter when he touches you, no matter how. I guess if you're full HP you might not, so I guess I should heal. But yeah, this guy hits hard.
Yeah, we checked it recently, where we kinda like were talking about the marathon run, and on Chaos mode this guy has over 20k attack power, which is story-wise the highest, and I think it was the third highest overall of every enemy in the game.
Yeah. He's a thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we just cheese him like this for a few minutes. So get comfy. I like this part. The only effort I have to put into it is keeping an eye on my SC so that I don't go below like 50 or so. Because it can be hard to keep full SC if you drop too low. But as soon as you get him into the corner here, you don't even have to walk at him before releasing your crown fires anymore. Because when you're in the middle of the arena, if you just use crown fires, it will, without walking forward between the third one and the first one of the combo, you'll eventually get out of range. Whereas if you walk forward a bit, you can just slowly push him towards the edge. Once you're at the edge, you don't have to think about it anymore. You just kind of cast it. We don't really do this for more EXP, because it doesn't really give us enough EXP to justify it. It gives us about 5,000 or 6,000. But this is required to complete the story. We don't do the sisters side quest, we just do the second one, because you need to do it to get an Irus gem. Right, and that's the elephant. Yeah, we don't do this for EXP, we do this because it's required for the story. And it's convenient to do it early, just for a bit of extra EXP and because it's on the way. And because we can. Yeah, we don't do the third sister or the final fight though. In fact, we don't go anywhere near the third sister. Yeah, anyway, I don't need to do menu here. What I am going to do here, and you'll see me doing this in a couple spots in this zone, because this is probably one of the scariest zones until endgame, is I will save. In a few spots, just in case I get caught by a dangerous encounter and die. Because this area has a lot of spellcasters, and spellcasters sort of just kill you for free.
Yeah, they're probably the most dangerous one, especially in this area. The only enemy that is the skiller you saw to the right slightly. Every other enemy comes in swarms.
Yeah.
And
no.
When they start channeling all at the same time and unleash their power and all at the same time and you don't interrupt them, well, one of your characters is probably gonna die instantly.
I accidentally got into that encounter because I got caught not being able to get onto the lily pad because I didn't go far enough. It's not entirely obvious where you can actually stand on those lily pads sometimes, so I just kind of walked into the wall for a couple seconds. But that fight wasn't too bad. It's mostly dangerous encounters that will destroy you, and it's mostly the pixies. Right, that is the mystical feather garment. That will stay with us until the end of the game. We'll get a lot of equipment like that now, because this place has endgame equipment in it, which is why we come here so soon. It's convenient to come here at a low level when it's actually a pretty significant risk. Even though it's a pretty significant risk, it's worth coming here just for some treasure chests. Especially this next one we're about to pick up, which is probably the best weapon you can get in a chest in the game that isn't like a 5-minute detour to get the golden key or something. Because you can get some really good equipment if you go get the golden key and you check a couple caves that you're not supposed to go to in the story, but we are not going here for the Malevolent Crucible. We are grabbing this chest right here, which has the Dexterity Decor. It is a broken weapon. Especially considering how broken spells are in this game. Oh god, no. This could be bad. I'm just gonna armortize and sit here and block, because this could be a bad time.
Oh man, butterfly dangerous
Oh,
encounter.
accidentally cancelled. Yep. This is probably one of the most dangerous ones you can get into.
Yeah.
Luckily their spellcasting isn't synced. If they all cast Vengeance Fangs on you at the same time, it can kill you really quickly.
Yeah,
And then there's this Churlish Punch here that it can do. That Churlish Punch can hurt as well, quite a significant amount. Please heal me already. Thank you. Everything here can just kind of hurt really bad. Hopefully I don't die. Okay, I got out in time. I almost died, but I got out in time, so it's okay.
Well, that was actually very close, man.
Yes, it was. It wouldn't have mattered because I did save. This is why we save when we get to this area. Because you can't retry random encounters. If you die in a random encounter, you load your last save. It's the only run killers in the game, because you can retry boss fights. And random encounters, as you'll see later, are actually the more dangerous encounters. Yeah, very often. Where they can just kind of jump on you and kill you.
Yeah, it happened to one of my first runs. I was in the second to last area of the run.
Yeah. Is that the forest,
And
yeah?
I got greedy and
Or is
wanted
it
to go
the,
to the shop and got into a dangerous encounter.
yeah.
It only took 5 seconds to kill me.
Yep. That's pretty much how it goes. Right, we grab that blobbering.
And the run
It's not
was
always
over.
worth it.
7 hours in.
It's not always worth grabbing that blobbering I just grabbed. I accidentally added it to the same one because my stick went down one. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It's only fiend. It'll just make the fight against the second sister a little slower. Yeah, we grab that blobbering because it can have very, very useful abilities on it, like Phoenix. And we get a useless tension. Based. We just grab it in case it has something really good on it. But yeah, I hate that, man. My stick doesn't have a very good dead zone on it, on my controller, because I use it for fighting games a lot. So, it went back down after I finished scrolling up. And I accidentally put the Norman on a staff, like a really weak staff, instead of dexterity to core. Oh yeah, now we equip. Basically, we're gonna switch to Rose for the rest of the game. Wait, did I miss her? No, Crimson Veil is just on her. Well, pretty much the rest of the game. There'll be a couple exceptions. Just a couple though. And then Featherlight Steps off of Edna. And switch to Rose and put Lila here. She needs BG, which is a bad time. I'll save before I do this, just in case. Yeah, we now switch to Rose. Because she has, if we look at their A attack, Saray has 294, and Rose has 473. Because this attack, or this weapon, okay, I thought it was 140 plus, it gives you 168 art attack. And this one happens to have Phoenix, like, how was that a dangerous encounter? I'm calling bullshit. My bad. I'm calling bull. It doesn't matter because I need to gain BG anyway. So having a longer escape timer isn't too bad, but it's still somewhat irritating, you know? Oh well, these things aren't going to kill me. I don't understand how that was a dangerous encounter though. The other thing shouldn't have seen me.
Maybe you run too close to the other?
I approached from the opposite direction. So, yeah, I know, Omega, it's hard. When, the game trolls you like that. Like, when the game trolls me in little soft ways and it just costs me time, or kills me here and there, I don't mind. But when it just straight up gives me a dangerous encounter that it shouldn't have... Salt. I probably shouldn't be going for this chest. Well, I'm gonna go for it anyway. Or these chests. I'm not sure exactly which one it is you grab anymore. Because I don't grab it that often. As I say, it's useful to have. Yeah, the Gald one.
The range for dangerous encounters is sometimes a little bit inconsistent, so I would assume it depends a little bit on the hitbox as well.
Probably.
And the terrain, but I'm also not 100% sure. It's
What's
just
Burning Echo?
one of a little mystery of the game.
I'm just gonna walk up and kill this one like this instead. Right. And we're doing this for Windstep, by the way. We're not doing it for EXP or anything like that, although it is nice to have a little extra. But this area can kill you pretty quickly if you get into a awkward encounter. So we charge Windstep off of the werewolves and the golem things. So that we can outrun things. The Cyclops, there we go. Because they die pretty quickly to Crownfire. These things die pretty quickly because their A attack is, or their A defense is terrible. Whereas Lycans die because their HP is pretty low. And they have a lot of weaknesses that your AI will frequently exploit.
Yeah,
And you can exploit as well.
And can hit hard, but
when they get
beside
Crownfire
they are
juggled, it's
not much of a threat.
yeah. They're very easy to juggle with Crown Fire, so...
Yeah.
The only problem here is when you run out of BG, and you want to get Wind Step, you have to charge BG to kill another fight. You won't see me use that many Banish Blasts for the rest of the game. I'll use them occasionally, in a couple fights, but for the most part, you'll see me hold on to my BG for future fights and re-armatization. Because if your human dies, but your Seraph is alive, and your Seraph has 1 BG, you can come back alive with the Seraph, as I'm sure many of you know, by armatizing. And here is the based Norman, which is Lindwer. He is a bro, and we put him on a ring so that we can switch who has it equipped. Because
Yeah, hands down the best Norman.
Yep.
Absolutely.
100%. A guaranteed Lindwer is very convenient in this game. Guaranteed on demand that you can put it on any equipment slot you want. So you can put it on ring, which anyone can equip, and which you don't really care about the stats for. I should heal real quick. These things are damaging me through my spellcast a little too much for comfort. Because I use a bit of a strategy that I'll use for a boss later. Oh god, this laser beam. I forgot I had that attack. It's hilarious. I probably shouldn't be doing this like this, but it's fine. It'll die. There we go. But yeah, and then we also grab another very useful item here, which is mostly as a backup item within the current speedrun route, but I'm considering using it somewhere as like a core item that we just use in the fight, which is the Arcane Bottle, second one. The first one is pretty much required for one of the final bosses, but that one is just a backup strat in case you mess up.
I hate busy work like this.
I'm not surprised you don't know about that attack, Omega. I only saw it when I started speedrunning this game, because I'm incredibly low level, so I kill these things pretty slowly. In terms of I actually need more than one set of casts. Whereas when you'd get here in casual, you'd probably kill them in a single combo if you do casts. If you do these types of combos, you probably wouldn't kill it that quickly. That was a convenient stun, by the way. I wish it would stop putting Scyllas in my encounters with giants and lichens. Because they're like the longest things to kill, because they have a lot of A defense. Which is why we don't ever get into an encounter with their overworld model. Unless it's by accident, of course. But you can outrun them with like one stack of wind steps, so it shouldn't be an issue. Right, and that is our trip to Logrin almost complete. I'm going to teleport to Logrin real quick to check the shop, which I should have done by pressing R3, but it's not an issue because I can just buy consumables as well, especially since I'm running very low. The idea here is that we want Lindwer for damage against dragons. Fiend is nice if you can get it on Rose or Lila. What's also nice is fire damage boost. I'm gonna check one more time real quick, because I feel like there's something I missed that could be useful. Like just a stat boost or something. Like the umbrella here. You can get this. You're actually allowed to upgrade your umbrella here. Wait, no you're not. Never mind. Not yet. I shouldn't have equipped it. Whoops. There's one more fight where we have to use her with Saray, and then anything we use her for after that, we do with Rose, when Rose gets her extra combat stage, or extra combo stage. We do want hairband though, that's useful. The main thing you kind of want here is a tiara. That was a pretty questionable shop, though. I didn't get very much
Yeah, this one doesn't
good stuff out of it.
look that friendly.
Oh yeah, and then
man.
since I came to Logren, I'm also gonna grab this, which is a guaranteed firer. I'll put it on the mystical feather garment because Lila will be equipped with that for the rest of the game. And then I'll grab one more Norman, and that's the last one I believe that I get in the entire run, which is Earth, which I will put on this umbrella here, because Edna will be equipped with that for the rest of the game, unless I happen to require her for anything as a backup strat. Anyway, should buy grape gels. I kind of forgot when I noticed there wasn't anything useful in the shop. I'm keeping about 10,000 gal so I can buy some things later though. I missed the split. Rip. Now we go to... where do we go? Yeah, I thought so. Clavend. Now we go to Volgran Forest. Lamorak Cave. Let's get that split. Run up here. You don't take the first right because that leads to a dead end. That's a mistake I always make. Every time, without fail. Until I started reminding myself of it every time I walked past. And I'm gonna get into a fight here. Luckily I escaped from a fight, so my holy bottle is now gone. So I can get in fights for Winstep, since they take literally one cast of Crown Fire. And it will destroy every enemy in this area.
Taking the first to the right, I happen to do that also a lot.
Yeah. It's hard to remember
for some
that,
reason, I don't
because
know why, but
you know you have to go to the right, but it's like
yeah.
going to the second right. It's also like up a northeast turn to the right, so you know that's the right direction as well, but nope, dead end. You just
Yep.
get me all the time.
And definitely have to agree, the shop RNG in this run is actually overall completely bad.
Yeah, like the only good shop RNG I got was at the very beginning. I need to get into a fight. Actually, no, I don't. I guess you get pretty much max win step after next sequence of events anyway. I guess. Yeah, notice you can't teleport to Pendrago entrance, so you teleport to the East Meadow instead. And here is the boss that trolls Maelstrom a lot. I'm not sure why, considering he doesn't seem to have any trouble with Javid 2, which is overall the harder fight. Javid 2 kills you a little less, I guess, but the super armor more than makes up for it, basically. But to be fair, his fights, his Javid 2 or Javid 3 seems to look a lot different from mine, in that he armors through Crown Fire very often, whereas I've never had that. Well, not.
Okay.
I've had him actually armor through hits of Crown Fire, but never the entire thing. I don't know whether I just stagger my timing a tiny bit, and that sort of, like, as a accidental thing, I just stagger my timing a little bit. But, yeah. He, very frequently gets killed by this boss. He struggled with it in practice, and then it destroyed him for 30 minutes straight on his first run. But
yeah, Javid 3 has a different AI behavior than Javid 2.
Yeah, in
and
parts.
that can irritate people harshly.
Yeah, good.
I had the same problem with him actually, because he's just behaving completely different for the most part.
Yeah, and I can't give people advice on this fight because ever since I started using this strat, I've not actually struggled with this fight at all. I've got to tell my AI to back off. How was that too early? Come on. But yeah, like when he did that attack on me just now and the Crown Fire hit him out of it, If Maelstrom did that, he would have armored through it. I'm not sure why. I guess maybe it's because I backstep when he gets too close to me, but I've tried to give him advice on it when he's been struggling, but I just can't understand why it seems to go so much differently than my fights. I'm not sure why he's
Yeah,
going
the
for my
tree
AI
is
as well.
also- Yeah, the trees in this battle arena are also kind of like part of your enemy.
Come on! Both of you, please, calm down! How am I supposed to hold back? I thought I told you
Wow,
this was
that
serious.
actually tagged me. Here's a strategy that I'm going to be using a lot probably. Oh, or not, because he killed me. But basically, if I die, I will very frequently revive my Seraph over the human, and then switch control to the Seraph to build the BG back up to build the BG back up to armortize. Yeah, I'll die frequently from this point on, by the way. Bosses from this part will just kind of one-shot you if they decide to.
Yeah, absolutely. This is kind of like what makes this run very dangerous, like after the halfway point. Bosses get ridiculously difficulty spikes in regards to HP, stats, and attack behavior.
And the amount of damage they deal compared to how much health you have.
And also kind of like the fact that he has, like, for the first 30% of his HP, super armor constantly.
Javid 3 doesn't. It's only Javid 2 that gets super armor.
Actually, now that you mentioned it, right.
This fight would be a problem for me too if he got super armor for the first 30%. Because this fight's actually just... He does so much more damage than Javid 2. Oh, I got stunned.
Yeah.
I'm probably dead anyway though. Yeah. Thought so. My Phoenix procced. Off of my
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I have Phoenix on my dexterity decor. And this fight is proving to be a bit of a problem right now. Oh, I procced again, sick. And then I got killed, sadly. Yeah. I'll be dying a lot on this fight, probably. Normally when it goes bad once, it goes bad for a long time. Come on, hit me. There we go. He'll just kill you if he wants to sometimes. Just go through all your shit, all your stuff. I almost stopped myself, man. And, he'll just make you sad. He also has spells. They don't do much damage though compared to his melees, so it's less of an issue. But if you're casting a spell and he catches you, you can just be kinda sad. How did I not dodge? Come on.
The other thing about Javid 2 actually also is he kind of like feels like he has like 1 million SC to combo you endlessly.
Oh, he probably
Which makes this
does.
fight also a very big problem. If he starts getting you, well, just hope he doesn't combo you to death in one go.
If you die once, it becomes very difficult to regain control of the fight as well.
Yeah.
You'll notice that with some other fights later on as well. Oh my god. Stop casting, please. Thank you. Oh, of course you start casting again. I keep trying to backdash the tornado attack. It's not working out very well. Right. Heal. You're gonna keep backing up. Can you not? It is very important to actually know how to sidestep his attacks, especially his spells, because it will give you the BG to revive as soon as you revive Lila. Which is quite important. Rather than having to dodge as just like solo
Nice.
Lila, because some of his attacks simply aren't dodgeable.
We'll have to wait for night
And you'll just end up
Why don't we chill
trying to let your auto steps kick in, and he'll just hit you, and you'll just die. But ideally, you never have to die in the first place, because as I said, it can be very, very difficult to regain control of the fight once he kills you once.
Yeah, that's actually the worst part about this fight. You get no experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because we don't actually kill anything.
True. True. Actually true. That's a good reason. Not one in favor of the player, but it is a good reason.
Also, this is the worst part of the game, because every other part of the game has a star pointed to where you're supposed to go. But in this part where you turn Pendrago to Knight, you're supposed to try and like leave Pendrago to get into these fights here. But there's no star on the minimap to tell you that. And that's the wrong Armatus. Feels bad, man. Oh well. Lunaire, this fight is free, to say the least. He takes 1 billion damage from every crown fire that you do because you have incredibly high stats. Now that you've done the trip to Logren. He is the freest boss that you're going to see for a little while. I think.
Yeah, probably.
Until like almost the end of the Irus gem quests. Except maybe the Peacock.
I don't know.
And this one
which
is even
playthrough
more
it
free.
was.
That's still the wrong
Like
Armatus.
wow, like the first or the second playthrough of this game, I won comboed him actually directly, right off the bat. This Lunar fight is just, yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
the second one
triple
is
one,
even easier.
Fire is doing really good work here.
Crown Fire's the best spell in the game, in terms of how early you get it as well. I need to restock
Yeah,
on some items,
probably.
because Javid bodied me for a little bit. I guess I'll check.
Because
Equipment
one
as
thing
well.
that's very important to note about Crownfire is, if we compare it to like Arrow Scroll, for example, Arrow Scroll gets shooten off, and if you get hit before the animation actually comes down, it gets interrupted. That doesn't happen with Crownfire. As soon as you kind of like start it off, it has a little delay wind-up time.
Yeah.
But it will still go on even if you get hit. So that's the actually most helpful part about Crownfire. So you just need to get it finished and it goes off and done. Also the range is like a little bit in behind you and a wide area in front of you. So you can cover a lot of surroundings around your character with that. And that makes it actually one of the best spells in the game.
It also does approximately 20% more damage than Arrow Squall, with the same stats and
Probably.
the same
Could be true, yeah.
skills. But Arrow Squall has a far larger radius. And now this fight is one of those weird fights where I'm pretty sure you don't have to win it. But what we do, what I do at least, is I run behind it here into the safe spot. I armatize, and I spam Crown Fire for usage. I think it does end sooner if you take her health below a certain amount, but... or it's, I guess. But it dies super quick anyway. But I just grind some usage on Crown Fire, because I can. Basically. And then there's this fight, which is basically the same thing. Or similar thing. Except involving Saray. I'm gonna try and get into Armatus, because he has no BG. 1 times. Might as well just vanish. Alright, I have to cancel it anyway. For the record, you're...
time-based.
Yeah. But I'm just gonna scram Crown Fire for usage, because I believe it increases the damage as well as reducing the SC cost. Although you do need a fair amount of cost to get above like 1 star, but getting to that 1 star will actually reduce SC cost by a significant amount, so it's worthwhile, in my opinion. To have it that tiny bit earlier.
10% for per full star.
Yeah.
So up to 50%.
Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to die in this fight though. If you die, you do just have to retry it.
Yeah, you shouldn't die.
But dying in that fight is actually a bit difficult, as long as you Armatus.
As long as you don't do it badly wrong, it is actually very difficult, yeah.
Yeah. And they die very quickly to the crown fires. If only they gave you EXP based on how many you managed to slaughter. Yeah, if you die you get a game over. I thought so. I never actually tested it because I was almost 100% certain that you can't die in that one.
I only saw it at someone else's playthrough. I never had it myself, and
Yeah. There's some fights that I did
he
test.
somehow died.
Like, there's the free phase held off where you are allowed to die in the third phase.
Yes.
But it's faster to just, or it's fast, rather, not faster, to just hit him with the lion's howl, and then if he kills you whilst he's speaking, then it's faster to die. But if he doesn't kill you whilst he's speaking, then you might as well just watch, or you might as well just hit him with the lion's howl anyway. It doesn't cost much time to hit him with the lion's howl, and if he takes forever to kill you, which can happen with the AI in this game. Oh yeah, and for the record, you can't do anything in this fight, no matter how much you mash.
Yes.
Because if you attack, then you'll attack rows as well, and story things. And then here you just mash L1, and then as soon as the cutscene starts you can skip it, which is nice. Oh, or not. I didn't let the white flash complete. But yeah, as soon as the actual cutscene starts you can just skip it. Which is one of the nice Sylphistias that it lets you skip. Because some of them... Well, not Sylphistias, Ultimas? Yeah. Sylphistia Ultima is what that's called, I believe. Except that's at the end. But yeah. That's like one of the very few you can skip. I think you can skip one more. And then you can't skip the last 4. Feels bad, man. Right, now we have the best thing ever, which is double wind stepping. We now have 2 people with wind step, so it lasts a significantly longer time. I want to say it lasts twice as long, but that doesn't seem right. It seems to last far longer than that. So I honestly can't tell you. And now we run around, we do a bunch of Irus gem quests. It's a fun time. And by a fun time I mean...
The worst part of the run.
I don't know about worst part. There's always the
Okay, it's not the worst part, but it's a part where you're like, oh, when is it finally ending?
The thing about this is that it's a nice break. Because you just dealt with Javid 2.
That's true.
And then you just dealt with Dalahan. And then you dealt with Javid 3. And you had a nice little cutscene break. And then all the fights from here can be a little trolly, but the chance they kill you is fairly low. They can kill you, but it's not that high of a chance. They just don't do one-shot damage. And this is the only part of the game left where bosses won't really do one-shot damage. Or well, where mandatory fights won't really do one-shot damage. You pretty much start running into one-shots 2 to 2.5 hours into this run, and then they last for most of the run. It's a fun time. That's the only thing that makes this run particularly difficult. Other than like efficient movement and efficient combat.
Yeah,
in terms of going fast.
At the start of the run, this run is pretty punishing if you do mistakes.
Yeah. You simply have too low HP. Also, it's very irritating that Rose starts speaking there, because for as long as your NPCs, as I said earlier, or for as long as your AI is talking to each other, you can't get wind step stacks or refreshes. So I have to go stand over by those guys for a little while to wait for them to wait for her to shut her trap. Basically. Gaferus Ruins. This is the first one we do. You probably remember this from when I went through here to grab some treasure chests. If you were here at that time anyway. This part always spooks me. Because you see that big scorpion thing that will kill me if I touch it? It can just kind of do this.
Did it get you?
No, it sat on top of the Irus gem.
Okay.
It sat directly on top of the Irus gem.
Oh boy.
What's even worse about it is that this cutscene here moves you, and I always think it's gonna spawn the enemy on top of me. Even though it never does. It's always a little scary that the game's just gonna be like, nope, by the way, this is on top of you now, and you're dead. Because that thing, there's no way in hell you're killing it.
The undead scorpion is very dangerous, definitely.
I mean, I could probably kill it, but it would take a very long time, and I would have very
Oh yes.
significant chance of wasting large amounts of time on it. Probably should have quick saved, to be honest. That's not the right character to be controlling. The most annoying part about all these story events is that they switch your character back to Saray because Rose gets taken out of your party a bunch of times. No, Saray! Troll. Right, I'm gonna turn that off. It's like the only character where I don't turn it off.
Oh.
Arsehole.
Okay, I see now what you mean. That mystic. Yes, yes.
God damn it, dude. And I need to switch to Rose. God damn it, dude.
I'm mainly using Sorry, so Rose is getting ham with a mystic art on the first enemy you kinda like encounter.
Yeah. I do think you should
yes.
consider switching to use Rose, to be honest. I think it is like
Fine
significantly better.
reminder.
Like it's
Oh,
not like
man.
you control any differently because you're using Armatus the entire game. But I just think her stats are better for the speedrun. But it is a choice still. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. It doesn't matter, I go into a fight, it'll die in 2 seconds anyway. It's a free win step refresh as well. Saray knows he's just not gonna get any more chances to shine, except one. He's literally, I control him in like one more fight for the rest of the game. Maybe two. What do I use Rose for that fight? Why did I grab that? I don't need to open that chest. I just saw it and I'm like, chest. That's my inner casual speaking to me. Trying to get me to open chests. Make sure I go the right way through this bit so I don't have to waste time climbing back up. That's another one of those parts where in my first playthrough I got a little annoyed because I went the right way the first time, and I wanted to go the wrong way to go find chests and stuff. And it was just like,
Oh.
game? Please? But oh well. I got all the chests eventually. Alright, let's get in this fight.
Ah yeah, you did talk to him.
Yeah. I always make sure to talk to him.
I messed up a lot. I forget to talk to the man that gives you the side quests in here.
You talked to him ages ago, like back when we did the fight with Sergey, where he wouldn't get stunned for my Instacart.
Yeah, for some reason I kinda like skip it. I don't know why, but I just go straight for the save point, teleport over to the other side and go on.
Yeah. Also, on the topic of Slay versus Saray, I prefer Saray as a name. I think Slay would make sense for like a super edgy, dark protagonist, but that's 100% not what Saray is. He is like the happiest, I want to save everything person you'll ever see. Like Slay just sounds like a teenager who wants to sound cool and is stuck too much in his video games and has no friends. Memories. Right, now, oh my god, I forgot another split. And now we go to Morgos. Almost. Where? Zoo! Color inversion. Super spooky. This fight's pretty free, not gonna lie. Especially the first stage. The first stage is like, okay, you're dead. Oh my god, why did I have to... I wish it would stop switching Seraphs, man. It's been... Oh wow, actually did a lot of damage. I'm surprised he didn't get interrupted by the crownfire. Yeah, basically what I do here is I delay the casting, like, because if you hold on to the Alt button when you're casting a spell, you can delay the release of your spell. indefinitely, and your SC will regenerate for as long as you do it. So what I do here is I hold onto it until he lands, because you can't combo it into itself on Heldolf, on any of the forms of Heldolf. And then I let it go once I've got it, or once he's landed. And then I juggle into a Rain of Fire. And then I repeat. And somehow he didn't get staggered. He keeps using Karmic Stance. Karmic Stance is not going to help you, friend. I probably shouldn't do this, but yeah, I should probably heal. I'm pretty sure I'm at the end of the phase anyway, pretty much. But I could be wrong. But yeah, this fight's super free. Especially the Rose one. Now you have to use Soray, so you have a little less attack, which is unfortunate, but not a big deal. Crownfire will still do all of his life.
The second phase is also more or less time-based.
Is it?
So you have to wait for a couple of dialogues to happen.
I thought those dialogues only happened once you took him below a certain amount. I could be wrong though.
I'm actually not sure because, I mean, you are attacking him because he's attacking you.
Yeah. I mean, it's worth attacking him anyway, just for usage.
HP based. HP based or hit based.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where there's no point in sitting there and letting him wail on you. May as well just cast things at him. Get usage out of it. As long as you don't mess up too badly. But he does less damage in this phase. Presumably because you don't have Rose anymore, so you don't have anyone to revive you if he kills you. So they were a little more lenient. Oh, whoops, they have super armor. Alright, it's fine. But yeah, the timing for shooting the Rain of Fire is, on most enemies, there's like 2 sets of hits to Crownfire, where you get 3 quick hits and then 1 final hit. And if you shoot the Rain of Fire, oh yeah, I need to control Soray. Or he can just kill me. Sick nasty. He Karmic Stanced me. See, that's what you want to see in that fight. You want to get hit by Karmic Stance. Because it will instantly kill you. And that's the fastest way to end that fight. But because the second slot changed from Rose to Lila, it defaulted me to controlling Lila. So Soray walked up, Shatterfanged him, and died. Which was convenient. Right, we've got a Laston Bell.
Calming Stand is the best time save, definitely. Just
Yeah.
giving him normal hit also to trigger it, to trigger the counter attack. And you mostly surely die from that.
This is the one. This is the Irus gem boss that trolls me the most often.
It is a big troll, definitely. I agree.
Doesn't troll me that often, but it trolls me the most often of all of them.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's overall not that difficult, but his super armor is a little bit strange in triggers.
I don't know. We'll deal with that later.
We must purify her.
and he has this attack where he just sort of shuffles forward and swings his things. And that will kill anyone who gets in the range of it, pretty much. Even though he's pretty low level.
You can actually block in between.
Yeah, I know, but if one of them hits you, chances are the rest are going to kill you through block. It actually hits surprisingly hard. I wish he wouldn't be armatized.
Definitely, absolutely. It hit hard. It hits hard. Oh boy, language is a problem.
I just wish Soray hadn't armatized so that he could keep doing power hits for me. Nice dodge, Soray. Good job. I'm gonna de-armatize you because I don't want to be armatized. This is one of those times I wish you could have the battle actions that you only get on certain difficulties, like let you control the AI. Nice stun. I very rarely get stuns on this, because you as the player are not actually putting out any stun. Because Rain of Fire's added effect is Art Defense down, and Crown Fire's is burn. So the only way you can get a stun is if your AI stuns him. But yeah, you'll notice for my spellcasts, I will typically hold on to it for just a tiny little amount of time before releasing it to regenerate a little bit of SC. And it generally lets me always be taking actions. It's one of the... I didn't grab the gem. It's one of the little, like, optimization things, where you don't have to sit there and block or sit there and stand still for a little while to wait for your SC to regenerate, because for as long as you hold a spell and it's fully charged, as I said earlier, you regenerate your SC.
Yeah, forgetting that Irus gem is kind of like a classic.
Yeah. It's one of those ones that you don't have to think about too hard, because there's no enemies that can just, like, ambush you out of nowhere. Like the one with... Like the one of the... that's on the goblin, for example. I always grab that one, because I always think about it. Because it's so annoying when you forget about it, and you have to, like, dodge enemies to go get it. By the way, you'll notice I have Windstep at max stacks for, like, the entirety of this section, until a certain quest, which is impossible to get through whilst retaining your Windstep stacks. Impossible. You actually just can't do it. I've tried so hard. You just can't do it, man. I've tried. I've tried so hard. I think I've got one more piece of dragon on me somewhere. I could be wrong. Alright, I'm wrong.
I remember the first time trying to get
Nice
into a fight
stun.
with this little thing. I tried everything. I'm not kidding. I even hid it behind one of these spikes and tried with the wind jump to get to it. And I'm not kidding.
That was a really convenient stun. That was a really convenient stun.
You got an actually very good behavior of him.
Yep. It's generally not
you're
that
getting
hard to get good behavior off of the
like-
leech.
Wow.
Just because nothing the leech does has any amount of armor. It only uses martial arts. So as long as your AI is turned on, and isn't giving it super armor constantly, then it's always interrupting it if it's attacking you, or you're always interrupting it if it's attacking your people. Western Bolt. Where's Western Bolt? There you are. Right, now, whilst I think of it, I'm going to check the shop. I'm not actually going to go over there, but I'm just going to check it. Still no dagger. Sick nasty. Love you, game. You're the best. I hope I get a dagger before the end of the game, dude. Even if I, like, beat the copies of us, and then have to go back and get this Feldspar dagger, I'm doing it. Like, I'm having that Feldspar dagger for the end of the game. It speeds up the very end so quickly. So much, rather. Did I forget to do a quest or something? I guess I did. Damn it, oh well. Where do you get this one? Frick.
What was it?
I need to check my notes, I guess. Damn. I'm gonna go do something else whilst you help me out with that information, I guess.
Let me check your notes.
I don't think I know my notes have it, but they're not. It's not in this section. I don't think, based on the fact that I'm looking at them, or in this area in the notes. Damn, my Windstep ran out because I didn't have the fight rocked.
Wasn't it in Pendrago?
Is it one of those? Is it that
No,
one
no,
with the merchants? I'm pretty sure I got that, didn't I?
3-1 there.
Did I not actually speak to the guys? Did I just go around and I might have done that, I guess. I guess I'll check that.
You did. You got into the backyard.
See, I did think, but I did it. But I might have just gone round there, not actually spoken to them, and just like ran past. I wouldn't put it past me. I'm gonna go.
No, I think you had the sequence.
I'm gonna go.
Let me
check. Yeah, I'm gonna go check
pull up
regardless.
my notes.
I'll do it now. God damn it. I was doing pretty well at not forgetting things too. I mean, I have to recharge my wind step anyway, so I'm just gonna come here and see if I forgot it. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but I might have. No, I did get it. I wonder why the guy didn't appear. The goblin. I'm pretty sure that's the only requirement for it, right? I guess I'm just gonna go back to Western Bolt. This is curious, I guess would be the word.
This is very strange.
I'm pretty sure...
No, No.
I'm pretty sure it's those guys who give you this quest. Maybe he was hiding behind a rock or something? I just didn't see him. It's just he's normally like smack bang in the middle of this area. Yeah, I just don't see him at all. Well, am I gonna have to do game facts percent? Hello? Right. I guess.
Isn't it? Wait.
Well, for now, I'll just go to the other ones.
No, yeah. Okay, I was messing up Alicia's part with a merchant. Because normally you talk to a guy in the yeah, normally that's where 1 star actually goes, but
To the guy in this
the
area.
Goblin Lord is
soldier
actually
guy.
directly there. So you don't need to talk to him, you can skip that.
What? Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, Marlin.
Damn, I'm literally
the
LCC.
Museum,
I don't even go to
is
Marland
Alicia.
here, ever. It's
Yeah.
definitely not Marland or Ladylike. I don't know where else it could be. I'm not asking Rose for help. Yet. I will if I can't think of it before I kill the peacock. Oh, god damn it.
So in my notes, I go after the Dryad to.
Is that true, Omega?
Logren.
Do you really have to talk to that soldier? Because I've never spoke to him in my life.
Is it maybe in Logren?
Not in speedrun, anyway.
Wait, in Logren you take the side quest for the Hyphant. Wow, I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that soldier is one of those parts of the game where you don't actually have to do it. Holy god. Get on this peacock for me, AI. I just couldn't do anything. You're just sitting on me. This is the most trouble I've ever had with a peacock. Because it normally just dies pretty much instantly.
Omega, actually no, you don't have to need to talk to the soldier, I think.
Yeah, I've literally always
I
just
never
teleported
talked
there
to
and
it.
run up. And ran up. I'm gonna speak to
I'm
Rose.
gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up somewhere else because my notes are kinda like also not telling me something useful.
Alright, it's not there. It's gotta be in Pendrago though, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, recommend time frame after meeting with Maven in Logren.
Oh, do you have to meet with Maven?
apparently you have to first meet Maven in Logran.
Okay, that explains.
So he appears.
Yeah, I didn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't have that here.
I did skip over that.
In my notes, obviously, I had that already.
Yeah, it is in my notes to go speak to Maven like immediately after the free phase Heldolf fight. But I should really put that in my splits so that I can see it more obviously in front of my face to go to go to Logran. Well, at least we found it and I didn't waste too much time.
I didn't know, so
I knew you had to speak to him to trigger some of them, but I didn't think it was this one. Because that one is not a hard fight. I would have figured that the harder fights, like the, I know you can't do the golem in the stoned forest, or whatever the place is called.
Not possible.
Until you speak, or until you speak to the guy in, it's not actually Maven that you have to speak to, it's somebody in Logran. But it's effectively the same thingy. For the record, I was already plus 18 before I was here anyway, so it's not like I haven't lost it. It's not like I've lost a particularly good run to not doing this, at least. Unfortunately, you do have to do this run twice. No, Amiga. You can't teleport straight to Logran. The cutscene trigger is on top of the save point. And as we all know, probably, when a cutscene trigger is directly on top of the save point, it doesn't let you teleport there. Luckily this run literally takes like 40 seconds to do the second time. And it makes the Javid free fight so much easier if you do this early, that I think, well, so much easier and faster to do the Javid and Heldolf and all that stuff. But yeah, that cutscene with Maven at the door stops you having the happiness, let's say.
Oh man. Oh
Check
man.
Stagger. That's useless.
Well, that never happened before.
Yep. I've actually not
Let's stick
had
to
that.
the theme.
Actually, I guess I probably have had that. In my like 12.5 hour run that I did before I even knew what I was doing in terms of speedrunning this game. Do I have to go to Pendragon now? Yeah, I do, don't I? Yeah. Because I'm pretty sure these merchants weren't here when I got here. Well, I did think it was weird. Oh no, they were, I guess. Oh well. It's only a little bit of wait time I wasted coming here. Well, at least I didn't spend too long running around wondering what the hell I was doing. I only lost like 4 minutes. Tops. I lost more than that on Javid free and I died. So
Well, to be fair, that was actually a case which actually really never encountered in any of our runs. I never had that problem myself too, and I also never kind of like thought about it, that which quests get triggered with which event. So this is actually very important and should be noted down. I will probably do that to kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna fed it up to make sure that I don't miss it.
this one can quote-unquote troll you. I just don't consider it trolling because this thing's spells just hurt. It's not really trolling you, it's just that it hurts. Whereas the tree is supposed to be like a really easy fight that can just kind of take up a lot of time because it's annoying sometimes. I consider trolling and having a bad fight a little different. Stuff like when Zhao just keeps summoning stuff over and over. That's a troll. But if Zhao just one punches you in the face once, that's not really a troll, that's just him being Zhao. Oh. Yeah, you don't need to speak to that soldier at all. He's bait. What do I do next? Horsa? Yep, Horsa. Right, this fight is irritating.
Which one?
The fight with Horsa. Just because there's, like, it's easy to do,
Oh.
but the only reason it's easy to do is because there's no good strat for it, and there's, well, there's no fast strat for it. You just have to,
Archaeologist could be.
do it slow.
The same interests
I'm
as
gonna
you
quick save
have.
though, just in case. I'm probably gonna eat for it as well, just because it's a long fight. Takes about 2.5 minutes typically.
Yeah, this one is also pretty much an endurance fight, where you kind of like have to be patient and
Of course she
stick to
gets
your
stunned
strat.
straight away. I didn't want her to get stunned straight away, man. Because I was doing a combo with Rose real quick.
But it's actually Steno.
Yeah, we kind of go back to our old strat of just hit a couple times and then Burning Echo, and then hit a couple, and then just do combos.
If you aren't wearing preventive equipment, just
I am gonna do this though, because this does make it somewhat faster. It's just a little risky. But at the beginning of the fight I'm willing to take it a little risky. Once she gets low I won't be risky with it anymore, basically.
Yeah, her behavior changes based on her HP level.
She has lots of petrifying attacks.
So
And they will
you
petrify
actually
you.
wanna skip phases if possible. And if it's not possible, kind of try to quickly get into the next phase, so...
Can you switch petrified seraphs? Yeah, good. Damn it, of course she had to unarmatize. Rose, I wish you wouldn't do that. I just wanted to switch seraphs so that I have more party members. So I can do this. Soray's trying to be as good as me. At the infinite. Alright, she's starting to do scary attacks now. I'm definitely not gonna go ham on her face anymore. Not for a while, at least. I wish they would de-armatize so that I could get healed. I have it turned off, don't I? Yeah. Whoops. Did the wrong combo, because I was menuing. For the record, it actually does more damage to use Burning Echo here, but it sometimes doesn't combo. Just because Rose's A attack is now so much larger than her default attack. Than her physical attack, that is. That Alright, she started the Gorgon's Frenzy phase. Now I definitely can't use the AI. Because she starts casting spells now. That's scary. Also, I accidentally let go of the attack too soon. That was very, very close. Very, very close. Luckily, one of the hits of Lightning Blast whiffed. Yeah, when you release the spell, you kind of have to delay your attack a little.
That laser attack is very, very dangerous.
It's the strongest spell in the game as long as you get all the hits. But one of them whiffed on me,
Yeah.
so I was very lucky to not die.
That is actually true.
But yeah, you have a billion years and a half to interrupt her with Crown Fire or Burning Echoes, so that's not an issue. It's just I accidentally gave her super armor by attacking her before the spell had actually landed. There we go, dead.
Nice, nice.
Alright, not an estimate pace anymore. Feels bad, man. Oh well.
well. I mean,
Oh well. I'm barely
No.
on estimate pace. By like 2 seconds. What is next? Lady
this
Lake?
run wasn't pleasant to you. Let's be honest
I
here.
wanna say Lady Lake. Yeah. I should format my notes rather than them just being a notepad file, so I can find them a lot easier. They are like, they do have fairly good like line spacing and stuff for a notepad file, but it is still a notepad file. This side quest here is the one that you cannot keep your entire wind step during the entire thing. It's just impossible.
Heading after
Yes.
Alicia, right?
True.
It's just, you just can't do it. Because halfway through the side quest, Javid leaves, which eats up a bunch of your wind step in itself. And then your AIs will speak. Well, there is actually a way to do it, but it technically costs you gold and time, and I'm not sure if it's worth it, considering you get back up to max wind step pretty quickly. Which is,
Don't you think
after you complete this side quest, you do have like 15% of your wind step gauge left. You can teleport to another town,
I've heard word of pickpocketing.
eavesdrop on someone, and that will refresh it, and you won't lose it, but
We need to find
we
out
have
where
more
the
stuff to do in this town after this side quest, so it's generally, I don't think it's worth the waste of gold and time to just teleport somewhere for the wind step. It just seems so out of the way. Maybe if loading times weren't quite as bad as they are.
You knew why the pickpocketing problem is so bad.
This side quest is the worst. This is my food break in normal runs,
exchange for part of the takings.
because I only have to use one hand
Then, when the guards
to
get quotas, they round 'em up
on the
anyway.
stick.
That's probably what that was about.
I normally just mute my mic and eat the entire time I'm journeying, but I don't have anything around to eat. You can literally walk smack bang in the middle of the formation of 4 and they won't see you, because you can get them to push you. You could just be like, oh my god, I'm surrounded by 4 kids, I'm like a gang overlord. And then look at the minimap, by the way, on that part where I couldn't move. Your cursor on the minimap still wiggles if you move, even though Saray doesn't move at all. It's,
Oh yeah, I actually didn't know about that.
yeah, it's a nice little part of
Are they gonna have an
how this game takes control off of you. Well, it doesn't actually take control off of you,
Oh, cool.
it just forces Saray to not move.
Be mean to kids, and if there's any real problems, we can always start crying.
Let me in. Aw,
Hey, is this really okay?
I didn't get into the
You're
circle.
trying. Okay.
I tried, man. You can't get in anymore.
Ah, yeah, you were too soon.
They start
You were
walking.
too soon.
They start walking too fast.
Those kids barely have
Oh, I might get in, just barely.
Children and their brutal honesty
Nah,
can be even
no
crueler
chance.
than corrupted adults.
Yeah, you have to get in front of them and then phase through the first kid, and you can just be in the middle like a boss. But yeah, notice how it's not going down, my wind step? That's because Javid has left. Which consumes a bunch of your time, and now it's suddenly, like, a tiny amount, because he came back. But basically, I think there's 5 seconds extra, or so, you can have on your gauge, than you can actually, like, carry, so to speak. So if you have, say each wind step is 15 seconds, and you have 30 seconds because of that. Because you've got a double wind step, and then one person leaves, and you had 30 seconds, you would then have 20 seconds, because you can have 15 seconds from actually having wind step, one wind step, and then 5 seconds like more than you can actually carry. So you lose like 10 seconds of wind step for free just because he leaves for like 2 seconds. It's quite unfortunate. I have to do all this running around here in this bit without wind step. I guess I could do this bit before, but I don't particularly want to. For a couple of reasons. Namely, some things don't spawn, depending on what side quests are active in an area. For example, having that Maltran thing, after this we need to speak to Alicia's maid just outside her house, but the annoying thing is, she doesn't spawn, as long as this map is like the Maltran quest version. So you have to leave, go back in, and go to Alicia's house again, and the maid will mysteriously appear. It's quite irritating. But yeah, so I think some things don't spawn here if you don't finish both the Kid and the Maltran quest. Or maybe the Maltran quest doesn't even appear if you have the Kid quest there. It's just quite annoying. Like, we have 3 quests we have to do here, and you can only really do one at a time. And you have to remember to speak to this guy. This is the only guy on this quest that you actually have to speak to that's just like a random NPC that doesn't have a name. If you miss him and you speak to one of the other random merchants, it doesn't actually do anything for you. They just like...
Yeah, you can skip this one,
yeah.
the first one.
What? I've tried missing that, and nope. It didn't spawn. It didn't let me continue the quest, that is. This is why you had to touch the save point earlier, so you could teleport here later to speak to this guy. And we give him the peacock feathers from the peacock we murdered earlier. He doesn't question for a second why we had them before we even spoke to him in the first place. Then we go here. And we're almost done with all of these Irus gems. And I missed a split. I've missed so many of these Irus gem splits. I've like actually missed 5 of them. And there's what, like 8? 9? Oh well. What on earth just happened? I just saved 2 minutes between the second Medusa and grabbing that Irus gem. I wonder how on earth that happened. Pendrago.
That's a good question.
I don't remember if we have to speak to anyone, so I think we can just go to the inn straight away. Should be able to, right? Yeah, I think we can just stay at the inn straight away. I think we've already spoken to all the people we need to. Nope, just kidding. Damn, I was wrong. There is one person to speak to. We have to speak to Sergey. Of course we do. We always have to speak to Sergey in this game. I knew there was probably someone to speak to, but it was faster to just...
Yeah, you have first to go to the Knight's Tower and
Yeah.
then go to the inn.
It was faster to just try resting at the inn rather than searching my notes for whether I had to actually speak to Sergey or not. Alright, we've spoken to Sergey, and we have to make sure to speak to this guy as well, and who is awkward as hell to speak to. I don't know why. Speak to me!
Oh,
Alright, I got him.
yes.
He is the worst.
Nocturnal. Let's
Worst
wait until night-
ever.
Something just doesn't feel right.
What is it?
He's just like, no, I don't want to speak to you, man.
It's just a gut feeling.
Oh well. We got him. Go to the inn. Eat Marlboro curry bun again. I'm pretty sure that should change it to nighttime this time. Yep, there we go.
This gives me the creeps. It's like something's going to pop out.
this quest is one that will never get rid of your wind step as long as you run straight there and straight out,
Bad feeling is all.
but it always makes you think it's going to,
Saray, over there.
The culprit's inside the
because
church.
it always gets very, very low, and then you leave the church, and it instantly gives you an eavesdrop, and the game is like, hurrah,
Why did he go into the
thanks.
church?
Also, there's an odd rhythm. I'm not sure if anybody has skipped many cutscenes in this game, but there's an odd rhythm to the menu to skip cutscenes in this game. It's awkward, to say the least. It's different depending on which version you're playing as well. From what I can tell.
You forgot the Irus gem.
No, I didn't. I turned around and got it.
No. Oh, you
I initially forgot
Wait.
it, and then I turned around and grabbed it.
No, you didn't. You
Did I get the discovery instead? Was it a discovery? Because I know I examined something.
You forgot.
I turned around and grabbed it, I promise. But I'm not sure if it gave me the discovery or not. I know I turned around and pressed
You got
interact.
the discovery.
Did I get a discovery?
Discovery and not the gem.
I normally grab that discovery earlier, by the way, to stop it doing this. I have had this happen before. Because the hitbox on this thing is huge. Oh well, it's fine. I didn't lose my wind step, so I didn't lose that much time. Maybe like 20 seconds. And I can teleport out. It's actually probably faster to go that way, huh? To just leave and then go back in. And then we have to do just one more. Litwurgwoods, that's what it's called. Yeah, I normally tag that on the way into the dungeon the first time, because it trolls occasionally. As you've seen. Who has more shared attack, actually? I think Saray actually has more, yeah. This is the last time I'm going to use Saray. Until the one fight, which is a little different. Where you can use Rose, but probably worse. God damn it.
I like
I've been trolled by a lot of little things this game. Or this run.
Yeah, this run is a little bit messed, definitely.
Come on, get stunned. This thing's pretty free, by the way. This is the last time we use the Earth Armatus loop, but we plan to use it. There's another place where... Actually, I guess that's not strictly true. There's one more fight where we use it for like 10 seconds. And then the phase of the fight changes and we get Fire Armatus back. The only reason we use it is because we don't have Lila in that fight. Wow, actually tagged me with that? Are you kidding? Oh well. Can you not, Golem? Seriously now. I've used all those great bells already. Of course now I get stunned. And I wasn't prepared for it. I at least still got the thingy, but... the banish.
Wow, that final stun.
Right, there we go.
You got plenty of final stuns, more or less.
Yeah.
Interesting to see.
I have had
I mean,
decent
normally
stun
you
luck.
hope for like midway get a good stun and follow up on that, but
Yeah.
at the end actually it's half a waste.
Unfortunately, you can't teleport out of this forest. There is a cutscene
Oh,
trigger
yes.
upon leaving it, and you have to do it before you can leave. We kind of need max wind step to get out though, without getting into encounters. So we have that. It's convenient. It gets refreshed on the thingy. And yeah, that was the last Irus gem. Fortunately, now we get to watch forever worth of cutscenes that we can't skip. It's great.
Okay.
So I am going to take the time to get a drink once I get there.
The upcoming cutscenes can't be skipped, and this is kind of like
You have to
the
input
bathroom
during them as
break,
well.
Eating break.
Luckily,
for
there's
every
one really
Zestiria
long.
runner.
Yeah, like, you have to do screen transitions during these cutscenes as well. Luckily, though, there is one incredibly long one where you can just kind of go make some tea or whatever.
Yeah, the second one goes around, I think it was a bit of over 2 minutes, and the one afterwards actually is also kind of like half a minute, 45 seconds.
It's
And
closer
you can
to like
actually,
9 minutes, Omega.
I've never seen this place before.
you can already walk onto the loading spot for the next transition, which kind of like in the first screen here is directly completely to the left, and in the next one it's to the down right.
Yep.
So you can just stand there, and that's kind of like what we do. We wait for the second screen, position ourselves in the down right corner behind all the people that will appear there, and just go off and take care of business.
And with that, I'll be right back.
I'd expect you to be more grateful, Shepherd.
Huh? This guy's the previous shepherd?
You have occupied our village for half a year now. This isn't protection, it's house arrest.
Not to mention, the Kingdom of Highland is only acting against us because Roland's moved their army here in the first place.
Looks like they can't hear us. The Earth in Historia shows that which has transpired.
The strategic importance of this location cannot be overlooked just because the shepherd founded a village here. You can trust Highland would say the same.
What, so it was inevitable?
When one considers the rise of the Highland Valkyries, yes.
I've had enough. Just leave us. Michael, are you really okay with this? Those bastards are treating Lord Maltelis' shrine as their own fortress. How much longer must they blaspheme the Seraphim?
Brother?
It's okay, Muse. He's right that Camelon happens to be a strategically...
And I'm back. Hello.
northern border. An army that controls this
Are you
territory
enjoying the
seems to
long
control
cutscenes?
this capital at will. Their interest in our land is sad, but understandable.
Do you really trust the words of that tyrant?
They will do as they will.
All the
We
exposition.
must focus on what we believe in. As a lone
I actually
shepherd,
positioned myself in the spot that I have to,
the world to call his own.
in advance, just in case, but I didn't even need it. This one takes a significant amount of
So
time.
the origin village was occupied by Heldolf.
And then dragged into the chaos of war. Still, you can understand why neither army could leave it alone.
Is something wrong, Miklia?
It would be 20 minutes long, this stuff, if you couldn't actually skip parts of it. There's a couple parts you can actually skip.
But there's probably more to the story. Let's head
Fortunately.
towards the shrine.
Right.
Nothing's gonna help you stay awake at this point, man.
Noticed Michael led Lord Maltelis away from the capital?
Is this on the left or the right?
No.
I can't actually remember.
Yeah, this part is actually a test how patient and concentrated your viewers are actually.
Thoroughly absurd.
You can have a little bit of fun here.
Is the third screen the left or the right?
To the right.
Yeah, I thought
Right
so.
down.
I know all the others.
I have them noted down actually.
I forgot the third one even
So
existed.
this one is lower right, the next one is the upper right corner.
Yeah, I know all the others one. All the other ones.
Pass.
Let us put faith in the shepherd. He said he would never allow that.
Well, boo-hoo! I'm sorry for ruining it with my beautiful commentary and voice.
If the shepherd would be lost anyway, wouldn't it be better for us just to evacuate while we can?
I'm sorry for the bad commentary. I'm really sorry. I'm being quiet.
Right. He's the shepherd. He couldn't just abandon Maltelis and let him succumb to malevolence.
Saray.
I just don't understand why they made such a good cutscene skipping system and then didn't use it for this. It's like,
Yeah.
this game has the best cutscene skipping I've ever seen in any game ever, other than the fact that you have to input like 3 times to skip. But like, the being able to mash X just to skip lines of text in a game that's entirely voice acted is very good. Like, to just be able to mash X and skip to the part that you got to or whatever. But then there's parts like this, and you have
You have me throw men away
to wait.
Meaningless skirmish with Highland? Don't be an imbecile.
Yes, this was indeed food break time. Don't worry, I already went and ate. Granted, I only ate a bit of chocolate and a couple bites of an apple, but
Doesn't he care about the happiness of the
it's enough to
villagers?
keep me going. I'll finish the rest of the apple at the end of the run when it's all brown on the bit that I bit out.
The next one is on the upper right.
Yeah, I know.
Knowing we can't do anything
Wait, is it
about
upper
it
right?
just makes it
I just sort of always just go up.
What on earth is held off doing?
Or like straight up.
Held off,
Yeah.
abandoned
I don't know whether it's like
village and-
which way it's supposed to take you, but I just go up. I thought you were supposed to go back to the shrine, which is upper left, if I remember right. Just on the...
Actually, it would be to
the
the
zone.
left because the
Yeah.
shepherd is running to the left.
Yeah, because we go to the shrine again, don't we? And we watch the skippable cutscenes.
Yep. That's right.
How could this happen?
Because, once, like,
Shepherd, music
knowing which way is which in this place is very difficult until your second playthrough, when you've actually, like, been to this place at the end of the game. Once you've done all this stuff at the end,
Hurry to the shrine.
right.
yeah, once you've done all the stuff at the end, then you sort of know where you are in this area. And then you can start skipping cutscenes here. Just for a few, and then you get to watch a few more. Fun times. Dude, this would have been really good if we actually played as Michael. Although, he wasn't particularly powerful. Was he? He was just like... Well, if he was powerful, then he wasn't, like,
If it's not over yet, then there must be
very... He didn't very really want to use his power. But if we played as him just to walk around, and then we fought that, like, one soldier with a really weak version of Saray, or something, that would have been really good. But they just let you sit here as some sort of, like, out-of-body experience instead. And it's kind of dull.
Such thick malevolence. I feel
But, oh
sick.
well.
Malevolence of this impossible magnitude can only mean one thing.
Not now, tell us.
Born far too early by the looks of it.
Spin to win.
Neither of you deserved this.
Yeah. I get very annoyed about this type of stuff. Alright, we're finally done. And that, friends,
You wait half through this
is
scene,
approximately 9 minutes of cutscenes.
then it switches around and you can start skipping again.
And you get to struggle with this fight.
And the next boss fight.
Oh,
well.
that was a
I
questionable
can
decision.
only say, Fel, good luck.
I don't struggle with Maven that often, but I might because I have no BG. Like, literally, like, the circle isn't even remotely close to being full on Rose right now. It might be faster to just go and die on Rose, because I think Lila has BG, like 1. But once I get him into a loop, or the corner, then Maven is pretty free. It's just kind of hard to get him into that sometimes. I just need to get BG, which typically isn't that difficult in this fight. Because he will just sort of chuck things at you. There we go. Damn, I want to get him in the corner.
What would happen to you?
Do you see why it is you waver? Settle this, shepherd!
Do not let Maven's conviction go to waste.
I mean, if you get a good setup on him
Thanks.
and can
Thanks,
hold him
Maven.
in a loop, he is not a big problem. But there are also cases where if you mess up just a tiny little bit, for
Yeah.
example getting a stun,
You can generally
he
recover
is
before he hits you.
directly going at you and
At this, full health anyway. And I make sure I get the loot. And I only got hit by that because I was greedy anyway, to be honest. I went for the second crown file. I shouldn't have gone for the second crown file.
going
I should
reckless
have
again.
just guard cancelled.
Oh, okay.
Just taken the one less crown fire in the combo and then would have been fine. Wow, how did that give him super armor? And cool shenanigans. At least he's burned, so it should be easy now. For a little while. Of course he chucks plates at me. Please stay in the corner, Maven. Thank you. At least I got the crown fire off. Like, that plate chuck is actually the most annoying attack that he can do.
Wow, that's...
It does, like, no damage, but it pretty much is a guaranteed stun every time. I think that's probably the highest stun value attack in the game. I could be wrong.
Well, the chances are actually pretty high. Probably one of the highest. I don't know about the highest. It's hard to measure.
Yeah.
But that one is actually
We
fairly
could data
sure
mine it now it's on
to
PC.
stun you in most cases.
I don't think I've never not been stunned by it though. Other than like a fight where I've gotten stunned 5 or 6 times. 'Cause I'm pretty sure your resistance to stun goes up every time you get stunned. But yeah, we cheese him like this. Once we get him in the corner, and we get him in the loops, it's the freest fight. Or one of the
Yeah,
freest
you
fights.
want to make sure that you play this one safe and as consistent as possible. Because when Maven gets loose and he really has a bad day, he completely screws you over.
We can do the other loop now, since he's almost dead. So I'm just gonna try and finish it off. The loop where we actually crown fire into crown fire rather than letting him land. You don't have to let him land. You can actually combo crown fire into crown fire. You just have to manage your SC a lot better if you do that. But yeah, that fight is not that difficult. Oh yeah, I have to mash L1. I forgot. I split too early. I haven't mashed L1 yet. Right. I mashed L1 now. Yeah, you can skip this one as well, and then you can't skip the rest. Crown fire. This is why I run the game in English, by the way. In Japanese, they say with far more enthusiasm, blazing storm, but in Japanese, and it gets irritating for me very quickly. Very quickly. Oh yeah, you have to run to the bridge, don't you? Actually, no. I think you can teleport to Zafgot, and then this is the part where you do the bridge, right? But you can't. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, you can teleport to Zafgot East, and then you have to run across the bridge. Or you have to run across half the bridge anyway.
Oh yeah, that's actually very important that you take the first save point in the desert.
Yeah. I mean, there's not only this, but there's also the time you have to go to Logrin the second time as well, because you can't teleport directly to Logrin because reasons.
Actually, Panban, not really.
Well, we use Earth for
Every
like 3
element
hours.
is kind of like important or has his time to shine.
Yeah, we used Earth for like 3 hours.
In this case, prefers fire.
And then we'll use Wind on a boss shortly.
Yeah.
And Rose finishes the game for the most part.
This is bad. If any more malevolence collects,
We have to go to Volgran now, I believe. Yeah, I thought so. I want to get in a fight as soon as possible to keep my wind step. I'm not sure if I made it. Hoping I did. We'll see once I get out of the fight. I did in fact make it. I still have max stacks on my wind step. That is a very tight keep your wind step.
Yeah, that was very close, man.
It's very hard to actually do, especially when the enemy spawns that far away. But yeah, you just have to get there, get to the enemy, get to an enemy, murder it real quick. Oh yeah, Last and Bell. But you don't actually go to Last and Bell because things happen. You would split up. I still have almost full BG. That's good. There's a very interesting strategy for the next fight that I'm going to do. where I fish for a stun for like a couple of combos on the actual boss, and if I don't get it, I just kill his ads instantly. But you shall see.
And the next fight can be a dangerous one or an easy one. There's kind of like no in between.
Yeah. If you get the stun, hurrah, you won. Let's be real.
More or less.
If not, then it takes a little bit of time, but you can still win pretty easily. As long as you kill the ads quickly enough. Can you speak, Sergey? God. And now we're gonna get pushed by the boss, who has the swagger walk and doesn't slow down for a second whilst pushing you. And these NPCs tell him not to run away whilst he casually walks away. He's totally running, guys.
This is probably the longest slide in the game.
Unless you get the rose one, yeah. This one's pretty long. I have a proper cape now. Look at that glorious clipping into my legs. And amazing wind physics.
Damn physics. Yeah.
Look at Saray, he's just like, I am not having any of your shenanigans, Sergey. Why are you pushing me like this? I'm just staring at his chest.
Well, Sergey is no pushover. He's showing you.
He is a pushover though. He will push me all the way over to the door.
Okay, you can put it that way. True enough. Fair point.
Puns, lads.
Hurry! We need to break her domain!
Yeah, otherwise...
What is friction? Sorry, Sergey doesn't care about friction.
Yeah, what the hell? What? No, this world just doesn't have friction. All the fire is caused by
also
magic.
Probably a true thing.
Right, now.
I wouldn't
This
count
fight,
that one out.
This fight you just kinda have to hope. And I hope Saray does not use his BG. Oh, actually, yeah, I turned his thingy off. I should be fine. But yeah, I just want to stun. If I can get a quick stun, then I win. So you'll see me doing this very early spell cancel loop, just to use stun attacks for as long as I can. I'm actually just going to go until I die, without healing. And then if I die, I'll only do it for like a combo or two. Got it. Oh, I didn't miss the cart because I auto-dodged. Sad life. I'm just going to die now, because the stun is not going to happen after you get a stun. But yeah, I got the stun, and then I held Mysticart, and the blimmin' ads made me dodge. Saray, can you get back here, dude? Yeah, I'm gonna try that one more time real quick, because I really want to get this. It's pretty cool when you see it, in my opinion, at least. Oh, those things break your guard. I actually wasn't entirely aware of that. I knew that one of the undeads did. I thought it was the mutant one near the end of the game. But yeah, this is what happens to Sergey if you stun him. And he's gone. And he's gone. And that's why I fish for a stun at the beginning of the fight. Oh god, don't cast Lightning Blast at me. Oh, it's Flame Vortex. I don't mind that. You can dodge out of it.
So yeah, the biggest problem in this fight are the wizards. Because they do a quite good amount of damage, and they're constantly teleporting around.
Yeah, these things are...
balls or waves at you.
These things are the things that make you take forever in this fight, not Sergey. Normally what you do if you can't get the stun on Sergey is you just hit as many of these things as you can with a single flamberge. And then you do the fight that way. But it's very convenient just getting the stun on Sergey as quickly as you can. Which is why I just do the spin and then into Scorched Valley, because those two attacks are your fastest stun-inducing attacks. And then I guard cancel, since we don't have Tower of Blood here, which is the only 3rd stage attack that Saray has, or that Fire Armatus has, that inflicts stun. So we just don't use the 3rd combo stage, we guard cancel instead, and repeat until we get stun.
What Rose is up to?
And then the next one is Drago, which you can't do by going there. Let's go here first.
I hope she is.
Think Alicia would be at
The raid from presumably Spec.
Thing is, her worst nightmare come true. Awful for her.
Oh wow.
like someone else.
All the East Origin runners showing their face.
I'm really
Thank you for showing support, bros.
There's nothing we can do right now.
Any move she makes is bound to be
Semi-raid.
on the night.
Well, they did put some effort in it.
Yeah, it was pretty synced.
Yeah. Well done, definitely. Well done.
I mean, it didn't go on for very long, but it was incredibly synced. So it was a sight to behold.
If Rose is anywhere, it's probably there.
Here I'm actually going to use Earth, because it's safer. You can use Fire as well, but I don't want to. I'm scared. Yeah, because whilst they do resist Earth, up circle on Earth Armatus triggers Armored Weakness, and they are weak to that. So we can use that to trigger a power combo, and it doesn't matter that we're using Earth attacks. This way. And now we get to deal with somewhat irritating version of Lunaire, because we don't have Rose yet. This guy can troll you, because his damage output is just as high as when you fight him immediately after this, with Rose. In your party again. I almost got one shot, as you do. If he hits you, he's just gonna pretty much destroy you instantly. You just kinda have to loop him as best you can, and know what he's gonna do with his attacks. There's only one of his attacks that will only do like 1000 damage to you, the rest will just kind of take away most of your life bar. So you have to stay kinda healed. Kinda well healed. I did it too early, goddammit.
Even if Lunar is at the beginning of the game quite controllable, I would say. He isn't much of a
Like, this
threat. In
this is the
fight,
easiest
he
one.
is actually pretty dangerous.
This is the easiest one of the 3, like, side parts of the game, where you go do Rose's, Alicia's, and Sergei's stories. But, this part is particularly difficult.
Yeah.
And I think most of the reason it's actually the easiest one is because you have Rose for the latter half of this fight. But as you notice, my Crown Fire is doing very little damage because I'm using Saray. Oh, I didn't get my guard cancel off in time. And if I die, I just have to retry right then and there because I only have one human, and I'm not going to fight him in human or Seraph form to be able to revive with items. It's just not going to happen. It takes way too long. I didn't dodge it. But yeah, as you can see, I will spend all of my items here if I have to. This part of the fight is significantly harder than the other part. So I think I've almost gotten to the Rose part. Yeah, there we go. Because she has to save her 3 friends first, which is not time-based, by the way. You can sit there for 5 minutes and she will not make any progress. It is based entirely on her having to, or you having to do enough damage. One convenient thing about Lunaire is that you can actually juggle Crown Fire into Crown Fire and it will land on him. 100% of the time. As long as you get every hit anyway. Which does increase your DPS a fair amount than compared to some of the other bosses where you have to delay the second one. I will sometimes delay the second one anyway to build SC back up. Or if he blocks. Yeah, as per usual for this part of the game, we just sort of turn our AI off to stop them giving him super armor. We'll only use our AI for like a couple more fights. If that. Just because having them on standby on healing duty and not giving the enemy super armor is far more valuable. And their damage is beyond negligible at this point. I don't think I've gotten a single art defense down on him off of these Rain of Fires, not gonna lie. Just on the amount of damage I've been doing, which is a shame. I should be dead shortly. That's an attack you have to watch out for. It will hurt a lot. Oh my god, I keep getting super armor back soon. Damn, interrupted me. Should be dead soon. Surprised he's still got so much health, to be honest. Normally dies very quickly once you get Rose back, because her damage is significantly better. I think it's because I keep giving him super armor, so it's taking... Every time I give him super armor with a Crown Fire, like that, god, I effectively lose an entire Crown Fire damage. There we go. There's Lunaire dead. And now Rose leaves our party again. We're kind of sad about that, because she's good.
Yeah,
Soraya,
that
so
was
much.
actually a pretty clean fight, unfortunately, at the end.
I mean,
But
it wasn't that clean, just because I kept giving him super armor, but I didn't get caught by any significant attacks or anything, so it was okay.
yes,
It
definitely.
wasn't a bad fight, but I wouldn't call it a good fight either. Now we have to go
Oh
to
boy,
Lady
the
Lake.
next one.
No, it's not Lady Lake, is it? It's...
So, ladies and
Cavern.
gentlemen, the next upcoming boss fight is what you have been waiting for.
Hey, I've gotten a...
Totally guaranteed.
Well, the delayed Crown Fire strat works on Maltron.
It works, but the
Getting it
setup is
started
kind
can
of
be
like a
difficult.
tricky part of it.
Yeah, getting it started can be difficult, but it works. So once I get her once... Yeah, and she's actually like one of the most susceptible in the game to it, because she has no ranged attacks. Why did I go this way? I have to go to Gravend and fetch Alicia first.
No, you shouldn't leave afterwards, but the Maltron fight is probably in your first playthrough, casual playthrough, one of the hardest boss fights.
Yeah.
In the game
Maltron is
because
a
of her
struggle.
behavior.
She will combo you from 100 to 0 through your block. Hey, I know where I'm going.
I actually
Kappa.
tested it one time on hard. She gave me a full combo of over 15k damage. That was fun to watch, and I was blocking the whole time. So if she gets going, oh man, oh man.
Feels bad, man. Windstep wore off. Oh yeah. You have to leave here first. And then you can turn back the other way. Or actually, can you? I don't think you can. I know you don't have to run all the way there. I think you have to walk over to the save point though.
We'll have no choice but to tell her that Maltran is a Hellion. She'd be hurt for sure.
I'm aware, but there's no other choice.
It's not like I haven't gone the wrong way before, guys. We're back on estimate pace at least, so...
I wonder what happened to Alicia.
Let's go to
Give
her
me
house.
Windstep NPCs. Oh, yeah, Alicia doesn't have super armor. For sure.
Yeah, that
If Maltron had permanent
Omega
super armor,
absolutely.
then... or permanent
Maltron
armor, I
with
guess.
super armor? Oh boy, I don't even want to imagine that one.
Yeah, I guess it's technically not super armor because she takes damage, but armor. If she had permanent armor for a part of her health, then yeah, should be the worst ever. Because she is probably one of the hardest hitting bosses in terms of the fact that she will just combo you to death like instantly. But yeah, basically, I need to control Saray. Like, I need to control Saray, man.
Oh,
that's
by
great.
the way, one thing I actually accidentally made a thing here was in the playthrough, I got triple lasered at that fight.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of like was looking away, mashing, and for some reason I started doing martial arts on a cast, and the other two were also casting, and I got triple lasered.
Yeah. Being reckless in this
Fun to
fight is
watch.
a terrible, terrible idea once they're low on health. I always pay attention to this fight, because
Yeah.
they can snipe you out of nowhere. Because they have Lightning Blast. Everything
that
with
was a
Lightning
good
Blast.
lesson.
Everything in the game with Lightning Blast can just snipe you, because it is the hardest hitting spell in the game. By a lot. As long as they get 4 hits. Which is fairly rare, I guess, on you. It's pretty common for you to get it on an enemy that's large. But, its long casting time doesn't mean means it's pretty bad. And this is the fun part of the game where we have to run all the way to Glavend. No teleporting allowed. I don't know why. They couldn't just let us teleport to, like, Marland or something.
I also have no idea why you can't teleport. The Alicia DLC should be fixed on Steam, like a couple of weeks ago.
You say she
There
comes
was a
decently
problem that you
equipped.
couldn't save after you finished the DLC.
You
It
say,
wasn't creating
Alicia,
a save file.
you say she comes decently equipped. I'm going to show you how decently equipped she is by using her Mystic Art, and you'll see how much damage it does.
At this point, Alicia gets a huge boost in her equipment.
Yeah, in her equipment and her levels are massively boosted, and her Mystic Art will still do less damage than anything else I can do.
Toughened up a bit yourself.
Yes.
Almost anything else I can do. Because Alicia's,
Under Lady Maldred.
as I said earlier, she does literally 0 damage, dude. I need to control Saray. I've had enough of this having to switch characters every fight thing. If Alicia learned how to armortize, she'd probably still be useless. Because her attack and A attack stats are garbage. It's really unfortunate how useless she is, other than the fact that early on she is the best AI for comboing off of. But in the Maltran fight you don't even want your AI to attack the enemy because, well, if Maltran gets super armor you are going to have a bad time.
Yeah, probably. I would agree.
I'm actually curious what Alicia's level is here. If it's based on yours or if she just gets a good level. Okay, it's based on yours.
I think it's based on yours.
Yeah, she's 1 level higher than me, and, well, she would be more than that if I was at appropriate casual levels. So, I'm going the right way now, right?
Yeah, in casual
Should
runs you're mostly around level 50 to 55 in
Yeah,
most cases.
and the fight's still normally a struggle.
Oh yes.
This fight is just a struggle. It's like the only word for it. Hey, I don't hate Alicia. She's just useless.
Lila, What type of Hellion is Maltan?
Like, she's just useless.
Honestly, cannot tell you.
Literally Sheena.
So all we know is
Except she's not forced into your party when you have like other party members in your party. She's only forced in your party for the parts where she's the only one you have. Right. Now I need to do a bit of strategy changing here. Or make Leo and Zavid. Because I need them to stay the hell away. Basically.
Sexy lady.
Alicia at Jigglypuff. Wow.
All right.
I can do this. Your technique is appalling,
Lila, what's her weakness?
Stop dodging Outran. I just want to hit you with something so that I can use Alicia's Mystic Art and then let her die. So that she stops giving you super armor. Right, this should be good. Right. She did a grand total of 585 damage with that Mystic Art. Value. Now please die quickly, so that I can actually cast Crown Fire more comfortably. Thank you. Why did she come back to life? Nabo Kariban? God damn it. Please just die. I'll even hold this spell until— oh my god, Natran, can you just kill your student for me, please? So that I can go ham on your face? I can't tell the AI to back off, because for some reason that makes Maltran always target you. And that's not really what you want. You want her to target Nikleo, or Javid, or whoever your Seraph is. And Alicia should be dead.
And Maltron's behavior is very, very strange. And
Very easily abusable though.
it is. If she goes for the Seraphs and the AI in general, you can make use of that. If she goes for you, depending on your distance to her, you can also make use of that.
This fight is so much harder when Alicia just doesn't die.
So you kind of like have to watch her and figure out is she switching around in her behavior or not, and quickly adapt to it.
She is somewhat like a Javid that doesn't have any range though. So you are pretty safe as long as you just stay in an optimal distance, which is about this long, where the Crown Fire will just connect on her smack bang in the middle. Yes! She's gone! And I missed the Rain of Fire, because she was too high. That's a shame. Oh, I think I'm still fine. Especially since she has to run all this way to get to me. Come on, come closer, Natran. Stop backstepping! I don't know the Rain of Fire timing for that distance. Because the Rain of Fire the timing for juggling into Rain and Fire is very different depending on how far away she is. Especially on Maltran, because she doesn't get knocked up very high. I should hit her, yeah. Luckily she can't outrun Crown Fire. Like, if you just cast it, and she's running the entire time before it goes off, she'll still get caught by the edge. Unless the angle is really off. But the chance of the angle being that bad is pretty low. Don't kill me. Oh, you bitch. Oh, my bad. Couldn't help it. Come on, Leo, please. This could be bad. Please don't die. It's alright, I know what I'm doing.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Right. I'm really lucky Alicia didn't switch out. Oh, not Alicia. Lila didn't switch out. If I had died there, I would have been pretty sad. This shouldn't be hitting Saray. Yeah. This is one of those Mystic Arts that you're really glad that it doesn't have any range. I need to get out of this block string, else I'm dead. Oh, the guy should be fine now. Ah, get him out, Tran. Thank you. That was kind of close.
That's
The
how
end there.
lovely Maltron is.
Well, kind of just a little close at the end there. You got a sort of sneak peek at what Maltron can do to you if you don't choose her.
Wow. Oh man, dude.
Now imagine if she had
Wow.
done that with super armor. Yeah.
Yeah, rip.
That's why we want Alicia to
Instantly
die.
rip.
Because if she gets super armor by doing that type of stuff, then yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I want to check the shops again. Full spell spot. Yes, there's some, finally. I didn't go an entire run without any spell spot items. I'm gonna go get it now in case it disappears. Just gonna go get it now.
Oh nice, Feldspot daggers. Awesome.
Has focus on as well. That's kind of convenient. So that's actually a useful stat. Right, now we will continue with the game.
That's about yeah, around that point Rebellion. 6 hours is around Marland. If you're really good, a bit further on. Like getting more or less out of Marland. But that's about it. Yeah.
Right, and now we get to do the fun fight. AKA pray to the RNG. I also want to check how much BG I have. Because if I don't have much on Saray and Javid, both of them. Okay, Javid has a lot, Saray not so much. Yeah, I need to get into fights.
What is that?
I'm also going to save, because I'm getting into fights to build BG, just in case I'm going to save.
Yeah, this is Javid's time to shine. The wind amortization.
Yeah, this is Javid's like
very
one time to
useful
shine.
on this fight.
Maybe so, but they were losers from the moment
One
they
more.
became Hellions.
I got my BG really quick, thankfully. The enemies like went for me really quickly. So that was convenient. There is speedruns of bad ending percent, isn't there? New Game Plus at least?
There is. I did and Fnatic, but
Yeah.
we did it on NG Plus.
Yeah, New Game Plus.
The
Like,
thing
New Game
is with
bad end would be struggle.
New Game bad ending is actually a very tough one because Held Up has every resistances.
Yeah.
Except for physical,
But you have to
I
grind
think.
skills to do
Yeah,
New Game
definitely.
thingy.
And that is a problem. So New Game bad ending is...
I'm gonna get caught by that guy, god damn it.
Well, not just tough.
Right, there's nothing useful here particularly. I hope I have enough gap. This is the first time I've ever gotten to
That guy is
this.
following you, oh boy.
This is
oh
the first
boy.
time I've ever gotten to that Turtles and not had. Oh, nice, he didn't get me. First time I've ever gotten to that Turtles and not had 15 grape gels worth of Gald. Other than the time where he had 2 pieces of Lindware equipment and I bought both of them. Anyway, I need to switch up a couple things. Stun damage. Oh, he does a little bit of attack as well. That's worthwhile, I think. They don't matter. Grab firing. Burning dash. Oh, oops. Right, so that's 1, 2 dragon. 3. Okay, and I have 5. There's no way in hell. I'm actually gonna check if I've got any more dragons in here. Just from like enemies. Yeah, I didn't think so. He's still got battle boots equipped? Nice. That should do. Yeah. Now we fight the dragon. Hurrah. I sure as hell better be controlling Saray.
And that goes for both of us, too.
You got it. I don't
Oh, right, yeah, I forgot to tell my AI to back off.
Very
Wow, super armor, cool. Oh my god.
So basically
Stop
what
going
we
in
want
the
to
air.
do is we want to hope for a stun.
Yep.
Because wind amortization has one thing where it is actually really good at,
Oh.
and that is banish chaining. You can easily
And the fact that it's
chain
just very good
3
against dragons. Because it has lots of
in
null.
one stun.
This thing's also weak to null, and wind amortization also has lots of null elemental attacks.
Yes.
Yeah, so basically I'm gonna do banish into Mystic Art here as a new strat. It will instantly end the first phase. Now I'm going to rebuild some
Oh,
BG
there's
in the
the
second
stun.
phase.
You're actually going for the Mystic Art, alright.
Yep. Because in the first phase, he doesn't take that much damage from Banish Arts, or Banish Blasts, because it is, of course, based on your the enemy's remaining HP. And now I'm going to build up some more BG. I want to get to another 7 or so for the third phase. Right. What I'm going to do now is this. Switch to Javid. And put Saray on manual instead. Move Saray back. Except, no I'm not, because he's on manual, so I can't switch to him right now. Forgot about that. I should have backstepped a couple times first. Yeah, looks like a lot of micromanaging, but I think it makes the fight faster overall. I hope it goes for me. As Javid. Nice. Nope, it didn't, of course. That's fine. I'll just amortize. No, that's not what I meant to do. Come on. I pressed it twice. It didn't work. Right, I'll get slapped once, or not. Am I controlling the wrong character? Or did I put them both on auto by accident? Yeah, I'm controlling the wrong character. There we go. That explains. The cursor was on Rose. Nice. But yeah, as you can see, you can do Banish pretty well with wind amortization against things like this. I could have gotten a third, I think, if I wanted to. But I guess I probably should have anyway. But I do want to take the time to build up a little bit of VG before the third phase. And then I'll build a bit more in the third phase as well. Because I think each phase refreshes your automatic steps. Which is very convenient for building VG. Right, no it doesn't. Not, or, well, maybe. It's hard to tell. Either way, I don't have any side steps left. Or is it back steps? One or the other. But yeah, as long as you have both Null and Dragon procced on him before doing the Mystic Art, it pretty much... whoops, accidentally used Virulent Shards. It pretty much does way more damage than 2 Banish Blasts in a similar amount of time. My screen just went out. That was unfortunate. My screen just went out for like 5 seconds.
Wow.
I'm glad this fight really doesn't matter if that happens, because this fight's easy.
Wow, that's done from the banish while the cast was going on.
Yeah, that was pretty lucky, I'm not gonna lie.
That was
I should actually do this
pretty
the other way around.
sexy.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this the other way around. I'm gonna control Javid, and then put Saray on manual, and I'm gonna cast the heal spell, because it gives you BG, I think? Oh, is it the second one that gives you BG? Nope, it's the first one.
Yeah, one thing that's pretty annoying is Javid's healing spell, or the wind healing spell, where you get heal and a little bit of BG back. You get it very late into the game, actually. You have to wait for it pretty long. But as soon as you get it, it is one of the
I wish it would stop that for Saray, you know?
most awesome spells in the game.
I need 7 BG for this stage. So I'm gonna grind it real quick by casting heal spells. So I'm pretty sure it's just faster to focus grind BG like this than to do it the opposite way. Right. Now we'll actually start playing it again. Basically, as soon as I get a stun, I'm gonna banish, and then I'm gonna miss the cart, and then I'm gonna banish again after I miss the cart.
Who is Genja?
Genja? You don't know who Genja is?
I don't know who it is.
He is the RNG god. If you want
RNG
good,
God.
if you want good
I have
Lufia
to beat
Ancient
him.
Cave luck, then Genja's your man.
Okay. Interesting.
You ask him for blue
RNG
chests,
god,
and he'll
well.
give you blue chests. I'm not sure how much you know about Lufia 2 Ancient Cave, but if you know anything, that will mean things to you.
Yeah, Lufia 2 Ancient Cave, man. Hundreds of hours I played through that one.
Yeah, this won't quite one-shot him, but it'll put him very close. And I got another stun off the banish. Yeah, it put him
Nice
to
stun.
8k HP. So yeah, it puts him pretty close if you just do this. I'm actually gonna get the last BG to banish him again if I get a stun, just in case I do get the stun. Otherwise it's gonna take me forever if I get a stun. Oh, Fire Breath. That's not the attack you want to get hit by, because it reduces your attack. And now I'm paralyzed too, because I forgot I ran out of auto steps. I wish you could restore or get rid of. Yeah, this is why I. There we go. Dragon dead. It was a little slow, and by a little slow I mean pretty damn slow, because I'm not used to doing all of the like menuing. But the actual fight was pretty fast. Yeah, I did so much unoptimal menuing during the fight though. That I kind of just need to get used to it. It is a new strategy. You get past the first phase very quickly, so I'm pretty sure it's worthwhile. You can also use the arcane bottle, the second one, because it is spare. But I didn't for now. I want to save it. I definitely want to save the arcane bottle in case I need it for the very end of the game.
Yeah, saving the arcane bottles can help a lot.
I'm definitely gonna do more testing with that
Unfortunately,
strategy.
sometimes can be better to use it at the dragon fight, at least one. That depends on the situation.
Yeah, we don't have many bosses left.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Well,
Oh yeah,
this
you
is the
got to do
first
all the
time I
last
get
boss soon.
confused with someone else. Interesting. Man.
Oh, you can't move to save points. Really? You have to run there. Okay. Thanks, game. I actually forgot about that, I guess. This is the wrong way as well. And I guess it makes sense because this part's supposed to be like the epic departure that they like to do in Tales games. Normally happens in a snowy village.
We grab a couple of monoliths and discovery points to get some AP. but not
Yeah,
that
in the
much.
very
I
beginning.
think about 15 or so.
Nah, it's not that much. We grabbed like 10, 11 maybe. We mostly get them at the beginning of the game, so that we have enough for automatic dodges, as well as the second tier of the guard charge thing, which increases VG, and quick banish for the fight with attack. And then after that, any extra we get is just like extra as a buffer in case we get less levels or something. At least for me. I'm not sure about Ito.
Saray, look! Alicia and Lucas!
Alicia and Lucas. Oh yeah, I'll save time on this next split probably. Unless it goes horribly, horribly wrong. Because my PB used a very old strat that I pretty much ripped straight off of Rasta, which involves using Saray in human form against the next boss. But I now just sort of firearm at us in his face and spam Crown Fire, as we do with most of the other bosses. And it brought a 5-minute average fight time down to a approximately 90-second average fight time. Which was that's quite a bit of a time save. But I haven't had a good run ever since my PB. I'm not sure why. I seem to be losing a lot of time to movement. In my opinion, the best Tales game to start on is either like Vesperia or Abyss, maybe? Or Zillia. Maybe Symphonia, but it's a little bit dated. Just a little, though. But that's pretty much an opinion. It's whatever one you want to start on is whatever is easiest to access for you, I would say. And this is the save point that I told you about at the very beginning of the game, if you were here, that you cannot afford to miss, else it loses you like 5 minutes.
Oh,
And
yes.
now I'm going to quick save, because this place is the scariest place in the entire game if you get into encounters. If you get into the wrong encounters. They can point at you and you will fall over and die instantly. They might look at you funny and you will just fall over and die instantly. It's kind of a harsh fight. Or a harsh area.
Yeah, coming back to the forest at this point is a whole new world, because at the start there was no enemy around and whatnot, and if you now get cards, well, it's very tight in here, and the enemies are over level 60, I think, 50 or 60 around that part, and they hurt like mad.
And these trees, man. Luckily I didn't get caught by them at all just yet, but I just tried to punch vines. Yeah, like I haven't been blocked by any trees yet, but or in fact I didn't get blocked by any trees. That was a very good forest. But
I agree.
now I run into a wolf berserker because I wasn't even aware there could be any spawns there. I should probably just armatize for safety, but nah. I'd rather keep more BG on Rose than Lila. Yeah, I didn't even know an enemy could spawn after the cutscene, like in front of you. I knew they could chase you from behind. But oh well. And here's Cerberus. Cerberus is a meanie. Oh, I forgot to eat Ice Pop for the oh, I didn't even have one. Huh, I must have missed a chest at some point. I'm gonna use herbs here if I have any that are worth using. Just because now I need to use one on Saray and Lila regardless, because they are very low on health. And we have to change battle actions here. This fight is a massive struggle if you don't have longer step. Basically,
Yes.
his breath attacks are entirely unblockable, and you can't dodge them with one dodge, and you will most likely get caught in the recovery frames of your first dodge before you can get the second one off, if you try and dodge it without longer step. If you dodge it with longer step, you can just clear the entire breath in one go. I should be good to just continue here. I'm pretty sure I haven't missed anything. I equipped longer step, that's the most important thing. As long as I'm controlling Rose anyway. Oh yeah, there's actually a cutscene before this fight. I always forget. It seems like a weird one. Oh god. I ran forward by accident. But yeah, basically you want to turn to charge forward. I'm going to spam Crown Fire. I'm going to hope my AI triggers power combo. Oh yeah, one interesting thing, which is the most like significant reason I use Rose. After the Tiamat fight, Rose gets a free 4th combat action, or combo action on all of her titles, or all of her titles above a certain rank, maybe? Oh yeah, I also need to turn BG back on. But yeah, so now I can use free Crown Fires after a Rain of Fire, which is nice. It's most of the reason why I use Rose. It increases your DPS by about, well, 33%. A little more, technically. Also, I'm getting very bad AI luck with Sorey deciding to not attack. Maybe something to do with the fact that he's in Armatus. I'm not sure though. I've never actually had him armatized this early in the fight. Wow. Sorey, please combo! Jesus. He just doesn't want to right now. But yeah, if you struggle with this fight is like the first fight in the game, which is weird considering how late it is, that forces you to learn how to dodge. Javid, I need you to revive Sorey real quick. It's very important you actually have all of your AI alive in this fight, if you want to do this strategy. And ideally unarmatized, but I leave it on so that they can re-armatize if it goes bad. Why is it... Sorey, please combo him. Like, for real, he's just not doing things. Alright, this is going kind of annoyingly. Normally it's pretty easy to just get like 7/8k combos on this guy, if your AI just cooperates a tiny little bit. Or if you get a burn like this. That helps too. Because that makes him stay in stagger for a much longer period of time. As you can see, 8k combo instantly as soon as he gets burned. Alright, I need to quick step. One of the convenient things about these breaths is that you can quick step forward through them. Many people don't know, but you can... No, not regeneration. You can quick step forward through projectiles, and these breaths are considered projectiles. Or through most projectiles. Some of them you can't, until you get a battle action called Push Full Guard. Alright, this is getting quite irritating. I'm just going to turn the AI off and finish him off the old way. Oh, I got bit. Yeah, I'm just going to finish him off the old way real quick. Well, not the old way, but just with combos. Just with quick combos. Unless he revives, I guess. Oh my gosh. Please. Just let me go for like a second.
Come on, kick it.
Alright, I got it. Yeah, I still saved 2 minutes, even though that fight went absolutely terribly.
Yeah, you got at the end in a very bad breath combo.
Yeah.
Like, getting it from the left, then from the right, in a row. It's kind of like the worst part of Cerberus if you get comboed like that, because he will do it to like 70% chance, on, and 100 to 0 you. Cerberus
Yeah.
can be pretty cruel if you give him just a little bit of time.
That fight teaches you to dodge, and it teaches you to dodge well. Because you can't block any of his attacks, I want to say. His only attacks, the 3 different breaths and bite.
Where's the gate of the Dawn
Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are the only attacks he uses, right? So you can't block any of his attacks.
At the beginning, yes. At the beginning, yes.
Oh, I guess
and
there's also
in-
regeneration, but that's not an attack. That's like
Regeneration starts at around 20% HP
Yeah.
and bite at around 40%,
Yeah.
I think it was.
why did I
Around
not
that.
teleport, dude?
Other than that, he will single breath mostly of the time at the beginning. Later on, he will dual breath at the same time. And his breaths always go in order. Like if he starts with the blue breath, then the fire one will follow up, and vice versa.
This is the other save point we touched at the very beginning of the game that it's very important to touch. Because that one also involves you losing lots and lots of time backtracking if you don't touch it. I have many ice creams. I should just start spamming them for the rest of the fights, I think. I think I have 5 left. No, I have 4. Okay. I need to pick one fight to not use them on then. I am going the wrong way. It's obvious I didn't practice this part of the game that much.
Yeah, you're
'Cause
going
this-
back up again.
That's like end part of the game in terms of like where you have to run around. I practiced the bosses, but I didn't really practice the running around. Because it's generally fairly easy to remember where to go. I can normally autopilot it, but apparently my autopilot wants me to go the wrong way right now. It's okay
Nice,
though. I'll just quick
nice.
save here real quick. Well, I probably should do it after
we
the
got
cutscenes.
like actually everything in this run. Like going wrong ways, forgetting Irus gems, getting trolled, forgetting some special events to get
Dying.
other side quests activated. Stuff that never happened before. Well, did I miss something?
Dying. I died.
You died, right, you died. Oh man.
I haven't died in a random encounter yet, although I have had very close shaves.
But you are still on a good pace, I mean, we're
No, I'm
closing
not.
into the end of the game, 626. That's a decent good run, definitely. Including all the stuff that's actually kinda wrong.
I mean, I guess it's an acceptable run. I'll give you that. It's not a good run though.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm plus 25.
I would say it is acceptable.
Yeah, I'm plus 25, so it's not a good run by any means, but it is acceptable. It's like a complete run as well, which I haven't actually done in a very long time in one sitting.
See?
Most of my practice was done in segments because I haven't had like the amount of time where I can just sit down.
This area, very important because I see a lot of people struggling here. They pass through this invisible maze. Follow the enemies. The enemies
Or the pillars.
show you kinda like where the real way is.
Or make
and
sure
you
you're
get an
always
idea.
between 2 pillars.
Yep.
That works too, because there is only ever 2 pillars on each side of you, and there's no forks in the path or anything like that. Yeah, you can follow the pillars. Just make sure you're using the right pillars. I actually need to kill some things so that I can get wind step. Although these are resistant. No, they're not resistant to wind. It's fine. I can just crowd fire them. I need to be able to outrun the enemies here. Oh god. That was somewhat close. But yeah, because like these enemies, the werewolves and the bats, are nowhere near as bad as the Scyllas. They can just sort of destroy you with any spellcast pretty quickly, if they decide to. And my screen went off again. I'm glad that wasn't happening all run. That would have been really inconvenient. Wow, Lila. Thanks. I actually need to eat a couple of these snacks, just for health. The only problem is that when you do fights, sometimes you'll get turned around a little bit. This fight is awkward as hell to start with, because you want to get into Fire Armatus, but you start in Earth Armatus, and Saray starts in Fire Armatus. So you have to de-armatize both characters before you can do anything. And I forgot to switch. Seraphs when I was in human form. What you can do in this fight though, all of their arts are either seraphic or hidden. So as long as you keep your health high, you can sort of just sit here and tank their attacks whilst spellcasting. And you'll even get faster spellcasts for it a lot of the time. This one it doesn't really matter who you go for first, because they're both mostly melee. The next fight changes a little though, where you want to take them out in a specific order, just because one of them is a troll and one of them is less so. But yeah, you'll notice I don't even do any combo stages before casting spells, and that's because if you get hit by an attack that's not a spell, you're just going to get a super fast cast anyway, and that'll give you the free combo stage. And this is one of those parts I'm going to save for as well, because I need to journey into the depths of RNG, aka I hope enemies spawn well and I hope they don't chase me too far. This is why I build up my wind step, by the way. I'm actually going to build one more. So I'm going to save again after. I'm still. Damn. I wish the game.
It's very, very horrible for enemy encounters.
Yeah. Like, I build up wind step as much as I can before this part, because we actually have to go into the depths a little bit to grab an elixir, so that we have a spare. Oh yeah, I have Tower of Blood now. Let's show that off. Or not, because it died. I mean, I guess you did kind of see it, but the camera angle was awkward. But yeah, I need to go in here and grab the elixir. I'm not even sure which chest it is anymore. Pretty sure it's the silver one though.
Looks like it, but let's proceed with caution.
But with this many stacks of wind step, I should just be able to outrun them. Yeah. You can just go in, grab an elixir, get out.
Nice and easy.
Because if you get into a dangerous encounter in this area, it's going to be sad.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, on one note, every enemy here is kind of like weak, or you can use water amortization very well on them. But dangerous encounters in this area are not just dangerous, they are highly deadly.
And at this point you have enough stacks of wind step, and that you can just run straight over here, and it won't run out, so you don't have to refresh it at all or anything. I'm gonna get my HP up, use a soft serve ice cream because I have enough for the rest of the fights in the game. I went straight past the back then. I need to change seraphs again. Right, here you want to take out the wind one first. The water one, because he has so many ranged attacks, will occasionally just sort of sit super far away and make you sad. And Crownfire does have a range. It doesn't just travel forward until it reaches the enemy. It just explodes a certain distance in front of you. Like, it is of course ideal to be able to just hit both with every attack. Or if the water one wants to die first by tanking every Crownfire in the face, I'm okay with that too. But for the most part, you want to aim for the wind one, and then if the water one dies, it's nice. Or if the water one dies first, it's nice, because it is the more annoying one, especially when it gets low on health and it starts using Maelstrom, which is one of the best spells in the game, if not the best spell in the game. Between its huge AoE, large hit count, and I should be careful here. And obscene damage, as well as the fact that it's only one element, so all you need to do to be able to make sure no enemy resists Maelstrom is to have the skill that allows enemies to not be able to resist water anymore.
Yeah, that's the 7 elemental union.
Whereas with things like Crownfire, because they are both fire and wind, if they resist both of those, then if you make enemies not resist fire, you'll also need to make them not resist wind to be able to, I still need to, no I don't hit auto changes for this fight.
The good part about Maelstrom is you can chain it into each other unlike
On
Chronofire, for
everything.
example.
On
'Cause
literally
it holds
everything.
the enemy on the ground and pulls them together. And it has also a very high hit lock. Well, the Simon fight, oh boy.
Yeah, I generally don't get too trolled in Simone, but she can.
Yeah, there's a
Like right
special
now.
melee attack she can use, and that allows her to summon 3 illusions from her, which can all cast, and you have literally 4 spellcasters on a boss level around you, and they don't mess around, they start directly going at you, and they don't hold back.
Luckily, they do die pretty quickly to Crownfire. And she dies pretty quickly to Crownfire as well. Her art defense is not the best.
If you get them good together, definitely. Crownfire gets a good job done.
Why is she super armored? I don't understand. Is it transients, by the way? 'Cause she keeps going for it. It's really annoying me. The one that spawns her clones. She hasn't hit it yet because my AI is on defensive. Simone's Mystic Art is the one you will see every run if you run this game in your game. She gets it off every time.
No,
Like,
not in my case.
every
Wow,
time.
you actually, oh boy, it actually got.
She didn't even hit anyone. She just had someone stunned and Mystic Arted off of it. I missed that
Wow.
back step. Oh, she did it. God damn it. Oh well. I can kill the clones very quickly. Like this. With style. And I missed one of them. Oh well. That's pretty much the easiest way to deal with the minions if you don't want to deal with them. You don't have many fights left.
Oh, nice Flamberg.
Yeah, you don't have many fights left, so wasting your BG isn't that much of an issue. Other than for keeping your win step. But I basically just keep going for the real Simone, and I hope the clones get caught in my ground fires. Which that one clone really doesn't want to. Also, for some reason my ground fires aren't comboing. I know they work. I know they combo on Simone. Alright, she got Shadow Servant off. Let's just not get hit by that. This is a pretty bad Simone fight. I let her summon clones, and then my crown fires aren't comboing very well on her. That one shouldn't combo, so I probably should have held it because it was the second stage rather than third. But the others should have, I'm pretty sure. Alright, there we go. That's the main Simone dead. Yeah, I guess I shouldn't de-armatize just to get BG against Simone. I guess I should just wait until... I guess I should just wait until till the next area and just get it off of one of the fights.
Do you think we got our message?
I would actually say the victor of Zestiria is Maltron.
The what of Zestiria? Sorry?
Victor from Cilia 2.
Are you sure? Is it not Dalahan?
Well, it could also be Dullahan.
Malevolence is getting
There's quite a similarity.
And not a single dragon. That's a shame. By the way, notice I have 200,000 gald now.
Are you guys
Yeah.
alright?
You don't have to worry about
Yeah, you get a lot of gald from fights starting in
Okay then.
Yeah, just worry about
starting from Cerberus. Cerberus doesn't give you too much gald himself, but the ones after him give you a lot of gald. A lot of gald. Yeah, I guess Maltran can pretty much 100 to 0 anyone with a combo whenever she wants. Whereas Dullahan can just kind of instantly decide,
It's way worse
no, I'm just
than
gonna charge at you now and you're gonna die.
It just means we're getting
So,
closer and closer.
They're both equally bad.
Micron can be easy. Her AI kinda like reacts to cars with dodging backwards, and she switches around, which makes her vulnerable. But when she starts going and gets you in a combo, there's a pretty high chance that you get killed.
Oh, missed the door.
So it goes either good or bad. There are kinda like only these two options.
Camera settings are an issue in every version of Zestiria, don't worry. Everyone else has had them as well. I am fairly good at getting around them most of the time. And they can be worse in manual mode, depending on how good you are at manual mode camera. Because, for example, I was pressing up to move downwards at the start of this fight. Because up moves you towards the enemy, and Rose was on the opposite side of an enemy, and that's who I was controlling. That was a nice fight for building my BG back up, by the way. It was executed fairly well too. But yeah, because those things cost Blitz Bomb, and you get like 4 dodges on a Blitz Bomb. As long as you don't block, or anything else for that matter. You just let your auto steps carry you to victory. Now, what we want to see here, in this place, is Mammoths. Mammoths are an enemy which have incredibly low art defense, and are weak to, I believe, fire, but maybe wind as well. That's not the right way. And we can kill them very quickly. And basically, they have enough HP that if you get into an encounter with 3 of them, you can very easily reach 40,000 total damage in a single Armatus combo. And that will unlock a battle action called Retribution, which basically, when you block an attack with Retribution active, or with Retribution turned on, your next attack will do damage equal to the amount that you took through your block, which can speed up the final fights a fair amount, especially if you lose control of the pace of the fight. I'm actually going to save in this room, just because I'm approximately halfway through. And random encounters here can kill you if you get in an awkward one.
Yeah, a couple of enemies are pretty cruel in here. Others are fairly easy to handle, like the big armor, the undead armors. But Spectrals, for example, or the Harpies are pretty dangerous.
Yeah, basically, I'm just gonna instantly murder these mammoths. I'm gonna hope I get to 40,000 damage total. I struggle a lot more with it than Maelstrom seems to. I feel like I have more trouble getting as many crown fires on the screen as he does. Oh well, I'll just do a combo before going on Armatus form next time, if I get it next time. Just because it lets you keep hold of the blue gauge below the damage for longer. But yeah, I just need to hit 40k. It was also only 3 mammoths, which you pretty much need most of their health bar. I think they have approximately 14,000 HP. In a fight with 3 mammoths rather than 4, you have to hit them for most of their life in a single Armatus bar, which is a lot more difficult than on 4. Right, cool. Not only do they have more health, I swung by accident, that's going to take away some of their health. They still have more than what I need. It's using him not. I don't know if they have enough health now for me to do it. I got eaten! I've never seen them eat me before. Not even casual. Please kill it. Or get to 40k at least. Okay, there we go. Got it. Now I'm gonna go turn it on. Before I forget. We have to turn longer step off, but that's not particularly necessary for the rest of the game. the only
Oh,
fight you
that
really
heat
need longest
attack.
step is Cerberus.
I
Luckily-
rarely see that one.
Luckily, Saray armatized for me at the end of that fight there, which extended the gauge a little bit. So I had a little bit more time. Else I don't think I would have gotten it, and I would have had to hope for another mammoth. Again. It looks like nobody's seen that attack before. But Omega hasn't seen it either.
I've seen it once or twice, but it's actually very rare. I mean, getting hit by them is actually also kinda like...
It's pretty difficult to get hit by them. I'm not sure how I got hit, but
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
have
don't
to
mind.
mess up a little bit. But actually getting also that attack, well.
That dragon
You
is
could
being
call
pretty
it skill.
inconvenient. Right. It went away. I should probably quick save, since I got the retribution battle action. But yeah, I'm still gonna fight mammoths when I come across them. Just for the
It's a tiger, Hellion, which attacks
just for the wind step.
Seraphim in the dark.
It's nice to have in this area. And it makes you run fast, so I don't have that many stacks of it, but I have some stacks of it, so it's worth keeping.
Still no sign of him or his traps? The wait is almost the worst thing.
I'm starting to feel very
itchy.
uneasy about this.
Hey, didn't I tell us to keep our chins up? Doesn't do any good to...
You're right.
This is the wrong way. It's hard to remember because they both look like they will lead to where you want to go.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you'll see when I'm casting sometimes that it sort of doesn't let me release the cast. That's not me holding the button. There is a limit to how many spell effects you can have on the screen, similar to Final Fantasy XII. Presumably to stop the FPS dropping, considering I think they said they bound some mechanics to FPS. So FPS drops during fights due to spell effects would have been a big issue to gameplay. So I assume that's why they did it. You can have at most 2 crown fires on the screen, I think. 2 of most spell, in fact, except like the lower level ones. Which you can have typically more of. But yeah, Oh, I just started dropping frames at the end. Really? Oh well.
Yeah, it just
yeah.
started like a minute ago.
Yeah, I've dropped like
And it gets
800
intense.
frames. It's a shame. I went like the entire run without dropping any frames. And at the very, very end, I dropped like 800. Feels bad, man.
It mostly happens with loading, actually, so I think it's more or less a loading issue.
Oh yeah, I didn't eat ice cream for some time. Right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use all of the herbs. 1 on each person, and then the rest on Rose, who is my max deep, who is my main DPS.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, final boss.
Did I
I can
eat
only
ice cream?
say,
I did not.
enjoy.
I'm going to quick save just in case. No harm in it.
Probably not sub 7.
Yeah, it's not sub 7. I'd have to get like some godlike RNG to sub 7 now. I don't think it's even possible, to be honest. I think this stuff takes at least 14 minutes. I'm pretty close though.
14-15 minutes if you're on a good pace
Oh,
is
she's in Sunny Water,
a good
so-
time.
Right, and here we are, the water Kamehameha. That attack will kill you through block. No maybes about it. That attack will kill you through block. If you see it, don't block. Or I guess outside of speedrun, you might not die. if you block it. But it will do most of your life, probably. That attack is very powerful, even on block. I probably should have done that a bit differently. And he has armor during the startup of it, so don't rely on interrupting it either. Just don't mess with Heldalfameha. There's a reason I call him Heldalfameha. He will Kamehameha you to the ends of the world. Ah, that's the first phase. Yeah, I'm dropping a lot of frames. I'm very sorry about this. My internet, I guess, just had enough. I don't have anything else open that could be consuming internet, so... But you have to, redo orders. This stage of the fight. It should still be live. I'm not sure about that though. I'm just dropping like most of my frames. That concentration attack is what he uses to summon ads. His ads are somewhat threatening. Less so than some of the other bosses though. Just because they die very quickly to Crownfire. Man, considering my internet is so terrible, I was so proud of it for not dropping any frames, and then this happened. Ah! That Hellfire release is unblockable. And he will...
No issue.
And he will Mystic Art after it most of the time. So, it does seem to be recovering a little bit now. Whereas before it was like dropping every frame. Rather than just most of the frames.
Get stable.
But, I mean, you haven't missed much. You've literally just seen me... Well, you would have literally just seen me, Crownfire loop him a little bit. And I haven't really been hit by anything.
Yeah, this fight seems pretty good.
This fight's pretty free to Crownfire abuse. Especially if you know how to use your quick steps and you keep track of how many of them you actually have. The most threatening attack is, other than Heldalfameha, is probably Hellfire Release, but it has no armor frames. So, like many of his attacks do. So you can interrupt it with pretty much anything. Yeah, I think my internet was just having a little bit of a tantrum.
That laser dodge. Oh,
that wasn't actually me dodging it. That was auto dodge. As most of my dodges are.
You interrupted him before he could.
No, he did use it though. Yeah, one of the hits came off. Or went off. And it only takes 2 hits from his Divine Laser to kill you. Yeah, because the auto dodge went off. And it gave me SC. Right, here is where we struggle with the AI, because you want them to kill themselves. Because to use... to use food for this fight, you have to die. So you just hope the AI dies quickly. They very frequently won't. Come on, sorry, just die. Alright, there we go. What we do is we turn all the BG off for everyone. And we eat. That is the only intentional death I take in the entire run. And I do take the intentional death. Oh, that's gonna hit me. And it killed me. That's fine.
So as a little heads up, the third phase, the Amatoist Heldal phase, is
the
DPS race. In 4 times overall. And you can actually kinda like gate here if you don't do enough damage.
Yeah.
In a certain amount of time.
Luckily it's very hard to not do enough damage, honestly. As long as you know what you're using.
For the most part, yes.
As long as you know what to use. As long as you're on one of the like lower difficulties, I guess, as well. since higher difficulties can get you pretty easily. As I experienced
yes.
when I was on Chaos, I just couldn't do it. I had to actually... This is the only fight after I unlocked Chaos where I did not fight him on Chaos. Because I was gated. In the truest sense of the word. Also, I wish
also
Seraph
switched
would
down
swap.
to normal. Because on Chaos mode, the first DPS check is 25k and it goes up to 40k. And even on normal it's 10k and up to 15k or so. So it's quite a good amount, but Cronefire carries definitely.
It's probably possible to use an All Divide on this boss. You would never want to. It makes you pretty sad to use an All Divide on this boss.
All Divide is definitely counterproductive.
Yeah, half and half would make you sad as well. I'm glad I blocked that, because
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to hit me.
100%.
Yeah, that's going to hit me. Or not. I guess I was too far away. Yeah, for the phases where he's just actually attacking, we sit here and we crown fire. That's pretty much it. If Saray dies, we don't really care. In fact, we want him to die. We don't want him to attack at all. Though we do put them on defensive anyway. So that the Seraphs can at least heal us when they come back to life. Oh, accidental Scorch Valley. And then when... This is where it changes a little from many other people's route, where I do this. I didn't turn Chain Blast back on. This is going to be an issue. I need to re-armatize. Fuck. I know I forgot something. Sorry for the language, I guess. I know I forgot something. I have to turn it back on for this fight. Oh well. I guess I'm not using Dream Slasher then. That's what I normally do. I use 3 Dream Slashers and then Chain Blast. But I had to turn it off earlier because I didn't have the... Yes, I'm pretty sure I did. I'm actually going to check. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I had to turn it off earlier. Because I did not have the AP. Can you armatize, please? Yeah. So now I can't use my Dream Slasher, but that should be fine. I also didn't change my equipment, but that wasn't a big deal. I was only on the first phase. Well, you need to equip all the dragon equipment you can find, basically, on Rose and Lila. Which I think is just the one on this run, which is a shame. Yeah, I only got the one. So yeah, I'll just be using Crown Fires and Banish Blasts instead of the normal strat that I use of using many Dream Slashers. Unless I die, at which point I'll turn Chain Blast on and do Dream Slasher. Because Dream Slasher is the single highest damage art in the game in terms of DPS. Even once you factor in the fact that she has far lower statistics than any Armatus. Right, is that gonna hit me? No. Wasn't sure. Basically, that swipe is the only thing that can hit you in this phase. Once you stand in this spot. So I hold my 4th spellcast until I see what attack he's doing. So that I can guard cancel it if he starts doing the swipe. Any of the others I can just let go of the cast and then cast a new spell. Yeah, luckily you can just do this. I'm pretty sure I have the DPS to kill him. Well, I don't think I've ever had one Lindwer for and use this strat with. I've always used Dream Slasher. This is the true test, this phase here. Because the third phase is the hardest one, by far. Presumably because they assumed you were going to be using 2 Armatuses or something. When realistically you don't. Ever. So the last phase, where you can only use 1 Armatus, gives you a bit more leniency. I should really heal. I'm a little low. I don't like being below 3k in this fight. Even though he can actually do like 4.6k with a single hit if he stuns you in a very inconvenient time. So I moved forward a little too far. There we go. He was hitting me with things that he's not supposed to. You just didn't notice because I was it was hidden arts and I was The only things that are supposed to hit you though are the right arm sweep and dancing cyclone. One of which has to be blocked, and one of which cannot be blocked but has to be negated by a spell cast. Because it's a hidden art, so it can't bust through your casts. Ah, let go. Oh well. There we go. Yeah, it's pretty easy to hit DPS requirements, as long as you know what you're doing in terms of DPS. And then this phase we have to use Saray to crown fire him, because you can't switch the Seraph onto Rose, which is inconvenient. And this attack is a troll. And it's only here to troll you, because you can't do anything whilst he's up there. So it's better to just reset your combo, cast an entirely new spell. I'm actually going to use a few BG early in this fight, or in this stage, just because it's not even a risk that I don't do enough damage to finish this phase. Ah, he's going to interrupt. Oh well, doesn't really know. As long as I have like 2, maybe 3 BG, I have more than enough damage to kill him. Stop using Fiery Burst, that's the 3rd time. There we go, I don't mind Dancing Cyclone. Yeah, basically what Banish Blasting does, more than just hitting the Banish Blast, it retains your— oh my gosh, stop! It retains your current combo stage. So your casts will be incredibly fast. Yeah. One thing that's good about doing this part with Saray is that Saray's attack stat is actually higher than Rose's. So at this point, so you do a lot more damage with your Banish Blasts because they don't take into account your A attack, like everything else you can do with Thingy does with Armatus form. You should die to this Banish. Yep. And that was Armatized Helldoth done. It took forever because I couldn't do Dune Slasher strat, which is significantly faster. And realistically, that's the game done. It's just we haven't reached the final timer yet. Because we still have to do one more fight, and one more Walk of Shame. Since I missed estimate, it will be a Walk of Shame. You'll notice I have a spare elixir. I couldn't use it because of the trolley. I couldn't use the spare elixir because of the trolley not having Chain Blast equipped. I need to write that down.
Okay.
So yeah, I used 1 elixir of all of my BG restoring stuff I have 1 extra elixir and 2 extra arcane bottles. Because of what I did badly in Armatized Hellwolf.
You've achieved
Oh
your
well.
goal. You've avenged your guardian, your comrades.
The slowest walk in gaming history.
Yep.
Probably.
And then we get to stab Zion. Rip Halloween.
Yeah,
There's the
last
icons.
Hell fight is kind of like funny. Probably most people on the first playthrough tried to kill him and whatnot. Actually, only a Mystic Art, and it's done.
Yeah. No, you just need to Mystic Art him, and it's instant win.
No, you don't need to do any damage. Just
The final
trigger
boss
Mystic
is...
Art, and that's it.
Yeah, the final boss is the Armatized version. That's why they give you the elixir at the very beginning of the game. They give you 2 elixirs in the game. One of them is hidden, and one of them is very, very early. And you don't really want to use it. You want to save at least 1 for there. To be fair, Soraya's walking so slow because he's incredibly injured. Presumably.
Do it. Only then will you.
And as soon as we flash to white, and that's it, done. I'll let the ending play out, I guess. Well, that was only 5.5 minutes off.
I'm sorry that this was the
Considering I made many, many silly mistakes
Good night.
in the middle part of the run,
Held off. Your life of
and
eternal
tried a couple of
solitude
new strats.
is at last over.
It wasn't too bad.
It definitely wasn't too bad of a run. I mean,
It's been a long
movement
time.
in this game, based on wind walking, can already lose your time.
Yeah.
Fights not going very well can give you an extra minute. Overall, this run was actually also a good example of what can go wrong.
Yeah, for sure. This was a very good example of all the things, well, not all the things, many of the things that can go wrong in a run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such as shop RNG, where a shop has literally 0 items
Yes.
for you to buy, other than consumables.
That was the best part about it, actually.
Well, we've seen that happen now.
Yep.
For fun, out of curiosity, do I have time, if I skip the credits, to show bad ending on a New Game Plus file? Or do you want to just close off the marathon now? I don't mind either way.
Well, that's a question for Bathan.
Yeah, that's why I was asking for fun. I mean, I could type it, but I figured since he can presumably hear me anyway, I'll just deal with the delay. Malevolence took over your run. Yes, it did. It killed all my focus.
I agree on that, Omega.
And we saved the world, as is a standard in JRPGs.
So kind of like for people that want to start maybe running this game, 7 hours is a decent normal time. I would say for a good runner. 8 to 9 hours, kind of like more or less the first full run that goes normally well. So you kind of like have a idea about how this run in average goes. If you're really, really good, you can kind of like go to like 6.5, 6:20.
Yeah.
That's quite possible.
Just do as I want at this point. Right, let's make a straw poll. I guess. Since there is dissenting decisions in the chat. We will end happy and end sad.
Bathan is saying make bad ending.
Do bad ending? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Alright, the farm's the boss. I guess I won't make a straw poll. Yeah, I'll just go do bad ending real quick. It shouldn't take too long. It's not a particularly hard fight, as long as you have the right setup. Which I should do on my other profile. I should have a file on it. If I don't, I won't do it. But but I'm pretty sure I have a file still on it with ready to maelstrom it in the face. I'm pretty sure. And I maelstromed him to death when I first did bad ending. And whilst I say bad ending, it's not bad ending, I guess, it's neutral ending. Like, it just sort of leaves on a dark note and then nothing happens. Alright, yeah, credits. I can skip these.
It should take only like when he starts to get into the fight and the ending is like overall 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long the fight takes. I'm gonna do it on simple though. Because
on simple you should be done
it's fast.
Pretty fast.
It's faster that way.
Yeah, you can do the bad ending because that gives me more time to create a meme overlay for the credits I will do after.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah, I'll definitely go do it.
Because you know, the memes.
Yeah, after the ending plays out, I'll switch profiles and go boop. Go boop held off with Dezel in the party to trigger bad ending. So I'm pretty sure that's the only requirement. You just have to have Dezel in your party, rather than Javid. Because normally when you fight held off, you have Javid.
It's not possible anymore.
Yeah. Oh, more credits? I swear I already skipped credits. They're split into multiple cutscenes? I never knew. Never knew one bit. This was the last run, I'm afraid. The Tales of Marathon is pretty much over. There will be me demonstrating bad ending for this game really quickly, because some people probably haven't seen it, and maybe don't even know what it is or how you get it. But and then for fun we'll do a quick credits stream, and then we'll all sign off. Because we have to end sometime, and that time is approximately 12 UK time.
Normally. Normally, yeah, we're already half an hour over, but
yeah,
worth it.
But I mean, Bufon's rested,
a lot of fun,
and it doesn't matter to go over a little bit more than it matters to go over a little bit during the marathon.
It's a marathon.
Yeah. Like, going over during the marathon is worse. So what for fun?
What did you say about me?
I don't remember.
Just the upcoming schedule, what's coming now in the next, like, half an hour.
Oh, well, you know, now this is the end of the marathon, so I guess we can just kinda do what we want.
That's the end. And you see the fin screen. Hurrah. And now I'm going to do this. Go on to my other profile. Because I was on my backup saves. I don't want to bloat my actual profile with saves. And we'll load it back up. Caution, if the intro plays, because it sometimes doesn't. Then it will be super loud. Because it always is. Oh, I should have done Japanese. I was mashing X too hard.
Oh, yes.
Oh well. Right, now I just need to find which save it is.
Tune it down.